The Yellow Face by Fred M. White. Chapter 1. Nostalgo. The flickering firelight fell upon the girl's pretty, thoughtful face. Her violet eyes looked like deep lakes in it. She stood with one small foot tapping the polished brass rail of the fender. Claire Helmsley was accounted fortunate by her friends, for she was pretty and rich, and as popular as she was good-looking. The young man by her side, who stood looking moodily into the heart of the ship-log fire, was also popular and good-looking, but Jack Masefield was anything but rich. He had all the brain and all the daring ambition that makes for success, but he was poor and struggling yet, and the briefs that he dreamed of at the bar had not come. But he was not thinking of the bar now as he stood by Claire Helmsley's side. They were both in evening dress, and obviously waiting for dinner. Jack's arm was around Claire's slender waist, and her head rested on his shoulder, so that by looking up she could just see the shadow on his clean-cut face. Though the pressure of his arm was strong and tender, he seemed as if he had forgotten all about the presence of the girl. "Why so silent?" the girl said. "What are you thinking about, Jack?" "Well, I was thinking about you, dearest," Jack replied. "About you and myself. Also of your guardian, Anstruther. I was wondering why he asks me so often and leaves us so much together, when he has not the slightest intention of letting me marry you." The girl colored slightly. The expression in her violet eyes was one of pain. "You have never asked my guardian," she said. "We have been engaged now for over 6 months, Jack, and at your request I have kept the thing a dead secret. Why should we keep the matter a secret? You are certain to get on in your profession, and you would do no worse if the world knew that you had a rich wife. My guardian is kindness itself. He has never thwarted me in a single wish. He would not be likely to try and cross my life's happiness." Jack Masefield made no reply for a moment. It was perhaps a singular prejudice on his part, but he did not like the brilliant and volatile Dr. Spencer Anstruther, who was Claire's guardian. He would have found it impossible to account for this feeling, but there it was. "My guardian has plenty of money of his own," Claire said, as if reading his thoughts. "There you are mistaken," Jack replied. "This is a fine old house filled with beautiful old things. Anstruther goes everywhere. He is a favorite in the best society. Men of letters say he is one of the finest talkers in the world, but I happen to know that he has very little money, for a lawyer told me so. That being so, the £2,000 a year you pay him till you marry or come of age is decidedly a thing to take care of. On the whole, dearest, we had better go on as we are." Claire had a smile for her lover's prejudices. Personally, she saw nothing amiss with her guardian. She crossed over to the window, the blinds of which had not yet been drawn, and looked out. She looked across the old-fashioned garden in front of the house to the street beyond, where a few passengers straggled along. On the far side of the road stood an electric standard, holding a flaring lamp aloft. The house opposite was being refaced, so that it was masked in a high scaffold. As was the custom in London, the scaffolding had been let out to some enterprising bill-posting company. It was a mass of gaudy sheets and placards puffing a variety of different kinds of wares. In the centre, bordered by a deep band of black, was one solitary yellow face, with dark hair and starting eyes. At the base was the single word, Nostalgo. An extraordinary vivid and striking piece of work for a poster. The face was strong and yet evil. The eyes were full of a devilish malignity, yet there was a kind of laugh in them too. Artists spoke freely of the Nostalgo poster as a work of positive genius, yet nobody could name the author of it. Nobody knew what it meant, what it foreshadowed. For 2 months now the thing had been one of the sensations of London. The cheap press had built up legends round that diabolically clever poster. The head had been dragged into a story. The firm who posted Nostalgo professed to know nothing as to its inner meaning. It had become a catchword. Actors on the variety stage made jokes about it. But still that devilish yellow face stared down at London with the malignant smile in the starting eyes. "Jack, they have put up a fresh Nostalgo poster on the hoarding opposite," Claire said. "I wish they hadn't. That face frightens me. It reminds me of somebody." "So it does me," Jack replied with sudden boldness. "It reminds me of your guardian." Claire smiled at the suggestion. The guardian was a large, florid man, well-groomed and exquisitely clean. And yet, as Jack spoke, the yellow face opposite seemed to change, and in some way the illusion was complete. It was only for an instant, and then the starting eyes and the queer smile that London knew so well were back again. "You make me shudder," Claire said in a half-frightened way. "I should never have thought of that, but as you spoke the face seemed to change. I could see my guardian dimly behind it. Jack, am I suddenly growing nervous or fanciful? The thing is absurd." "Not a bit of it," Jack said stoutly. "The likeness is there. It may be a weird caricature, but I can see it quite plainly. Don't you recall how Anstruther breaks out into yellow patches when he is excited or angry? I tell you, I hate that man. I may be nonsensical, but—" Jack paced up and down the room as if lost in thought. The light was shining on the face of the hoarding. It seemed to look at him with Spencer Anstruther's eyes. "There is something wrong in this house," he said. "I feel it. You may laugh at me. You may say that I am talking nonsense. But there it is. The strange people who come here." "Sent by the police, mainly. Don't forget that my guardian is one of the greatest criminologists of our time. There is no man in London who can trace the motive of a crime quicker than Mr. Anstruther. There was that marvellous case of those missing children, for instance." "Oh, I know," Jack said, with some suggestion of impatience in his voice. "And yet, if you don't mind, we will say nothing of our engagement at present." Claire contested the point no longer. After all, she was very happy as things stood. She had plenty of chances of meeting her lover, and Mr. Anstruther seemed to be altogether too wrapped up in his scientific studies to notice what was going on under his very eyes. He came into the room at the same moment, humming a fragment of some popular opera. There was nothing whatever about the man to justify Jack Masefield's opinions. Spencer Anstruther was calculated to attract attention anywhere. The man was tall and well set up. He had a fine commanding face, softened by a tolerant and benign expression. People looked after him as he walked down the street, and wondered which popular statesman he was. In society, Anstruther was decidedly welcome. Amongst men of learning he was a familiar figure. His scientific knowledge was great. Certain publications of his were regarded in the light of textbooks. Altogether he was a man to cultivate. "I am afraid that I am late, young people," he said in a smooth, polished voice. "I hope you have been able to amuse yourselves together in my absence. You look moody, Jack. Don't those briefs come in as freely as you would like? Or have you been quarrelling?" "No, sir," Jack replied. "We never quarrel. We are too good friends for that. We have not the excuse in that way that lovers are supposed to possess." "We have been studying that awful poster," Claire said. "I wish somebody would take it away. Jack is always seeing some likeness in it. He says that you—" The girl paused in some confusion. Anstruther smiled as he put up his glasses. "It is a complex face," he said. "Whose features does it remind you of just now, Jack?" "Yours," Jack said boldly. He flashed the word out suddenly. Half to himself he wondered why he always felt a wild desire to quarrel with this man. "I hope you won't be offended, sir, but I can see a grotesque likeness to you in the famous repellent Nostalgo." Claire looked up in some alarm. She was wondering how her guardian would take it. The log fire in the grate shot up suddenly and illuminated Anstruther's face. Perhaps it was the quick flare that played a trick on Claire's fancy, for it seemed to her that suddenly Anstruther's face was convulsed with rage. The benign, pink expression had gone. The features were dark with passion. The fine speaking eyes grew black with malignant hatred. Claire could see the hands of the man clenched so hard that the knuckles stood out white as chalk. And there with it all was the likeness to Nostalgo that Jack had so boldly alluded to. The fire dropped and spurted again, and when it rose for the second time, the face of Spencer Anstruther was smooth and smiling. Claire passed her handkerchief across her eyes to concentrate the picture of fiendish passion that she had seen. Was it possible that imagination had played some trick on her? And yet the picture was as vivid as a landscape picked out and fixed upon the retina by a flash of lightning on a dark night. The girl turned away and hid her white face. "I should like to meet the artist who drew that face," Anstruther said with a smile. "One thing I am quite certain of. It is not the work of an Englishman. Well, it has found London something to talk about, and the advertisement is a very clever one. I dare say before long we shall discover that it is exploited in the interest of somebody's soap." "I am inclined to favor the view that Nostalgo is something novel in the way of a thought reader or spiritualist," Jack said. "It seems to me—" The dining-room door was thrown open by a woman servant, who announced that dinner was served. They passed across the hall into a large, dark-walled room, the solitary light of which was afforded by a pair of handsome candelabra on the table. There were not many flowers, but they were all blood-red, with a background of shiny metallic green. The woman who waited passed from one plate to another without making the slightest sign. As she came into the rays of the shaded candles from time to time, Jack glanced at her curiously. She was dressed in sombre, lustreless black, with no white showing at all. There was no cap on her head, nothing but a tangle of raven-black hair. Her brows were black and hairy, her skin as dark, so that her faded eyes were in striking contrast to her swarthy appearance. Her hands were very strong and capable, the mouth firm to the verge of cruelty. And yet there was something subdued, something beaten about the woman, as if she had been taken in a wild state and tamed. Anstruther seldom addressed an order to her in words. A motion of the hand, the raising of an eyelid, seemed to be sufficient for those pale, tired eyes, which somehow never for one instant relaxed their vigilance. The woman was a mystery of the house. She seemed to be entirely dominated by her master's will, and yet there were strength and passion there, Jack felt certain. The fanatic only slumbered. A pansy fell from one of the flower vases, and Jack started out his hand to replace it. "Did you ever see the evil face in the heart of a pansy blossom?" he asked, for there was a pause in the conversation. "It is a demon face, and familiar too. Miss Harmsley, whose face does this saffron heart of the pansy remind you of?" Claire took the pansy from Jack's hand and studied it with a frown on her pretty face. "Why, of course," she cried. "I see what you mean. It is Nostalgo, the man with the yellow face." Chapter 2. The Chopin Nocturne. Claire gave the desired assurance, and rose from the table. She would have Jack's coffee saved for him in the drawing-room, she said. Anstruther lit a cigarette and began to talk of crime. Crime and criminals had a fine fascination for him. Scotland Yard offered valuable inspiration for his new book on the criminal instinct, and in return he had been in a position to give the officials yonder one or two useful hints. The case he had on hand just now was a most fascinating one, but of course his lips were sealed for the present. Jack forgot his dislike in the fascination of the present. "Stay here and finish your cigar," Anstruther said as he rose and pitched his cigarette into the fire. "I'll go into my study and work this thing out with the aid of my violin. I may be an hour or so, or I may be longer. If I have finished before 11 o'clock, I'll come up with my fiddle, and we'll get Claire to play. If you require any more claret, you can ring the bell." Jack sat there for a time smoking and thinking matters over. Presently from the study beyond came the sound of music. Really, Anstruther was a wonderful man. He seemed able to do anything. He was not perhaps a great performer on the violin. His playing was a little too mechanical, and seemed to lack soul, but the execution was brilliant enough. Jack opened his cigarette case only to find that it was empty. There was a fresh supply in the pocket of his overcoat, which was hanging in the hall. He would be just in time for one more, and then he would join Claire in the drawing-room. The hall light had been turned low, so that, as Jack stood in the vestibule, fumbling in his coat-pocket, he was not visible, though he could see what was going on in the hall behind him. There was a spot of light at the head of the staircase. Somebody was standing there, looking down into the hall. Somebody in a rough jacket, buttoned to the throat, and wearing a pair of rubber-soled shoes, for the intruder made not the slightest noise. Jack wondered if some impudent burglar was raiding the house at this hour. If so, he would get a warm reception presently. Jack stood there as the figure came down the stairs, and turned along a corridor to the left of the drawing-room. But there was no challenge and no fight. for the simple reason that in the hall light, as the stranger passed, Jack recognized the face of Spencer Anstruther. There was no doubt about it. There was no possibility of a mistake here. Inside the study the music once more began. Very gently Jack tried the handle of the door, but it was locked. Under ordinary circumstances this would have excited no suspicion. Perhaps there was another way into the room by way of the corridor. But if so, that did not explain why Anstruther was creeping about his own house in the semblance of a burglar, and wearing rubber-soled shoes. There was something creepy about the whole business. Jack returned to the vestibule again, and from there he passed into the garden. The study was at the side of the house, and the belt of shrubs outside afforded a pretty good cover. There was the study under, with the blinds down and a strong light inside. Jack noted that it was a French window, a window frequently used, because the stone step outside had been worn by the pressing of many feet. The smooth melody of Chopin was playing on inside. Jack stooped down to where he could see the lace flowers on the blind, and looked into the room. There was a little slit in the blind, where the sun had worn it, and by this slit the whole of the room could be seen. The music had softened down to a piano passage, taken very slowly. But Jack was not thinking of the music now at all, though the strains were soothing and flowing enough. He rubbed his eyes to make sure that they did not deceive him. No, the room was plain enough. So was the sound of the music. And with it all, the room was absolutely empty. Chapter 3. The Mystery of the Strings. It was the most extraordinary thing in the world. Beyond question the room was absolutely empty. Jack could see to the far side. He noted the pictures and the flowers and the vases on the mantelpiece. His view was naturally narrowed by a small spy-hole, but there was no portion of the room hidden from him, though he could not quite see the whole of it at one time. The music was proceeding quite smoothly, though with pauses now and again. It was followed now and then by what sounded like subdued applause. Jack stepped back from the window. He wanted to make certain that he had not mistaken the room. No, the sounds of music came from the study right enough. At the risk of being discovered, he crept back into the house again and tried the study door. It was locked, and what was more, the key was in the lock, as the application of an eye testified. And the music was proceeding quite swiftly again. The mystery was absolutely maddening. Jack wondered if there was some cabinet in the study hidden from view where the player had taken up his stand. At any rate, somebody was playing Chopin's music, playing it very well. There was no magic about the thing. The hall of the house was very quiet. Nobody seemed to be about. Occasionally there came the sound of mirth from the servants' hall, but nothing more. Fully determined to get to the bottom of this mystery, Jack returned to the garden again. Once more his eye was glued to the slit in the blind. He could make nobody out in the room. There was little fear of his being detected, because a belt of shrubs hid the window from the road. Without the slightest warning, a figure appeared in the room. It was impossible to see where she came from, but of necessity she must have entered by the door. Jack was a little uncertain on that head, for his glance was not directed towards the door for the moment. He saw the figure of a woman, young and exceedingly well dressed. She was wearing an evening gown of white satin that showed up the creamy pallor of her skin, for her neck and shoulders were bare. The neck was rather thin, Jack noted, and the shoulders more inclined to muscle than beauty. For a young girl it struck Jack that the upper part of her body looked old, but the face was dark and wholesome, and against the deep eyes and swarthy complexion the girl's hair was dazzling. It was beautiful, rippling hair, changing colour as the light flashed upon it. "Well, this is a bit of an adventure," the watcher told himself. "But where's the person in the room who let the young lady in? Somebody must have let her in, because the door was locked and the key on the inside. I saw it there, so I can swear to that fact. But who is she?" There were many answers to the problem, for Spencer Anstruther was a man who had countless strange visitors. His vast knowledge of crime and the ramifications of human depravity brought him in contact with large numbers of people. Men and women in distress often came to him, and they came in increasing numbers since Anstruther had got the better of a gang of scoundrels in a recent famous blackmailing case. Sometimes these people came on their own initiative, sometimes they were sent by the police. But Anstruther never said anything about them. He looked upon himself as a confidential agent. Claire could have told of many curious visitors at all hours, though Anstruther never so much as alluded to them afterwards. But this girl did not look in the least like anybody in trouble. Her dark features were almost expressionless. There was no display of violent emotions there. Her gaze slowly wandered round the room, as if looking for something. She had much the aspect of a pupil whose attention is called to a blackboard by a master. As Jack watched, it seemed to him that he had seen this girl before. He could not recollect anybody in the least like her. That contrast of dark skin and fair hair was striking enough to impress itself upon the most careless mind, and yet Jack could not give the face a name. He could not permit himself to believe that he had made a mistake. He knew perfectly well that the expressionless features were quite familiar to him. The girl stood for some little time, as if waiting for her lesson. Jack's eyes were glued so closely upon her that he did not notice the coming of another person, a man this time. He was a young man, with sleek, well-brushed brown hair and dark, well-groomed moustache, turned up after the fashion affected by the German emperor. The man was perfectly well appointed. His evening dress and white waistcoat were faultless. His face was strong, but it did not convey anything intellectual. There were scores of such men to be seen any day during the London season, all groomed the same, all apparently finished in the same machine. The man bowed and smiled to the lady, and she bowed and smiled in return. It was rather a graceful bow. It seemed to Jack that she looked at her companion to see if it were quite correct. Then the two proceeded to talk in dumb show, partly by signs and partly by fingers. The mystery was getting deeper. One of these two was a deaf-mute, perhaps both of them. Was this one of Anstruther's cases, or did it possess a far deeper significance? The solution was beyond Jack Masefield. He might have been on the track of a mystery, and on the other hand he might merely be doing a little vulgar eavesdropping. If it was the latter, and Anstruther found him out, he need not hope to visit Claire at home any more. Anstruther was most particular about these things, as Jack knew, but he set his teeth together and decided to take the risk. He felt pretty sure that there was something here that touched the household deeply. He turned just for the moment, with an idea that somebody was behind him, but the strip of lawn was quite clear. Jack could see through the belt of trees to the street again beyond, with its great arc-light flaring on the yellow face of the mysterious Nostalgo and his starting, half-laughing eyes. That weird face seemed to form a fitting background to the room mystery. But Jack had his eyes to the slit in the blind again. Inside, the pantomime in show was still going on. The girl seemed to be getting a lesson of some kind, and her tutor appeared to be pleased, for he smiled and clapped his hands from time to time. Then he took out his watch and consulted it with a frown. As he glanced up, the girl crossed the room to the mantelpiece and opened the face of the clock. With a quick movement she put it back half an hour. The man in the faultless evening dress nodded approval. There was a little pause before he approached the window, and stood so that his shadow was picked out clean against the strong light of the room. Then he rapidly signalled with his arm. One arm went up, there was a noise of rings and a flutter of drapery, and then a heavy curtain was jerked over the window, and Jack could see no more. Try as he would, no ray of light could he make out. It was as if the lights had been switched off, leaving the room in utter darkness. What on earth did it all mean? Beyond doubt the young man in evening dress had signalled to somebody outside when he stood close against the window and raised his arm. Jack congratulated himself on the fact that the slit in the blind was low down, so that he had not to stand against the light. He slipped into the belt of shrubs and watched for a moment, but no further sign came. What were those people inside going to do? The solution flashed upon Jack instantly. They had not come there so perfectly dressed for the mere sake of seeing Spencer Anstruther. They had not been spending the evening anywhere, dining and that kind of thing beforehand, for they looked too spruce and fresh for that. The woman's toilette, in particular, had evidently been just donned, as if fresh from the hands of her maid, and she had put the clock back half an hour. "They are going somewhere in half an hour," Jack decided. "Hang me if I don't follow them. By the right time it is 10:30. Anstruther said he should not come up if he failed to get his business finished before 11, at which time he will expect me to go. I'll go up to the drawing-room and talk to Claire for a little time, just to avert suspicion." He crept back into the house without being seen. He finished his claret, and dropped the stump of his cigarette onto his dessert plate. As he made his way up the stairs, the music began again. That music was not the least maddening part of the mystery. "What a time you have been," Claire said as she tossed her book aside. "All by yourself down there. Really, Jack, you modern young men are so cold-blooded that—" "I'm not, so far as you are concerned, dearest," Jack said as he kissed the girl. "I had something to do. I was working out a case that puzzled me." "A case in some way connected with the law, I suppose?" Claire asked. "Well, yes," Jack replied. He quite believed that the case was connected with the law. "I begin to see my way to its solution. I suppose there is not the slightest chance of your guardian coming up tonight?" Claire replied that it did not look like it. Evidently the solution of the music problem was not an easy one, for the violin was going again as if it had only just begun. "It makes me feel creepy," Claire exclaimed. "Fancy the idea of tracking a criminal by means of divine melody like that. Jack, don't you notice something strange about it?" "I should say that I do," Jack said. "Why, the whole thing— Really, I beg your pardon, darling. I was thinking about something else. It was the case I alluded to just now." "My dear boy, you are very strange in your manner to-night," Claire said. "You look pale and distracted. Trust the eyes of love to see anything like that. You haven't bad news for me, Jack?" Masefield forced a smile to his lips. It was hard work to maintain his ordinary manner in the face of the strange scene that he had witnessed that night. "I have certainly heard no news since dinner-time," he said. "What did you expect me to say?" "I thought that perhaps you had mentioned me to my guardian, that you had changed your mind and told him that you and I were going to be married some time." "No, your name was never mentioned, dearest. Anstruther was full of his case and gave me no opportunity. He went off directly he had finished his tobacco. As a matter of fact, Claire, I am more resolved than ever to say nothing about our engagement to Mr. Anstruther." "It is very strange that you mistrust him like that, Jack." "Perhaps it is, little woman. Call it instinct, if you like. I know that women are supposed to hold the monopoly of that illogical faculty. They dislike a man or a woman without being able to say why, and in the course of time that man or woman turns out to be a villain. There is no denying the fact that I feel the same way towards your guardian. I am convinced that once he knows the truth you will be in danger. I said before that he is a poor man, and the enjoyment of your £2,000 during the time—" "My dear Jack, you are perfectly horrid," Claire murmured. "If I were a nervous girl you would frighten me. As it is, I feel certain that you are utterly wrong. My guardian is one of the most delightful of men. If he were not, plenty of clever people would have found it out. And, besides, why do so many unfortunate people come to him to advise them, which he does with great trouble to himself, and no hope of reward?" Jack admitted that perhaps he was wrong, and he had no desire either to frighten Claire. He had not the slightest intention of telling her what he had discovered that night. "Let us be less personal," he said. "What was the strange thing that you noticed about your guardian's playing?" "That it is so much better than usual," Claire said. "There seemed more passion and feeling in the music. My guardian is a brilliant violin player, but I have not hitherto noticed much feeling in his style. Now listen to the thing that he is playing at present." "Chopin's Fantaisie in F," Jack muttered. "I know it very well indeed. It is a favourite of mine." There was certainly plenty of expression and feeling in the music. Jack was bound to admit that. The Fantaisie came to an end with a crash of 2 chords, and Claire clapped her hands. "Beautiful!" she cried. "I must really compliment my guardian on the improvement in his style. You are not going already, Jack? It's not quite 11 yet." "I'm very sorry, dear, but I have that case to look into to-night. Jack said, with perfect truth. He saw that the hands of the big clock on the mantelpiece were creeping on to the hour. "Anstruther won't come up to-night. He said he should be here by 11 if he were, and he gave me a hint not to stay later. I shall see you at the Warings to-morrow night. Good night, darling." Claire put up her red lips to be kissed. She would have seen Jack to the door, but he pointed out that the night was chilly and Claire's dress thin. Neither would he have the butler summoned. His coat and hat were in the hall, and he would get them himself. A moment or two later, and he was standing in the garden behind the strip of shrubs. He was quite free to act now. He had nobody in the way. As he stood there, a distant church clock boomed the hour of 11. "Now we shall see what we shall see," Jack muttered. "I'm going to find whether there is a mystery of the house, or whether these people are merely Anstruther's clients. Oh!" As he spoke, the dark curtain over the study window was pulled back, and the figure of the young man in the evening dress was clean cut against the light. Then a black arm pulled for the catch of the window, and the young man, pushing the blind aside, came out. He was wearing an overcoat now, and a tall hat. He seemed to be waiting for somebody. Then the figure of the dark-faced, fair-haired girl came out. She was cloaked from head to foot in a blue wrap trimmed with feathers. Her fair hair was not covered. No word was spoken, but Jack could see that they were conversing still by signs. The watcher wondered if he had time to get inside the room, but that little idea was dismissed at the outset, for the young man pushed the window to carefully, and the latch clicked. It was quite evident that the long sash closed with a spring lock, which was a most unusual thing for French windows to do. As the strange pair went down the side path, Jack stepped into the open. He wanted to assure himself as to the window being fastened. He pulled at it hard, but it did not yield. At the same moment, from the window of the room came a strange, brilliant crash of music. Yet that room was absolutely empty, as Jack would have been prepared to swear in any court of England. "I'll wake up either from a dream or in a lunatic asylum presently," he muttered. "And now for those other people. Good thing they had no idea of being followed." Jack was in the road now, and taking his way through the quiet nest of squares between Bloomsbury and Regent's Park. He could see his quarry 100 yards or so before him. There was nobody else, and there was not the slightest chance of those in front being lost. A horse's hoof clicked on the wood pavement as a well-appointed hansom passed the tracker. Then he saw the hansom pull up by the curb, and the deaf-mutes in front jump in, as if the whole thing had been arranged, and drive off. The thing was so sudden and unexpected that Jack was nonplussed for a moment. There was no chance of following these people, for there probably was not another hansom within half a mile of the spot. Jack stood hesitating in the silence of the road. He could hear the steady flick-flack of the horse's hoofs as the rubber-tired hansom hurried on, and then suddenly the horse's hoofs stopped. They had not died out in the distance, they had merely stopped. Jack hurried forward. He had not given up all hope yet. He might overtake the hansom, and by good luck meet an empty one going towards the Strand. As he turned a corner, he saw to his surprise the figure of the young man in evening dress come silently towards him on the other side of the road. Then the stranger crossed the road, and turned down the far side of the square, as if he were going to complete the circuit and join his cab again. As the man vanished, Jack heard a thudding sound, followed by a sound like the tearing of stiff paper, like the rattle of peas on a drum, a queer stifled cry, and then silence. On the impulse of the moment, Jack turned and followed. At the angle stood a row of houses, some of them being repaired. Jack heard somebody speak to somebody else a little way down the road. He looked across at the opposite houses, to see that they were in scaffolding, and that they were plastered with bills. A little way above the ground, in front of the centre house being repaired, was one of the repulsive, clever nostalgia posters, with the yellow face looking out. But there was something else lying there at full length on the pavement. The body of a man, with his face up to the stars. With a little cry Jack crossed the road. Almost instantly a policeman stood by his side. "Drunk," he said. "A gentleman who's just gone down the road told me a man was lying drunk on the pavement. My word, sir, but he's got the complaint pretty bad." "He has," Jack said with a catch in his voice. "The man isn't drunk. He's dead. He's been murdered. Shot through the head and breast. Show your lantern here, officer." The officer flashed a strong, searching rays on the face of the dead man. As he did so, he gave a cry and pointed to the hoarding behind him with a finger that shook a little. "Dead, sir, and murdered beyond doubt," he said. "But that's not the strangest part of it. Look at his face and the expression of his eyes. Look at the yellow face and—" "Good heaven!" Jack cried. "The yellow face! The face of the diabolical poster behind you! As I am a living man, we have found Nostalgo in the flesh." The dead man grinned up, the poster grinned down, and the face of the dead and the face in the print were exactly the same. Chapter 4. The Speaking Likeness. Masefield looked at the figure on the pavement in a dazed kind of way. Beyond all question, there lay the embodiment of the famous Nostalgo poster. London had been discussing the mystery of the poster for weeks already. The amazing hideous cleverness of it had struck the popular imagination, the artistic side of it had appealed to those of culture. Nobody had the least idea what it was intended to convey. Every daily paper promising a correct solution on a certain day would have added tremendously to its circulation. Then there had been those who had declared that the poster was a portrait. They had held that no artist could imagine a face quite like that. And here was dread confirmation of the theory. Absolutely, the poster and the dead man were identical. The same long, thin nose, the same starting eyes, the same suggestion of diabolical cunning in the smile. In the poster, Nostalgo wore a turn-down collar and a loosely knotted red tie. It was the same with the dead man on the pavement. As to the rest, his dress was conventional enough, a frock-coat and grey trousers, a tall silk hat which had rolled into the road. "Don't you think that you had better search his pockets?" Jack suggested. The constable replied that it was not a bad idea, but a close examination produced no definite result. There were no papers on the body, nothing beyond a handful of money, gold and silver and coppers all mixed up together in the trousers pocket. There was not even a watch. "The scheme's beyond me," the officer muttered as he blew his whistle. "We must get this poor chap conveyed to the police station. Foreigner, ain't he?" But Jack could not say. The sweeping, coarse black hair pushed back from the bulging forehead, and the yellow, guinea-coloured face suggested the Orient, but the lips were thin like the nose, and these might have belonged to some Spanish hidalgo. It was impossible to decide. "You were close by," the policeman said. "Didn't you see anything, sir?" "Nothing whatever," said Jack. "I was just passing along on the side of the square at right angles with this spot. I certainly saw a young man come along, but I didn't notice him much. I expect he was the young man who told you that a drunk awaited you here." "I expect he was, sir. Young man with his moustache turned up like the German emperor's." Jack started, but said nothing. It was not for him to say anything of the strange sight that he had seen in Spencer Anstruther's study. The young man in question had left his hansom. Probably he had come back for something forgotten. Therefore, on the whole, Jack felt that he could not in any way connect him with this mystery. And yet Spencer Anstruther's young friend must have been close by at the very moment the murder was committed. It seemed impossible to believe that he had not heard that choking cry and that strange noise like the tearing of calico or the scatter of peas on a tray. But on the other hand, the murdered man had been shot, and shooting implies noise. Certainly Jack had heard nothing that in any way would be connected with the firing of a revolver. And yet there was that tearing sound, and the strange fact that the Nostalgo of the poster had tears in him in exactly the same place as the real man who had been wounded. There was a plot calculated to puzzle Spencer Anstruther himself, and Jack said so aloud. "I don't think as even he'd guessed this," the policeman said. "Friend of yours by any chance, sir?" "I had not left his house 5 minutes before I found that body," Jack said. "If you like, I will go back and bring Mr. Spencer Anstruther here." Here was a chance to get at the other business, the mystery of the strange music. It was a legitimate errand enough, but the policeman shook his head. He did not want to take anything so important upon his own shoulders, his inspector being down on that kind of thing. Two constables with the ambulance came at length. They asked no questions, but hoisted the body up and turned immediately in the direction of Shannon Street Police Station. "I think you had better come along, sir," the first policeman suggested to Jack. "It's just possible that the inspector may want to ask you a few questions." Masefield followed. He smiled just a little as he noted the speaker's tone. If not exactly in custody, he was at least expected to give a good account of himself. To his great relief, he found the inspector not in the least disposed to assume the official manner. On the contrary, he seemed rather a timid man, though his eyes were steady enough. "I have told you everything, sir," Jack said at length. "I only wish it might have been more. If there is any further way in which I can be of assistance to you—" "You are very good, sir," the inspector said. "What we have to do now is to push the matter forward before the scent gets cold. It is very imperative that we discover who this man is. The first person to apply to is the firm of advertising contractors who posted those bills. Did anybody happen to notice the firm whose hoarding the deceased man was found against?" "As a matter of fact, I did," Jack said, as the officer shook his head. "Not that that is a sure find for you, Mr. Inspector, seeing that those bills appeared on the hoardings of all the bill-posting firms in London. Still, they may have emanated in the first place from one firm, and perhaps that firm was Freshcombe & Co." "That being the name on the top of the hoarding we are speaking of?" the inspector asked. "You have a keen eye for detail, sir. It was very smart of you to notice that." "Not at all. It was almost an accident. The mere fact of finding the prototype of the famous Nostalgo poster was sufficiently startling to brace all one's faculties. In glancing at the hoarding, I saw the name of Freshcombe & Co. on the top. The name was impressed upon my memory by the fact that quite recently I appeared for Freshcombe & Co. in an action they brought against a rival firm for damages. That is why I have the name so exact." The inspector smiled with the air of a man who is well pleased with himself. In that case, Mr. Masefield practically knew the head of Freshcombe & Co., and where he lived. In that event, the inspector proposed to go direct to the gentleman in question and ask for a few particulars. "There I can help you again," Jack said. "I had several interviews with Mr. Freshcombe through his solicitor, and one of them took place in Mr. Freshcombe's own house in Regent's Park Crescent." The inspector waited to hear no more. One of his men would call a cab, and perhaps Mr. Masefield would be good enough to go as far as Regent's Park Crescent and smooth the way. It was getting late now, but Jack had no objection. He was keenly interested in this mystery, and he must get to the bottom of it if he could. He had a few questions to ask as the cab rolled away, but none of them struck the inspector as being to the point. But Jack knew better. Fortunately, Mr. Freshcombe had not gone to bed, though the house was in darkness. The stout little prosperous-looking man of business started as he caught sight of the inspector's uniform. Something in connection with burglary rose uppermost in his mind as he asked his visitor's business. "I hope there is nothing wrong?" he stammered. "Ah, how do you do, Mr. Masefield? Will you gentlemen be so good as to step inside? There is a fire in the dining-room. Anything in the way of a cigar, or—" But the inspector came to business at once. It was plain that his story interested the listener, for he followed with eyes of rounded astonishment. He punctuated the story with surprised grunts. "Bless my soul!" he exclaimed. "Whoever would have thought it? I never expected that there was anybody like that famous poster. I had 2,000 of them through my hands in the way of business, and they struck me as clever, very clever indeed. Personally, I regarded them as theatrical bills." "Then you can't tell us anything about them?" the inspector asked with an air of chagrin. "Nothing whatever," Freshcombe replied promptly. "As I said before, the posters came to us in the ordinary way of business. There was an air of secrecy about the whole thing." "Which did not attract your attention? Did not appeal to your suspicions, I mean?" "Not a bit of it. The advertiser wanted to create an air of mystery and sensation. How well that has been managed I leave you to guess. Being, moreover, exceedingly shrewd, the advertiser did not mean his name to leak out. I received a note one day asking my terms for displaying 1,000 of those posters on all the hoardings in London, and my people sent in a quotation." "That letter came from another business house, I presume, sir?" the inspector asked. "No, it didn't.
It was from a certain Mr. John Smith, and was written from the Hotel Royal, and on the official paper of the hotel. 3 days later the posters arrived per a firm of carriers, and the same afternoon a cheque drawn by John Smith on the City and Provincial Bank. We cashed the cheque and posted the bills. I may say that in the usual course of business I should not have known this, but I was a little struck by the posters and their mystery, so I made inquiries. I assure you that I have not time to go into these minor details as a rule."
"I am rather disappointed," the inspector said. "I hardly expected this. The mystery of the posters—"
"Was part of the cleverness of the scheme," Freshcombe interrupted. "As a rule these things leak out and spoil the game. Why, half a dozen newspaper men have been asking questions in my office." "Then you don't know who printed the posters?" Jack asked. "Have you any more left?" "I fancy the posters were French," Freshcombe said. "They had evidently been repacked before they came to me. No, we have none left. They were all posted last week. I haven't even one as a specimen."
Mr. Freshcombe would have pushed his hospitality, but the others declined. The inspector was not going to give up the chase like this. Could Mr. Freshcombe find the London directory, or in any way help him to ascertain the name and address of the manager of the City branch of the City and Provincial Bank? Mr. Freshcombe could supply both details. The bank manager in question was a large shareholder in the firm, and enjoyed an important position. As to his residence, it was in Piccadilly, over the bank's branch there. Mr. Carrington was a man of fashion, so that, if he were at home, it was unlikely that he had gone to bed. A moment later, and the cab was proceeding towards Piccadilly. Mr. Carrington was not only at home, but he was entertaining friends. There were lights in all the windows of the handsome suite of rooms over the bank, and a chatter of voices assailed the ears of the callers as soon as the mahogany door was opened. Mr. Carrington was giving an evening party, the footman explained, and he did not like to be disturbed. But the sight of the inspector's uniform was not without its effect, and the intruders were ushered into a little room at the top of the stairs. The door was not quite closed, so that the strangers could see down a handsome corridor into a fine drawing-room beyond. Jack could recognize some of the guests, whereby he knew that Mr. Carrington kept very good company. "I feel like an intruder," Jack said as he stood looking out of the room. In his evening dress he might have passed for a guest himself. "If Mr. Carrington is in a position—" Jack paused suddenly. He was face to face with the third great surprise to-night, for there in the corridor, and coming towards him now, was the fair-haired, dark-skinned girl whom he had seen with the young man in Spencer and Struthers' study. There was no mistake here, no illusion. The girl walked along with her head down, making a sign from time to time to the man by her side. He was a perfect stranger to Jack, who dismissed him from the situation altogether as a mere vacuous man about town. If the woman was here, the youth with the imperial moustache was not far off, Jack thought. "I think that you were going to say something, sir?" the inspector ventured. But Jack had quite recovered himself by this time. He made some commonplace remark, and then Mr. Carrington came into the room. He was polite, but not at all anxious for his visitors to remain. Would they be so good as to get to the point? The inspector told his story with considerable brevity. Mr. Carrington was pleased to be interested. It was a strange and startling romance as it stood, but the bank manager did not see his way to afford any solution of this mystery. "I haven't quite finished, sir," the inspector said quietly. "That bill posting was paid for by a cheque drawn on your City branch, of which you are manager, by one John Smith. Now this John Smith—" "Which John Smith?" Mr. Carrington asked with a smile. "My good sir, do you know that we have some 2,500 accounts at our City branch? Probably the name of John Smith is the commonest in the world. Without making any very definite statement, I should say that we have over 200 accounts in the name of Smith, and probably a third of them John Smith. I can quite understand your anxiety to get on the track of the right man without delay, but that could not possibly be done to-night. I could not even get at the ledgers without 2 of the cashiers being present. But I will make it a point to be at the bank at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning and meet you there. It is impossible to do any more to-night." The inspector nodded his head somewhat sadly. He quite saw the force of what Mr. Carrington was saying. He could do no more than make an appointment for the following day. He wished Carrington good night, and turned to go, followed by Masefield. In the corridor somebody called Jack by name. He turned to see a colleague of the junior bar standing before him. "Hello," the latter said. "Where did you turn up from? I had an idea that you were a friend of Carrington's. Get your coat off and join us in a game of bridge." The situation was just a little embarrassing, but Carrington came to the rescue. Masefield was dressed for the part, so to speak, and would he not remain? There would be dancing presently, and— But Jack decided promptly. He whispered the inspector to precede him and wait for him in the cab. Carrington passed on, as Jack stood just a moment chatting with his old friend and schoolfellow. "I came here to-night on rather important business," he said. "There is no occasion to go into that now, but I want you to do something for me, my dear fellow. In hunting up one mystery, I feel pretty sure that I have come on the track of another. There is a deaf and dumb girl here. There she is, with that Johnny chap in the resplendent white waistcoat. I want you to find out who she is and where she comes from." "That's all right," Richard Rigby responded. "Nice-looking girl with fair hair and dark eyes. Sort of striking theatrical get-up, don't you think?"
"Well, now you mention it, perhaps it is rather in that way. But that isn't all, Dick. Unless I am greatly mistaken, the girl came here with a fair chap whose moustache is turned up after the fashion of the German emperor. Find out all about him, too, and I'll look you up at your chambers the first thing in the morning. I must not keep my friend waiting. Good night."
Jack passed along the corridor in the direction of the staircase. There were many palms and ferns there, with screens behind which people could sit and not be seen except by their partners. Jack paused with his foot on the thick pile of the carpet, for just in front of him was the girl with the sudden face and fair hair. Her head was still bent low, her fingers were working. What her companion was like, Jack could not quite make out, for his back was turned. The girl looked up at him with a flash of anger in her eyes, her lips moved, and sound certainly came from them. Jack could just catch the words. "Don't drive me too far," she said. "Take care and not drive me too far, because—" The girl suddenly lapsed into silence again, and her fingers began to work. The couple passed behind a screen of palms and ferns, and Jack could see them no more. "Well, this has been a night and a half," he said. "Where is it going to end? I wonder if my friend the inspector will be disposed to accept my suggestion." The inspector gave Jack's suggestion the most careful attention. He had not thought of it before. "We'll go back to the scene of the murder," Jack said. "There is a strong electric light in front of the hoarding, and the Nostalgo poster is only a few feet from the ground. Moreover, it has only recently been put up, and it is quite clean and fair. Depend upon it, there is some trademark upon the bill, even if it is only a cipher. Of course you see the importance of finding out who posted that bill." "Of course, sir. How do you propose to get at the facts?" "By examining the bill with the aid of a strong magnifying glass. I have no doubt that, being a detective, you have such a thing in your pocket at the present moment? Good. Then all you have to do is to order the cab to drive to the corner of Penton Street and stop there." The cab arrived at length, and the occupants dismounted. They did not take the cab quite as far as the scene of the murder, for obvious reasons, but walked on there alone. It was quite still now, and nobody was about save a passing policeman, who had orders to give notice if anybody was coming. It was just as well that the curiosity of passers-by should not be aroused. "Now for it," Jack said, breathing a little faster in his excitement. "Perhaps we had better have the assistance of your lantern as well. I thought that the poster was there. It was there. I'll swear that this is the very spot, just where that picture of the pretty girl taking the pills is. Good heavens, man, the poster has gone. It has been covered up since we were here before by that mustard advertisement. At the hour after midnight the thing has been done. But the right thing must be underneath. See, the poster is wet." Jack advanced to tear the poster down, but the inspector pulled him roughly aside. "Don't touch it," he said hoarsely. "Whatever you do, don't touch it. Wait." Chapter 5. A Vanished Clue. Jack Masefield paused for Inspector Bates to say more, Possibly the officer was possessed of some brilliant idea, but after the first glance at his face it was easy to see that he was as nonplussed as Jack himself. It was only the professional caution that spoke. There was no illumination at the back of the policeman's brain. "I had hoped that perhaps you had discerned something," Masefield said. "Not quite that, sir," Bates admitted. "So far I am as much in the dark as you are yourself, but my experience is that nothing is to be gained by haste. What I mean is that a thoughtless movement often destroys a clue of the utmost value. I should like to stand here for a moment and consider my position." Jack dryly remarked that there could be no objection to the course proposed by Inspector Bates. It was very late now. There was nothing to be seen, so that the train of thought of the inspector was not likely to be interrupted. He stood facing the great boarded hoarding, with its wealth of gaudy pictorial advertisements, but his face did not lighten, and the moody frown was still on his brow. "Blessed if I can make anything of it," he said in vexed tones. "Here's a man found dead under the most amazing circumstances. There seems to be no motive for the crime. Nothing has been removed from the body so far as we know. The man evidently died where he fell. That he was killed, I dare say the medical examination will show." "So far the crime is commonplace and vulgar enough," Jack Masefield suggested. "Scores of these things happen in London every year. Some are found out, but some remain mysteries to the end of time. But this particular crime seems to be peculiarly terrible. First of all, London for some time has been doubly attentive to the yellow-faced posters. No greater advertising circular has ever appealed to the public. Nostalgo is a personality about as great as some of our leading actors. Still, nobody has really regarded Nostalgo as a living force, and I find him dead on the pavement, right here in front of one of his own posters. Is that coincidence or an amazing happening?" "Both, I should say, sir," Bates replied. "An amazing happening in any case. But to find the man dead in front of one of his own posters may be no more than a coincidence. You see, there are so many Nostalgo posters about." But Jack was loath to give up his point. "I admit that," he said, "but the particular poster we find up is a fresh one. It was more or less shot-marked, as I pointed out to you. It was marked much as the body of the dead man was marked. If you remember, I suggested examining the poster by means of a magnifying glass, in the hope of finding some kind of printer's trademark, and we come back here for that purpose. We find the poster pasted over with a commonplace advertisement of somebody's mustard. Surely that is not coincidence. For some reason or other the poster was covered by design. It is not the habit of the bill poster to go about the work at midnight." "Ah, there you are not altogether correct, sir," Bates exclaimed. He felt that he was on pretty safe ground now. "The working bill poster is not tied to time. He has a certain amount of work to do, and he does it pretty well when he pleases. Sometimes they have to work very late. For instance, a stock piece put up at a theatre may prove a draw, and the management desire to keep it going for a time. Then there is work late at night for some firm of the paste-pot." "Quite so, Inspector, but does that apply to the harmless, necessary mustard advertisement?" "Not directly, perhaps. But suppose there had been a sudden rush of new and urgent work, the routine would have fallen behind. Please understand that the bill poster does not career round in a casual way, sticking up a poster just where it suits his fancy. All these hoardings are rented, and big advertisers contract to have so many sheets displayed every week. In fact, it is a most desultory business. Depend upon it, the bill poster who so lately posted up that alluring mustard tin had nothing to do with the business." It was all so logical and conclusive that Jack was compelled to drop further argument. At the same time, it seemed rather foolish to stand there doing nothing. "Look here," he said, struck by a sudden idea. "Why not pull that mustard poster down and get at the real source of the truth? The paper is still wet, and I dare say we might find a ladder behind the hoarding. Let us pull it down and take the whole thing to the police station and examine it at our leisure." There was no objection to this, as Bates was bound to admit. It was a very easy matter to find a way behind the hoarding and secure the firmest of many ladders. A short one was sufficient for the purpose, and very soon the great sheet that contained the mustard advertisement was pulled off the wooden hoarding and lay in a heap on the pavement. In the place of it, fresh and strong, was the yellow face of Nostalgo. Jack took the inspector's lamp and regarded the poster carefully by the magnifying glass, but there was no imprint to be seen. Nothing to lead to the identity of the firm who printed the placard. "I can make nothing whatever of it," Masefield was fain to admit at last. "There are the shot holes plainly marked, as if somebody had used an air gun or a pea rifle. Beyond that I can see absolutely nothing of the slightest significance. The best thing for us to do is to see the contractor who has the job in hand in the morning, and get him to saw the poster out of the wooden hoarding for you. The strong light of day may make a difference. But I am not as yet absolutely satisfied that that mustard poster was placed exactly on the top of the yellow face quite by accident." Bates did not contest the point. He was getting tired and sleepy, and it was very late. "Very well," he said. "We will return to the police station in Shannon Street and have another look at the dead man. It is just possible we may find something there. At the same time, it may be just as well to be on the safe side. I'll get one of my men to come here and keep an eye on the hoarding tonight. It is on the cards that he may see something suspicious. I'll send a plainclothes man here to watch." As Bates blew softly on his whistle, a constable turned up and saluted. He was to stay where he was until relief came, Bates explained. Then he and Jack Masefield went off in the direction of Shannon Street Station. The place was perfectly quiet. Nobody had been brought in lately. There was no sign of the tragedy here. In a rack near the back, lighted by a skylight some 6 feet from the ground, lay the murdered body of the man with the yellow face. The malignant look had gone from his face. He seemed calm and placid. As Jack bent over him, it seemed to him that there was a movement of the heart. He pointed this out to the inspector, who shook his head. "People not accustomed to these things often make the same mistake," he said. "I have heard witnesses swear that the body of this or that man was not bereft of life, and in this belief they have been quite certain. Then a doctor comes along and proves beyond a doubt that death has taken place perhaps 5 or 6 hours before. Muscular action is what probably deceives people. That poor fellow is dead enough." Masefield did not argue the matter. It was a sickening business, and he felt that he would gladly see the end of it. Not so Bates, who was inured to this kind of thing. Very rapidly and skilfully he bent over the body in search of anything that might be likely to lead to the identification of the deceased. But the pockets were doubtless empty. There was no watch or chain or purse, no marking on the linen. "Not even a laundry mark?" Jack suggested. "If my reasoning is correct, a laundry mark has frequently proved of the greatest assistance." "No mark whatever," said Bates. "The shirt, for instance, is of ordinary make, the class of thing that one buys ready-made at a shop, and which has usually its maker's mark on. There has been a mark of some kind on the neckband, but it looks as if it had been blocked out with chemicals. See how much whiter and thinner the neckband is? We are simply wasting our time here." Jack said nothing. He could only shake his head sadly. The more the mystery came to be probed, the more maddening did it become. A close investigation of the clothing presented as little result. There was nothing even about the boots to prove where they had been made. If the man was a criminal, and his general air suggested that, he had taken the most amazing precaution to prevent identification in case of accidents. Jack looked at the clear, dark features. This was no man to take anybody into his confidence. Success or failure or crime must all be undertaken alike alone and unaided. This face would never have led anybody to rejoice with him in good fortune or sympathize with him in failure. "Well, I think I had better be getting back to my rooms," Masefield said. "I have given you my name and address. I'll come round to-morrow and see if you have made anything out of the poster in the daylight. One thing is pretty certain, there should be no difficulty if a determined effort is made. to discover the people who printed the picture of the yellow face. There are not many firms in this country capable of such work." "There is the Continent," Bates suggested. "I'm afraid that it will be very much like looking for a needle in a hayrick. Still—" What deep philosophical remark Bates was going to make, Masefield was not destined to hear, for at the same moment there was the sound of a sudden disturbance in the office beyond. The hoarse voice of a sergeant was heard demanding to know what this little game meant. There was a groan and the collapse of a heavy body on the floor. Bates strode into the office. "What is all this row about?" he demanded.
"It's Gregory, sir," the sergeant replied. "Went off half an hour ago on some special work for you, or so he said, and here he's back as drunk as a lord. Regularly collapsed on the floor, he did. It's not the first time, either."
A sudden suspicion burst upon Masefield. He knelt by the side of the plainclothes man and felt his heart. There was a peculiar red mark round the man's neck, as if something had been pulled very tightly round it. "The man is no more drunk than I am," Jack said. "He has been attacked, and his breath is wholly free from any suspicion of drink. Look at that mark round his neck." Very slowly the prostrate man struggled to a sitting position. When the fact had once been ascertained that there was no suggestion of intoxication, brandy was administered to him. He had a strange story to tell. He was carrying out instructions when suddenly somebody came behind him and placed a rope round his neck. Before he could recover himself, he was partially strangled. He lost consciousness and lay on the pavement. When he came to himself again, he was quite alone. He had managed to struggle back to the station, and once there had collapsed on the floor. Robbery was not the motive, for he had lost nothing. "It's all part of the same mystery," Jack decided. "Something was going on behind that hoarding, and the criminals did not want the policeman to see. I shall walk back to my rooms that way. No, you had better not come along, Inspector, in case you are spotted. I shall just walk very coolly by and keep my eye on that hoarding. Good night." There was nothing more to be done, so Masefield was allowed to depart. He had ample food for thought as he walked along the deserted streets. He came at length to the great hoarding where the poster had stood. He stopped just for a moment, almost too amazed to move. Then he forced himself to go forward again. For the striking nostalgia poster was gone. It had been sawn neatly out of the boards of the hoarding, leaving a blank square eye in its place. Chapter 6. Vanished. It was not to be supposed that this had happened without attracting the Argus eye of the press. The nightbirds of journalism had been hovering about, seeking their prey of sensational copy. They haunted the police station with a hope that something might turn up, the hope that every reporter has, that sooner or later he may happen on a good thing that has in it the making of some columns of red-hot descriptive matter. One of them, hungry and lynx-eyed, had seen the body of Nostalgo carried to Shannon Street station. There might have been a paragraph then, there might have been a column. At any rate, the chance was too good to be lost. The reporter was on the best of terms with the police for a square mile or so. Indeed, his living more or less depended on the good fellowship of the local authorities. The sergeant had first of all set the ball rolling. The reporter had seen the body. He had no difficulty in recognizing the striking likeness between the dead man and the poster. Younger men would have rushed off at once and made a long paragraph of this, manifolded it, and sent it broadcast along Fleet Street. But not so the old and cunning hand at the game. His instinct told him that there was more to come. There was more to come, probably in the shape of the shaken Gregory, who presently told the reporter his part of the story. This was a case when a cab was justified. Half an hour later, the reporter was closeted with the chief sub-editor of the Daily Planet, a halfpenny morning paper dealing largely in sensations. The sub-editor's eye gleamed as he listened to the reporter's story. This was something after his own heart. "Write 2 columns of it," he said. "You can use Daly's room. Serve it up as hot as you can with plenty of scareheads. We'll give it the first place on page 5. You had better have a stenographer, as time is pressing." Therefore it came about that the 500,000 or so of readers of the Planet had the shock at breakfast the following day. With its tally of many dazzling sensations, the Planet had never been more successful than in this. The thing was admirably done. The mystery was puzzling to a degree. Before 10 o'clock the following morning, London was talking of little else. It was discussed in the train, on the top of the omnibus, in city offices. The name of Nostalgo was on every lip. The editor-in-chief and the chief shareholder in the Planet Company came down to the office very early in the forenoon, an action quite unusual with him, but his keen instinct scented a good thing for the Planet here. The thing was exclusively his own, and he meant to work it to the last ounce. The little man with the bald head and gold-rimmed monocle had created a pretty scheme by the time he had reached his office. Without loss of time he sent for Mr. Richard Rigby. Rigby came in response to the summons. He found journalism more remunerative than the bar. "This is the best thing we have ever had," Mr. Van Jans said in his staccato way. "I'm just going to show the British public what an American journalist can do with the thing. It's pretty clear to me that the police have blundered, as they always do, and that they have got right off the track of the truth. We're going to solve the mystery, Rigby, and you're the man I have picked out to do it. In the first place, you are a clever actor, and you have pluck. Go about it in your own way, and take your own time. Never mind the expense. Spend £1,000 if necessary. Only get to the bottom of the thing, if it's merely to prove to the police that they can't do without the press. By the way, isn't Masefield a friend of yours?" Rigby admitted that such was the case. He did not pretend to follow the quick working of his chief's brain. Few men were competent to do that. Van Jans was leaning over the Planet in order to read the report of the Nostalgo affair. "I saw Masefield last night," Rigby said. He did not tell Van Jans that Jack had met him at Carrington's, for that was a matter concerning Masefield alone. "Do you think he is likely to be of any assistance to me?" "It is just possible. You see, it was Masefield who actually found the body of the man who we call Nostalgo. It is possible also that Masefield knows more than our reporter got to find out. You had better hint to Masefield that there is a chance of getting a commission from us to write a serial for one of our weekly journals. He is in the way of doing that kind of thing. Anyway, get him to regard it in a favorable light. If you handle the man properly, I feel quite sure that he will offer you valuable information." Rigby nodded. He did not tell Van Jans that Jack Masefield was a close friend of his, for that point had nothing to do with Van Jans, who regarded Rigby as the typical smart unit of the smart paper, and none too scrupulous where men were concerned. As a matter of fact, Rigby had his code of honour. Possibly his chief would not have considered it. Come what might, Rigby was not likely to take any advantage of Masefield. "All right," he said. "You may rely upon me to do all that I can. By the way, if I am to take this case in hand, I must not be tied as to time. I mean that somebody else must be drafted out to do my regular work, and to say nothing if I don't show up here regularly. I think that only fair." "Only fair, it is," Van Jans replied. "I'll see to all that, and I'll leave instructions with the counting-house that you are to draw on me to the extent of £1,000 if necessary. And now you had better go off to Masefield without delay." It was not yet 11 o'clock, and Rigby felt pretty certain of finding Masefield at home. He was perfectly correct in his conclusions, for Jack was busy just putting the finishing touches to a short magazine story. The morning papers lay in a pile on the table, but as yet he had not had time to open them. Rigby helped himself to a cigarette. "Hope I don't intrude," he said. "If I am in the way, kick me out at once." "You are never in the way here, Dick," Masefield smiled. "As a matter of fact, I have just passed the last page of this story for the Grasshopper. It's always a pleasure to sit down and write a story when you have a fair commission for it." "You will soon have plenty of them, my boy," Rigby said cheerfully, "especially now that you've got your name in the papers. Seen the Planet today? You haven't? Well, you are pretty prominent on page 5, let me tell you. One of our men got hold of that sensational Nostalgo business, and then made a picture of it. Just run your eyes along the report and tell me what you think of it. Pretty hot, isn't it? Now, can you tell me anything?" "Anything fresh in regard to the affair, you mean?" You've got it first time. As a matter of fact, vengeance has placed the thing in my hands, and I'm to get to the bottom of it if it costs the paper £1,000. Vengeance suggested that I should come and see you and pump you. The bait to you is a commission for a big serial in one of our weeklies. But apart from all that, Jack, I'm quite sure that you will be ready to help me out, for old sake's sake."
"Of course I will," Masefield said heartily. "Really, there is very little to tell. Your man seems to have got it down very fine. But I can tell you all about the shot marks and the missing poster. Only you must not publish that."
"My dear fellow, you don't quite understand my position. I'm not sent as a mere scare-writer in this business. I'm more of an amateur detective, with a pocket full of money. My task is to beat the police at their own game, and prove the superior intellectual force of the press. Then I shall write the whole story, and the planet's circulation will go up to 1,000,000.
"Then I'll tell you all that there is to know," Jack replied. "When I have finished my story, I shall have a few questions to ask you. Get your notebook out." Rigby had no cause for complaint on the score of Masefield's narrative. In the description of the shot marks and the subsequently missing poster, he felt that he had conquered a fine point of the situation. He took another cigarette, and Jack did the same. "Now I am going to ask you a few questions," the latter said, "and I should not be surprised that in replying to my queries we throw some fresh light on the object of your search. You will recollect meeting me at Carrington's last night?"
"Of course I do. I took you for a fellow quite above that kind of thing, playing the amateur detective."
"Notably, as I was in evening dress. As a matter of fact, I had been dining with Spencer Anstruther, and it was in leaving his house that I found the body of the man we had better call Nostalgo. Of course I recognized him by the likeness to the poster. Subsequently, Inspector Bates and myself discovered the name of the firm who posted the creation. We went off to see the head of the firm, and he could tell us very little, except that the placards came from some John Smith, who had an account with the City and Provincial Bank. The latter fact accounts for my being at Carrington's last night."
"Exactly. And you asked me to keep my eye on a pretty girl who was deaf, and who had for attendant cavalier a chap with a moustache like that of the German Emperor."
"I am coming to that," Masefield went on. "I told you that I had been dining with Anstruther. Now these two people left Anstruther's house, for I followed them. I will tell you a more striking thing about them later on, but I want to have my side of the affair cleared up first. Tell me what happened after I left Carrington's with Inspector Bates."
"Well, I kept my eye on these people, as you asked me. I tried to get some information about the fair one from Carrington himself, but he didn't seem to like the subject. He seemed depressed and a little bit uneasy, I thought, said it was a sad case, sort of relation of his, and that the man with the moustache was a foreign count or something of that sort. I wouldn't press the matter, as it would have been in bad taste, you see. But all the same, I did keep an eye on these people, as you asked me, and the end of it was that I followed them when they left the house. I don't know what made me do it."
"At any rate, I'm glad you acted in that manner," Jack said. "Did they go back in the direction of Anstruther's house? Did they take a cab?"
"Not in the ordinary acceptance of the word," Rigby explained. "They walked as far as the top of Regent Circus, where a private growler was waiting. The cab was all black, the driver had a black livery. I could not see his face, as it was tied up with a silk handkerchief, as if the fellow had toothache or something of that kind. The four-wheeler was evidently waiting for them, for they got in at once."
"Anybody else inside the cab?" Jack asked.
"By Jove, I was nearly forgetting that!" Rigby exclaimed. "I was just flush with the cab as it passed the lamp. There was another figure in the cab, a man, and as the light shone on his face, I was about staggered by his resemblance to the poster of Nostalgo. I only saw the face just for an instant, but it is impressed upon my mind as if the man were standing before me at this very minute. Singular, was it not?"
Jack nodded dumbly. This was another new departure in the strange mystery, for the man seen by Rigby in the black four-wheeler could not possibly have been the same Nostalgo that Jack had found, seeing that the latter had been lying in Shannon Street some hour or two before the time that Rigby was speaking about. "You did not follow them further, I suppose?" Masefield asked.
"No, I didn't go as far as that. And at the moment I didn't think anything as to that nostalgo business number one, so to speak. If I had, you may bet your bottom dollar that I should not have lost the opportunity. The cab drifted away without any direction being given, so I went along, without giving it more consideration, to my club. What? Inspector Bates had hurried into the room without ceremony. His face was pale and agitated. "Something strange come out at the inquest?" Jack asked. "No, sir," Bates gasped, "for the simple reason that there has been no inquest. You can't hold an inquest without a body. What do I mean? Why, that the body has vanished from the room, leaving not a hint of a clue behind." Chapter 7. Number 4, Montrose Place. The inspector stood there with his hand on his heart, as if he had run far and fast. So far as Jack could see, Bates was suffering from some strong emotion. He flopped down in the chair indicated for him, and took Jack's proffered cigarette with a shaking hand. Although his feelings were not exactly under the control one would have expected from one of the leading lights of Scotland Yard, there was at the same time a certain suggestion of grim humour playing about the corners of his mouth. Jack looked across at Rigby and smiled significantly. "Evidently a new development of the case," Jack said, glancing once more at his friend. "As a matter of fact, Inspector, I have just been telling Mr. Rigby all about last night's ghastly business. By the way, you will recollect, of course, that Mr. Rigby is my friend, whom we met at Mr. Carrington's last night. Not to make too long a story of it, there are sidelights of this business of which you are not at present aware, but all that is beside the point. What I want you to tell me is about this disappearance of the body of Nostalgo. Seriously, do you want my friend and me to believe that the body of a dead man has disappeared from Shannon Street police station right under the eyes of the authorities?" "Well, that is about the size of it," Bates admitted ruefully. "Naturally enough, we look forward to important developments at the official inquiry. I had a chat last night with the doctor, who seemed to be of the opinion that the dead man had been shot with something quite new in the way of a weapon." "What, do you mean a new projectile, or a new sort of small arm?" Masefield asked. "Well, not exactly that," the inspector replied, "but something quite new in the way of a missile. There were marks on the breast of our unfortunate friend which indicated the presence of a shot of some kind that did mortal damage without leaving traces of anything material behind." "Oh, that is all very well so far as it goes, but what I want to get at chiefly is the cause of the disappearance of the body," Rigby put in impatiently. "What is the good of trying to establish all sorts of new theories when you have not so much as a dead body of the deceased man before you? It seems incredible to me that this outrage could have been committed in a police station. Was no one about? Was the whole place deserted, whereby some stranger could have coolly stepped in and walked off with the body of a powerful man?" "Well, that is not so difficult as it might seem," Bates said eagerly. "As a matter of fact, our mortuary is merely an outside room, which at one time had been used as a kitchen. Mr. Masefield will recollect last night noticing that the light of the room consisted entirely of a kind of skylight. The ceiling is exceedingly low, so that it would be quite possible for a tall man to lift the body through and carry it away without the least trouble, provided, of course, that he had sufficient strength. At any rate, there it is, and we have to make the best of it." "I hope that you have managed to keep this matter from the public so far," Masefield said. "I don't think anything will be gained by allowing this new sensation to get into the papers. The best thing we can do is to come round to Shannon Street with you and see if we can lay our hands upon anything in the way of a clue. My friend Mr. Rigby has had a lot of experience in amateur detective work. I dare say you recollect his success in the matter of the Mortlake coiners on behalf of the Planet?" Bates expressed his willingness to fall in with this arrangement. Not that he had any particular confidence in amateur detectives generally, but he was so bewildered and disheartened at present that anything was preferable to his own painful thoughts. The police station was reached at length, and a thorough search of the shabby little apartment at the back of the office made. But no amount of investigation served to throw any light on this new phase of the mystery. It was even as Bates had said. With the darkness of the night, and expecting no developments of this kind, a bold and unscrupulous character might easily have entered the room and taken away anything, however bulky, without much chance of detection. Nothing daunted by the way of success attending his efforts, Rigby climbed on to the roof, and looked around him. He was particularly struck by the deserted area at the back of the police station. It was some distance from his coign of vantage to the nearest house. No doubt at one time the open space had consisted of fertile gardens, but the same space was now given over to arid grass and a few stunted trees. A scene of desolation indeed. On the opposite side, some 200 yards away, the backs of a terrace of large houses looked blankly on the scene. Rigby, with a new idea entirely in his mind, inquired the name of the terrace. Bates smiled with the superior air of the professional, and replied that it was Montrose Place. "And what class of people live there?" Rigby asked. "Well, rather mixed, I should say," Bates replied. "There was a time not so many years ago when Montrose Place was quite fashionable. Mind you, they're exceedingly good houses, quite good enough for any moneyed class. But I understand that the landlord is by no means a liberal man, and as the houses have fallen out of repair, they have become void." Any further information on this head was cut short by the sudden calling away of the inspector. It seemed to Masefield that Rigby was by no means disposed to mourn for the official's company. He stood with his brows bent, frowning at the sombre row of houses in front of him. But from the quick working of his hands, Masefield could see that his versatile friend's brain was busy. "I see you have made a discovery," Masefield said quietly. "Would you mind telling me what it is?" Rigby pointed to the fourth house from the end of the terrace. "Did Masefield notice anything about it peculiar?" he asked. But Masefield did not see anything about the house at all ominous or suggestive, except that the windows were grimy and dirty, and that the erstwhile fashionable silk blinds were hanging in tatters like banners behind the smirky glass. "But surely you see something?" asked Rigby impatiently. "For instance, take the third window on the left over the ledge, which probably is that of the bathroom. Don't appear to be looking, and at the same time keep your eye casually on the window." With a quickening of his pulses, Masefield glanced up in a vague kind of way in the direction of the window. He felt instinctively that in some way the deserted house was involved in the disappearance of Nostalgo. There was not much time for speculation on this point. Very slowly and cautiously the blind was raised, and a haggard face peeped out. It was like a picture from some old print, this strange, weird yellow face behind the grimy glass. So thick was the murky dust upon the casement that it was impossible at so short a distance to decide whether the features were those of a man or a woman. Anyway, the face, if it were that of a man, was clean-shaven, the pale head half hidden behind a tangle of thick black hair. It was only for a moment that this weird face presented itself to the eager eyes of the spectators below. An instant later, and the whole phantom had vanished. "Now, what do you think of that?" Rigby asked eagerly. "Don't you agree with me that this strange apparition has something to do with the story? Now, supposing you or I had some powerful inducement for getting hold of the missing body, could we find a better place to work from than that deserted house?" "Provided always that it is deserted," Masefield said guardedly. "Don't let's go quite so fast. Surely your own experience must have taught you what strange creatures one often sees as caretakers in good houses." "So much the better for me," Rigby replied. "If you are correct in your suggestion, it will make my task all the more easy, for come what may, I am going to see the whole inside of that place before I sleep tonight." Rigby walked back into the police station with the air of a man who has said his last word on the matter. It was no advantage to him, working as he was on behalf of his own newspaper, to mention his discovery to Bates. Possibly Masefield's common-sense view of the problem might have been the correct one after all, in which case Bates would have had the laugh of his unprofessional ally. But Bates had evidently been called out on other business, so that there was no occasion to say anything to him at all. Declining to return to Mayfield's rooms and there discuss the matter further over tea, Rigby went thoughtfully back to the office of the Planet. He dined alone at his club, lingering till about 10 o'clock over the evening papers, and then proceeded on his way to Montrose Place by the somewhat circuitous route of Covent Garden. But there was more method in Rigby's madness than met the eye. The sleek, well-groomed barrister and journalist who entered the shop of Jonas the costumier shortly after 10 o'clock emerged a little before 11, carefully and effectually disguised as a seller of newspapers. Then, with the fag end of a cigarette of doubtful quality in his mouth, he slouched along towards his destination. Montrose Place from a front view was considerably more prepossessing than the similar outlook that presented itself from the back. At least half the houses were tenanted by people of means, judging from the neatness of the blinds and the amount of light displayed in the various windows. Yet at the same time it was quite evident that Bates' estimate was fairly correct. The first 3 houses in the terrace bore plates of highly polished brass, testifying to the fact that doctors were not lacking in the locality. Number 4, however, stood out in marked contrast to its neighbours. There was no chance of Rigby's presence there exciting undue suspicion, for there was not a soul to be seen in the terrace. Emboldened by this fact, Rigby had no hesitation in lighting a vesta and making a comprehensive examination of the doorsteps. They were dirty enough in all conscience. No housemaid had knelt there for many months or even years past. But Rigby's sharp eyes did not fail to note the fact that someone more than once recently had left footprints on the grimy flags. They were not clearly indented footprints. Indeed, there was a misty hesitation about them, which at first puzzled the amateur detective exceedingly. He struck another match after looking cautiously up and down the terrace. Nobody was in sight. The precaution was quite unnecessary. The blue flame picked out the misty footprints grimed into the filthy steps, and then Rigby understood. Whoever made those marks had been wearing rubber-soled shoes. And new shoes at that, Rigby muttered to himself. I can see the pattern in the centre of the sole clearly indented now, and the prints go and come up and down the steps quite regularly. Now the fact that somebody comes here and wears new rubber shoes makes it clear that the wearer has been here very recently. It is also evident that the wearer wears rubber-soled tennis shoes so as to make no noise. I feel pretty certain that I'm going to learn something now. But Rigby was a little too sanguine. In the first place, he had to gain admission to the house, the front door of which was locked. It was perhaps a significant fact that though the lock of the door was green with rust, the edge of the rim of the hole, where the latch-key indented, was bright and clear at the edges. Evidently used regularly, Rigby went on. Now the ordinary caretaker does not usually sport a latch-key. He or she generally uses the area door. I should not wonder if the area window was open. I'll try it. The area window was not open, but the loose catch had been carelessly pushed to. The blade of a stout penknife sufficed to prise the catch, and a moment later Rigby was in the housekeeper's room, safe from all outside observation. There was no sign of life here, no vestige of it on the stairs leading to the big rooms overhead. Rigby could not but notice what a fine house it was. The last tenant had evidently been lavish in the way of decorations. With a match in his hand, carefully shaded from the window, Rigby crept up the stairs. He could see in the dust lying there the constantly repeated footprint of the rubber shoe, indicating that the owner of that shoe was in the habit of spending a great deal of time there. But now, so far as he could judge, the house was absolutely deserted. He tried door after door softly, and each yielded to his touch, revealing gloom and desolation and dirt by the faint light of the vesta. As each stump burned low, Rigby carefully dropped the end of it in his pocket. He was conscious of a feeling of disappointment. Almost before he was fully cognizant of that feeling, he paused in an attitude of rigid attention. Something like the sound of a smothered cough struck on his ear. It seemed to him that he could hear somebody approaching. The stair creaked, and Rigby drew back into a doorway. He was not mistaken. Somebody was coming up the stairs. Chapter 8. The Chopin Fantaisie. It was nearly 2 hours later before Rigby crept cautiously down the steps and emerged by the way in which he had entered the house. The street, as before, was absolutely deserted. So far as Rigby could see, he might have been in a city of the dead. Despite his disguise and the artistic make-up of his grimy face, an acute spectator would not have failed to notice the agitation of his features. He crept with trembling footsteps to the roadway and clung to the railings with a swaying air of one who has seen things the tongue refuses to describe. Then his natural courage, fanned by the cool air of the evening and the sense of being no longer isolated, returned with a virile force to him. Mechanically he fumbled in his rags and produced from a breast-pocket a silver cigarette-case that might have got him into serious trouble if a lynx-eyed policeman had been near at hand. "Well, I have seen some queer things in my time, but, as the poet says, never aught like this," Rigby said with teeth that chattered a little. "I really must have one of my own cigarettes." Despite his excitement, Rigby was conscious that he ought to be just a little ashamed of himself. He had always prided himself upon the fact that his nerves were perfectly under control, and that nothing ever put him out, otherwise he would not have occupied the position he did at the Planet Office. He began to feel the effect of the cool night air, which braced him like a tonic. As he stood there waiting for something, though he would have found it difficult to say what, a policeman came slowly down the street. Rigby stooped and pretended to be busy with his stock of papers. Some spirit of mischief moved him to chaff the representative of the law, and at the same time test to the utmost the disguise that he was wearing. "Piper, sir?" he asked. "All the winners? 'Orrible murder in Grosvenor Square? Ain't you going to buy one?" Apparently the officer was one of the good-tempered sort, for he only smiled, and in a more or less gruff voice ordered the news-vendor to move on. "Just waitin' for me pals, sir," Rigby explained. "I 'ave never come down this street before, and I'll take good care never to come down here again. Why, 'alf these houses seem to be empty. Look at that show opposite. How long since anybody has lived there?"
"Before I came on the beat, anyway," the policeman explained. "Do you want to take one?"
With a laugh at his own pleasantry, the policeman stalked off down the street, leaving Rigby easier in his mind, and quite satisfied that his disguise would stand any ordinary test. He leaned against the area railings, absolutely undecided as to what to do next. With a certain new caution almost amounting to cowardice, a feeling of which he would be ashamed at any other time, Rigby turned his back upon the man who was advancing down the street. At the same time, so full was he of the horrors that he had lately witnessed, the amateur detective quite forgot the fragrant cigarette, so out of keeping with his character. The stranger pulled up and, crossing the pavement, tapped Rigby familiarly on the shoulder. "You are not so clever as you think you are," the stranger remarked coolly. "You may be a very smart chap, Dick, and I may be a very dull one, but I have certainly sufficient brains to know that the average newspaper tout does not smoke Turkish cigarettes. Besides, after our conversation this morning, I felt pretty certain that you would make an attempt to get inside that house." Rigby laughed in a way that suggested that his nerves were in a considerably frayed condition. "So that's you, Jack," he said with a sigh of relief. "Yes, you're quite right. In fact, I told you I should not rest to-night until I had seen the inside of that house." "And did the expedition come up to expectations?" Masefield asked eagerly. "My dear fellow, I have had some weird experiences in my time, but I would not go through the last hour again for the wealth of the Indies. In fact, if I tell you what I've seen, you would set me down for a doddering lunatic." The look of self-satisfaction on Jack's face faded away. He shivered with a strange weird feeling, that strange presentiment of something dire about to happen. Again, why should he doubt the fact that something terribly out of the common had happened to Rigby after his own amazing experiences? With his hand on the arm of his friend, he walked abstractedly the whole of the terrace. Here a great arc-light threw a stream of pallid blue upon the motley colouring displayed upon a big hoarding. In the centre of the hoarding, well displayed, was the terrible placard disclosing the grinning features of Nostalgo. "By heaven!" Jack exclaimed. There is no getting away from the features of that grinning devil. I know as well as if I had seen it down in black and white that the awful experiences which have so changed you lately have to do with that yellow face." "I am not going to deny it," Rigby replied. "And what is more, I am not going to tell you what I have seen in the last 2 hours. At least, not at present. And now tell me, to change the subject, what is your private opinion of Spencer Anstruther?" To say that Jack was taken aback by the suddenness of the question would be a mistake. It will be remembered that on the occasion Masefield last dined with Anstruther he had pointed out to Claire the amazing likeness between Nostalgo and her guardian. Not that it was possible for anybody to notice this except when Anstruther was moved to great emotion, but the fact remained. And now to find that Rigby's mind was so strangely moved in the same train of thought was, to say the least of it, disturbing. "What do you mean by asking that question?" Jack said guardedly. "For goodness' sake, do not let us have any of this unnecessary caution between friends like ourselves," Rigby said with great feeling. "Believe me, my dear friend, I am not asking this question out of idle curiosity. As man to man, is he a magnificent genius, or the greatest criminal the world has ever seen?" Thus put to it, Jack had no hesitation. Indeed, he could have had no hesitation in replying to such a direct question as this. "I am going to speak quite candidly to you," he said. "As you are perfectly well aware, knowing the man quite as well as I do, he is, like most geniuses, an exceedingly poor man. At the same time, unlike most geniuses, he is as unscrupulous as he is clever. I have more than an idea that he could tell us all about this affair, but I prefer to pose as a person who has come into it by accident, and who is only languidly interested. I have had some hesitation in mentioning my estimate of Anstruther's character to his ward, but I feel very uneasy so far as Claire is concerned. I know for a fact that Anstruther is painfully hard up. Really, there are times when his financial straits are absolutely desperate. This being so, it has occurred to me more than once that Claire's money must be a strong inducement to prevent her marrying, for instance, myself." "That is by no means a remote contingency," Rigby suggested dryly. "My dear fellow, to be perfectly frank with you, Miss Helmsley and myself have been engaged for the past 2 years. Mind you, this is a dead secret. I have a presentiment, call it foolish if you like, that the announcement of this fact to Anstruther will be the first moment of real danger for Claire. But why do you so suddenly spring this question upon me?" By way of reply, Rigby drew his companion into the comparative shadow of a doorway. He had hardly done so before another figure came jauntily down the street, a tall, slim figure, which seemed strangely familiar to Masefield. "The whole place seems to reek of Anstruther to-night," Jack said. "Or perhaps it is my disordered imagination, but if that is not Anstruther himself, my eyesight strangely deceives me." "If you knew as much as I do, or you had learned what I have learned the last hour, you would not be surprised," Rigby said. "However, we will soon settle that. I will just step across the road and try and sell him a paper." Before Jack could lay a detaining hand on the arm of his friend, Rigby was half-way across the street. In the approved raucous voice of the tribe, the amateur news-vendor tendered Anstruther an echo. He waved the offer aside, and made his way down the street with the air of one who has a definite object in view. With a whine artistically uttered, Rigby fell back upon the doorway in which Masefield was concealed. "Anstruther, beyond all shadow of doubt," Rigby said triumphantly. "Now I am not a betting man, but I will lay you any odds in reason that our interesting friend enters number 4. Ah, what did I tell you?" Surely enough, Anstruther paused in his stride before the dilapidated door of number 4. With one swift glance up and down the street, to make certain that he was not observed, he drew a latch-key from his pocket and disappeared within the dingy portals. On the still night air, the click of the latch-key and the muffled banging of the door could be heard all down the road. Rigby drew a sigh of relief. "Well, I think that'll do for to-night," he said. "I reckon I have had just about as much as my nerves will stand. No, I am not going to tell you anything, and I have no stomach for further adventures this evening.
I am going straight to bed, to sleep if I can. Come around and see me tomorrow afternoon."
But curious as he was, and anxious also as he was, Jack was forced to decline the proffered invitation. Besides, he had promised to take Claire to a matinee concert at the Albert Hall, to hear a new violinist, who so far had only performed twice before in England. Signor Padini had come to the metropolis with a marvellous reputation, but so far he had hardly fulfilled expectations. Still, it was not the habit of music lovers like Claire and Masefield to accept a verdict of this kind at second hand. Therefore they had determined to hear the new virtuoso for themselves. Not that any thoughts of a harmonious and musical kind were running in Jack's mind as he walked home to-night. Try as he would, he could not dismiss the idea that some grave peril was impending, and that Claire was likely to be the central figure of the tragedy. But it is the blessed privilege of youth to throw off the haunting cares and doubts that assail their elders, and Jack suffered little on the ground of sleeplessness that night. All the same, the haunting fears were with him again on waking in the morning. But perhaps Claire noticed something of this, for she put the direct question to her lover when he called on her the next afternoon. Yet Jack had no intention of saying anything for the present. He began to speak somewhat hurriedly of the new violinist, Signor Padini, and so the conversation lasted till the Albert Hall was reached. There was nothing particularly attractive in the concert generally, and both waited somewhat impatiently for the foreigner to appear. He came at length, tall, slim, and clean-shaven, and Claire noticed with an amused smile that for once she was in the presence of a master who eschewed long hair. She turned and whispered something to this effect to Jack, who did not appear to be listening. "Now where have I seen that fellow before?" he muttered. "Call me foolish if you like. Say this man is an absolute stranger to England if you please, but I am absolutely prepared to swear that his face is quite familiar to me." But perhaps it was merely a chance likeness, Claire suggested. She was far too interested in the musician to take much heed of what Jack said. Evidently this man knew his business to his finger-tips. The way in which he handled his bow would have proved that to any critic. Claire glanced down the programme, and no sooner did the wild, sweeping music come streaming from the strings than the whole audience thrilled responsive to the master's touch. He was not, after all, playing the piece standing against his name on the programme, but the peculiar, weird, and mournful rhapsody of Chopin's that Jack had heard Anstruther interpreting 2 nights before. He leaned back. His eyes were half closed with a strange sensation that he was listening to Anstruther now. He turned to suggest something of this to Claire, and to his surprise he noticed that her face was paler than his own. "Does anything strike you?" he whispered. "Have you a feeling, like myself, of having gone through all this before?" "Dreadful!" Claire shuddered. "I know exactly what you mean. It is the same, precisely the same, as if my guardian had crept inside the body of Padini. There! Did you notice that particular slur, that strange half-hesitation? I declare I feel certain that this Padini was in my guardian's study the other night. Jack, you must get at the bottom of this. There is some mystery here which we must solve, and that without delay." Jack rose from his seat and buttoned his coat firmly about him. "Aye," he said, "a deeper mystery than you are aware of. Stay here while I go behind the stage. I am going to see Signor Padini, and get to the bottom of this business at any cost." Chapter 9. The Man with the Fair Moustache. Claire sat there, her mind half on her music and half on the extraordinary conduct of her lover. Not that she did not trust him implicitly, but still it seemed strange that he should have gone off without explaining the cause of his agitation. Some one next to her touched her on the elbow and asked a question as to an item on the programme. The question was repeated twice before Claire realized that she would have to pull herself together. She replied quite at random, then she looked about her, and became cognizant of the fact that Padini was still on the stage, bowing his acknowledgments of the thunderous applause which had greeted his magnificent efforts. Yet a closer glance did not serve to show Claire anything sinister in the artist's personality. He was pale and clean-shaven, palpably very nervous, and yet pleased with the warmth of his reception. Surely there could have been no mystery connected with a man like this. On the other hand, the marvellous likeness between his playing and the execution in the same piece displayed by Anstruther 2 nights ago could not possibly be overlooked by any one professing to any musical knowledge at all. Claire hoped that the inevitable encore would produce a repetition of the same piece. Surely enough, Padini came forward and struck the opening bars of the same rhapsody. With eyes closed and mind eagerly concentrated on the music, Claire followed every passage with rapt attention. There was no longer any possibility of mistake. The Padini interpretation of the piece was exactly that of Anstruther. Was Anstruther, therefore, a consummate master of his art, or a showy humbug or charlatan? Could it have been possible that this new artist had been concealed in the Panton Square library 2 nights before? But on the face of it, this was absolutely impossible. Padini had only been in England a little over 48 hours, and his first appearance in London had been at a musical at home on the same night that Anstruther had played the Nocturne in Panton Square. Claire was still debating this problem in her mind when Jack returned to his seat. He looked a little pale and shaky, but the grim smile on his face was determined enough. "My dearest girl, I am going to ask you a little favor," Jack whispered. "I hope you won't think it the least rude of me, but I want you to excuse me going back with you. Can't you guess that there is something more than meets the eye here?" "I should be very blind indeed if I did not," Claire replied. "Jack, what is the meaning of this strange mystery? Either Signor Padini was at our house the other night, or my guardian learned to play that rhapsody after having had lessons from the man on the platform before us." "I may be wrong, of course," Jack said, "but I feel pretty sure that I have guessed the problem. That is why I want you to go off by yourself and leave me to play the detective so far as Padini is concerned. It is not altogether a pleasant job, but I am going to follow that fellow when he leaves the hall." So saying, Jack rose from his seat, and Claire obediently followed his example. Once outside, Jack called a cab and gave the driver his instructions. "I think that will be all right," he said. "You may expect me to come round after dinner, my darling girl. I hope you are not in the least annoyed with me, but there is danger ahead for you and me, and it is my duty to prevent it at all hazards. I declare if I had not almost forgotten one of the most important things I had to say to you. On no account are you to breathe a word of this afternoon's visit to your guardian. He is not to know that you have been with me or anybody else to the Albert Hall to-day." Claire glanced at the pale, anxious face of her lover, and gave the desired assurance. She felt perfectly safe in his hands. He would tell her all there was to be told in due course. And now for the first time she congratulated herself on the fact that her engagement had been kept a secret from Anstruther. Meanwhile Jack had returned to the back of the hall. So far as he could recollect, Padini was down on the programme for no further item that afternoon, therefore it was only a matter of waiting till the violinist emerged, and following him to his destination. But Jack had succeeded in consuming 3 cigarettes without any sign of the artist rewarding his patience. Taking half a crown from his pocket, he crossed the road and proceeded to interview the stage-door keeper. "Oh, that foreign-looking chap, is it?" the stage-door guardian said. "Signor somebody or other who plays the fiddle? Why, he's been gone the last 10 minutes." "Gone?" Jack exclaimed, with palpable dismay. "Why, I have been watching most carefully for him the last half-hour. Was he wrapped up or shawled in any way?" Whilst Jack stood arguing there, a slim young man, with fair moustache turned upwards à la German emperor, passed and repassed him hurriedly. The stranger passed into a smartly appointed hansom and vanished. "Well, there's your man," the doorkeeper exclaimed. "He must have forgotten something and returned for it." Jack muttered his thanks, parted with his half-crown, and went into the roadway thoroughly puzzled. He could not for a moment doubt the word of the doorkeeper, who was naturally an expert in a recognition of faces. As a matter of fact, the man with the turned-up moustache was the same individual who had been so mysteriously concealed in Panton Square, and who had afterwards accompanied the deaf-mute girl to Mr. Carrington's. On the stage Padini had appeared as a slight, slim man, whose face was absolutely devoid of hair. Jack stood thoughtfully in the middle of the road, wondering what to do next. His first idea was to go at once and look up Rigby. He must have been standing there a great deal longer than he had imagined, for presently he saw the smart hansom return and take its place on the rank. Here was a slice of luck indeed. Jack crossed over and hailed the hansom. "Here, I want you to drive me to the office of the Planet," he said. "I suppose you know where that is? Do you want to earn an extra half-sovereign?" "That's the way I was educated," said the cabman with a grin. "Oh, my last fare, is it? Well, I can easily answer that question. Gent with the cocked-up moustache? I have just driven him to 5 Penton Square." Jack stepped into the hansom, feeling that luck was entirely on his side. He knew now that he was on the track of something more than mere coincidence. For 5 Penton Square was no less a place than the residence of Spencer Anstruther, Claire's guardian. Here was proof positive that Padini, the violinist, a perfect stranger to London, was at any rate on terms of friendship with Anstruther. There was nothing for it now but to seek out Rigby and tell him all that had happened without delay. Rigby was found in his room at the Planet office, mournfully drawing skeletons on a sheet of blotting paper. He nodded thoughtfully as Jack came in, then, catching sight of the latter's eager face, asked what was in the wind. "I have been making discoveries galore," Jack responded. "You would hardly expect me to do that through the medium of an afternoon concert, but there it is. You have heard of this new violinist, Signor Padini, I suppose?" "Oh, yes," Rigby said indifferently. "Well, a typical class of foreign boomster, I suppose." "That is not the point," Jack proceeded to explain. "You will recollect what I told you about the empty study in Anstruther's house, from which the music proceeded in that strange, unaccountable manner. Naturally, I thought the player was Anstruther himself. Anstruther, wonderfully improved or inspired beyond all recognition, but now I know that such was not the case. Dick, there is something devilish in this strange business. The empty room, the unearthly music, the strange appearance of that young man with his deaf-mute companion, followed so closely by the death of Nostalgo. What does it all mean?" "I will give £1,000 to know," Rigby responded. "Well, I think I can tell you," Jack went on. "You will recollect the night before last, during our chance meeting at Carrington's, that I asked you to keep an eye on a young man with moustache turned up à la German Emperor. Would you be surprised to hear that this young man was no less a person than Signor Padini?" "Impossible," Rigby explained. "How could you prove such a statement?" "Well, I am going to prove it anyway. Together with Miss Helmsley, I went to hear Padini this afternoon. By some strange freak of fate, he had chosen Chopin's Rhapsody in F as his item on the programme. Directly he began to play, my mind went back to that strange, weird music in Anstruther's study. It was not I alone who noticed this subtle resemblance. In fact, Claire recognized it as soon as I did. Mind you, every musician of note has his little tricks and fancies, which are absolutely peculiar to himself. When I shut my eyes, I could literally hear Padini playing in Anstruther's house. I sent Claire home in a cab, and proceeded to wait till Padini left the Albert Hall. I missed him, of course, for Padini was a clean-shaven man on the stage. As a matter of fact, he must be a very conceited creature, seeing that in private life he wears a fair moustache. I got that from the doorkeeper. But what is more to the point, the cabman who drove me here is the same man who half an hour ago dropped Padini at Anstruther's house. Now, I would like to know what you make of that." Rigby listened thoughtfully to all that Jack had had to say. The significance of the revelations was not lost upon him. "And yet I dare say Anstruther would deny any knowledge of Padini if you asked him," he said. "Still, we know a great deal, and clever as Anstruther is, he cannot possibly conceive the fact that we are so closely acquainted with his movements. Let's go and call upon the beggar, shall we? Pretend that we want to consult him on some matter of business. Anything will do. Did you keep your cab?" "Well, yes. It occurred to me that we might want him again, and besides, the driver can prove that he left Padini at 5 Penton Square." Penton Square was reached at length. The cabman had been discreetly dropped at the corner of the street. Jack rang the bell, which was answered by Serena. In the full light of the afternoon sunshine, her strange, inscrutable face looked more haggard and strange than usual. There was the same furtive droop of her eyelids, the same pitiable shake of her hands that suggested the beaten hound that Jack had so often noticed before. He would have given much, as a writer of stories himself, to have known the secret history of this woman. Docile and tame as she appeared to be, she was still capable of passionate emotion, or the dilatation of her black pupils spoke falsely. Though she was meek and friendly enough, there was ever a suggestion that she was on her guard. "Your master in?" Rigby asked breezily. "But we know that he is. Don't you trouble about us. We will go to the study ourselves." Serena stood there as if something gripped her throat and choked her utterance. "But my master is not at home," she protested. "He has not been at home all day. Neither do I know what time to expect him tonight. I fancy he's out of town altogether." "That's rather awkward," Rigby said. "We came here on business, expecting to meet a friend of ours. I suppose you have seen nothing of him, a tall, slim young man, with rather a fierce type of moustache?" "There has been no visitor calling here to-day," Serena replied, with the air of one who repeats a well-learned lesson. "I am the only servant in the house at present, and should have known if anybody had called." Jack did not dare to glance at his companion, feeling that those dark, interrogating eyes were fixed upon his face. A sudden impulse moved Jack. He decided upon trying the effect of a swift surprise. He tapped the woman familiarly on the shoulder. "Come, come," he said with a jocular ring in his voice. "Do you mean to tell me that you have not had a visit to-day from Signor Padini?" A stifled cry broke from the woman. She clenched her hands in an attitude of pain. Chapter 10. What did she know? Nothing was said for a full minute. Serena stood there gazing from one to the other, as a child might do who finds herself in the presence of two harsh taskmasters. There was something pitiable about her hopelessness. The fighting glint had left her eyes. She stood there downcast and shaking as a slave might do. "I am afraid I do not understand what you mean," the woman said. In a way Jack was feeling very sorry for Serena. Ever since he had known Anstruther and been a friend of the household, the woman had held a certain subtle fascination for him. Though Jack had not made as yet much progress in the path of literature, he had all the quick dramatic feeling which is essential to the making of a successful novelist. It had often occurred to him that so mysterious a figure as Serena would have made a splendid character for a strong novel. He watched the woman carefully now. He saw how her breast was heaving, and what a great fight she was making to keep her emotions under control. "I am afraid I must press you for an answer," Jack said. "Signor Padini can be nothing to you, and yet you start and cry out when his name is mentioned, as if I had struck you a blow. Now tell me, was the man I speak of a visitor to this house last night? What time did he come?" "My master's business is my master's business," Serena said sullenly. "He tells me nothing. He tells nobody anything. And who am I, a humble servant like me, to ask questions of my master?" Rigby shrugged his shoulders hopelessly. He began to see that there was nothing to gain here. He nodded to Jack and half turned away. But Jack was not to be so easily suppressed. "But surely," he urged, "you would be doing no harm in telling us if a foreign gentleman called here last night." "I will tell you nothing," Serena cried. "Why do you come and bully a poor woman like this?" And yet, at the same time, though Jack knew how faithful she was to her master, he could not but feel that she was not antagonistic to Claire and himself. With a sudden impulse he pushed his way into the hall, followed by Rigby. "We all make mistakes sometimes," he said. "Now are you quite sure that you have made no mistake about your master? Mr. Anstruther is a law unto himself. He comes and goes as he likes, and it is just possible that he might have returned without you being aware of the fact. There is nothing to be frightened about. We are not here to murder him for the sake of his apostle spoons." As Jack ceased to speak, he made a swift sign to Rigby behind the woman's back, and the latter understood. He would go off to the library and see for himself if Anstruther had returned. As the hall door closed behind him, Serena rushed impulsively forward, and threw herself headlong at Jack's feet. Her attitude had entirely changed. She was no longer the half-dumb slave of circumstance, no longer a mere machine answering to the call of her master, but a living, palpitating woman. The change was so quick, so dramatic and unexpected, that Jack had no voice of protest left to him. "For heaven's sake, do not do it," Serena whispered hoarsely. "And if not that, for your own sake, I implore you to stay your hand. Oh, I am not so blind and foolish as you think. I am not the dull, stupid creature that my master takes me to be. You can deceive him where love and honor are concerned, but you cannot blind my eyes, because I have loved, alas, too well myself. Do not think that I pry and watch, for such is not my nature. And yet I know as well as if you had told me in so many words that Miss Clare and yourself are something more than friends. I cannot speak more plainly, because I dare not, but if you would save the girl you love from the terrible danger that hangs over her, you will be blind to all that goes on in this dreadful house." The words, which had begun so hoarsely and quietly, came at the finish with the torrential force of a mountain stream. Surprised as he had been, Jack's self-possession had not quite deserted him. Hitherto he had regarded the silent Serena as an old woman, but now that her face was transformed and glowing with emotions, he could see that she was still comparatively young. He could see also, and the fact gave him a vague sense of satisfaction, that this woman's sympathies were entirely with Claire and himself. "Will you get up, please?" he said, and his own voice was just a little shaky. "It is not right for a woman to kneel to a man like that. Serena, you are not what you seem. You are not a servant in the ordinary acceptation of the word. You spoke just now like a refined and educated woman. You may say that is no business of mine, and indeed I do not wish to pry into your past, but you must see that this matter cannot possibly stop here. You denied just now that Signor Pradini had been here at all. You denied the presence of your master, and yet I can hear his voice on the other side of the study door at this moment. You will perhaps also deny that you heard of number 4 Montrose Place." It was merely a bow drawn at a venture, but the shaft seemed to strike home to the feather. Serena had risen painfully and slowly to her knees. She staggered back against the table and contemplated Jack with dilated eyes. "Oh, you have gone further than I dreamed," she moaned. "You are a strong, masterful man, and I see now that nothing I can say will turn you from your purpose." "Since you have made up your mind to that," Jack said grimly, "perhaps you had better be candid with me and tell me all you know. For some time past I have felt a strong conviction that Anstruther is no better than a consummate scoundrel. Discreet as he is, I have come to the conclusion that this is no house for Miss Helmsley. I am quite certain that you would find both of us more sincere friends than the man you call your master. Why not, therefore, leave him, and throw in your lot with us?" The woman wrung her hands piteously. Jack could see the tears rolling down her face. "Oh, if I only could, if I only dared," she whispered. "And yet I cannot, even if it were only for your sakes. If you only knew what was hanging over you, but I must say no more. When that man comes to me, when I stand before him with his eyes looking into mine, I am compelled to give him up the secrets of my very soul. I wish from the bottom of my heart that—" Serena clutched at her throat with a quivering hand, as if something choked her, and rushed impulsively from the room. She had said nothing, and yet she had said so much. Her very reticence, her hesitation to speak definitely against her master, had proved conclusively to Jack what a consummate scoundrel Anstruther was. He was still debating the matter in his mind when Rigby came back to him. The latter did not speak. Instead of that, he took Jack by the arm and piloted him quietly and firmly to the front door. They were in the street before Jack could ask the meaning of this cautious conduct. "One can't be too cautious in a case like this," Rigby explained. "It was just as I had expected. Anstruther was at home. He indeed had not been out all day, which fact was proved by his still being in dressing-gown and slippers. Our usually self-contained friend had either been dissipating last night, or he has had disturbing news. At any rate, he was very pale and shaky,
and did not seem in the least pleased to see me. Not that I think that he was in the least suspicious of my visit. "Did you happen to see anything of Padini?" Jack asked eagerly. "Well, I did, and I did not," Rigby explained. "At any rate, the Italian was not in the study, though he had been there, from the simple fact that a music case and a rather jaunty-looking Homburg hat rested on a side table. Did you happen to notice if Padini was wearing a Homburg hat this afternoon?" Jack was able to reassure his friend on that point, whereupon Rigby proceeded to ask if anything had happened during the time he was left alone with Serena. Rigby listened with interest to all that Jack had to say. "That is a woman we ought to get hold of," he said thoughtfully. "Unless I am greatly mistaken, she can tell us all we want to know. As a matter of fact, she has told us a great deal, though perhaps without knowing it. At any rate, from what you say, she is quite aware of the fact that something uncanny is going on at 4 Montrose Place. I feel perfectly certain that the body of Nostalgo was smuggled away via that empty house. We know perfectly well that Anstruther is in the habit of going there, and we are equally sure that the very mention of the house filled Serena with terror. As we have plenty of time on our side, and there seems to be no immediate hurry, you and I are going to keep our eye on that place. You were very anxious last night to know what I had seen there. Well, you have plenty of pluck and courage of your own. You shall come with me presently and verify the thing for yourself." "Do you mean to say we are going to keep a vigil there to-night?" Jack asked. "That's about the size of it," Rigby answered coolly. "You had better come round to my rooms not a moment later than 10:30. Mind you, we are not going there as ourselves, but you can leave a disguise quite safely to me. Don't bring a revolver or anything noisy of that kind. Something in the way of a thick stick would be much safer. By the way, didn't you tell me that you were going to see Miss Helmsley to-night? Take my advice. Call there and dine as if nothing had happened, and directly Anstruther makes an excuse to return to his study, slip away from the house without the formality of leave-taking, and come to my place at once." It was not easy work for a straightforward fellow like Jack to sit with Anstruther on the other side of the table, discussing trivial topics as if there was nothing grim and terrible behind this picture of refined home life. Jack was conscious of carrying himself off fairly well what time Anstruther rose from the table with an excuse that he had work to do. "Please don't think I am avoiding your company," Anstruther said pleasantly, "and don't be annoyed if you hear the sound of my violin presently. As a matter of fact, my thoughts are always clearest when inspired by the sounds of music." Jack muttered something suitable to the occasion, and exchanged glances with Claire directly Anstruther left the room. Just as that genius had prophesied, the sweet strains of the violin stole from the study presently. Claire listened with an interest which was vivid and thrilling beyond words. "Now listen to that!" she cried. "Did you ever hear anything like it? Did you ever hear Mr. Anstruther play in that style and manner before? Note the little slurs, the half-hesitation, which is at once so dramatic and artistic. If you close your eyes you might swear that you are listening to Padini himself." "It really is amazing," Jack murmured. "Padini to the life. The Italian to a semitone. And yet we know perfectly well that it cannot be Padini, because at this very moment he is waiting to take his turn at the Queen's Hall concert. Claire, you must try to get to the bottom of this. I cannot possibly believe that this infernal juggling is conceived merely to satisfy the vanity of Anstruther, for, in the first place, we form so small an audience. There is something behind this much more serious than the soothing of a clever man's vanity. And now I must be off." Claire pleaded with her lover to stay a little longer, but mindful of Rigby's strict injunctions, he was fain to refuse. In the light of recent knowledge, he had no occasion to feel sure that Anstruther was still on the premises, despite the fact of those exquisite strains of music emanating from the library. He had not forgotten the strange experience in that direction 2 nights before. Still the sweet melancholy melody could be distinctly heard by Jack as he crossed the road. Rigby was impatiently awaiting his friend, and he had all the disguises sent up to his bedroom. He listened eagerly to all Jack had to say whilst artistically making himself up as a news-vendor. A glance at himself in the glass reassured Jack.
He felt pretty sure in his mind that no one could possibly recognize him attired as he was now. "What's the program?" he asked, completing the illusion with a short clap pipe. "Are we going straight away to Montrose Place?" Rigby replied that that was the intention. It was getting near to 11 o'clock before the friends reached Montrose Place. So far as they could see, they had the terrace entirely to themselves. A policeman strode majestically down the road, flashing his lantern here and there, and finally disappeared from sight. "Now's our time," Rigby said eagerly. "No chance of being interrupted for the next 10 minutes. You stand at the top of the steps, whilst I sneak down and open the window. We shall have to fumble our way upstairs, because it is by no means safe to use matches. Still, I have the geography of the house quite clear in my mind. Come along." They were in the grim, dusty house at last. Jack was conscious only of the intense darkness and musty smell of the place. Carefully piloted by Rigby, he reached the second-floor landing at length. And there Rigby grasped his arm significantly. There was no sound at first, save the scratching of mice behind the panel, or the flutter of some ragged blind swayed in the piercing draught. Then suddenly it seemed to Jack that a solemn footfall sounded in a room close by. A door opened with a pop like a pistol crack, and a long slit of light, dazzling in its brilliancy, fell like a lance upon the dusty floor. Somebody laughed somewhere, a laugh that sounded so near and yet so far away. Then the door opened wider, and a partial view of the interior of the room could be seen. Utterly taken by surprise, moved and horrified to the depth of his soul, Jack could have cried out but for the hand clapped upon his mouth like a steel trap. "Not a sound," Rigby whispered sternly. "For heaven's sake restrain yourself, and look, look." Chapter 11. The Shadow on the Wall. Jack needed no second bidding. He was only too anxious and eager to follow the direction of Rigby's outstretched finger. He was by no means lacking in the nerve and pluck which generally go to a young man of fine physique and clean habit, but there was something about the whole of this affair, a creeping suggestion of diabolical crime, such as one only encounters in the wildest realms of fiction. And yet it seemed to Jack that his reading of the daily press recalled things just as vile in everyday life. With teeth clenched firmly, with a stern resolution to do nothing very likely to precipitate what might have been a terrible catastrophe, Jack looked into the room before him. As the door was half open, and the two friends were hidden in the blackish shadow, it was possible to watch without the slightest chance of being seen. For an empty house, dusty and gloomy and deserted as it was, the room in front of our two adventurers presented a striking contrast to the rest of the place. There was no window, or at least, where the window ought to have been, something in the way of an iron shutter stood, and over this a great wealth of silken hangings was artistically arranged. As to the rest of the apartment, the furniture was directly in keeping with the abode of a millionaire. Jack did not fail to notice the rich Persian carpet, the luxurious chairs and settees of the First Empire period, the fine pictures on the walls. The walls, too, had been recently decorated, so that there was not a single jarring note to mar the harmonious whole. There were flowers, too, grouped in the corners of the room and piled cunningly around the electro-lyre standing on the centre table. "Now that is a strange thing," Jack whispered. "So far as I could see, so far as I can see now, there is no sign whatever of the electric lighting in any other part of the house. Do you suppose that these people have taken this house in the ordinary way, or is it possible that—" "Not a bit of it," Rigby replied. "They are not the sort of people to do anything as foolish as that, nor would there be any occasion to go to the expense. Depend upon it, they know all about the character of the owner of this property, and that it is not in the least likely to let, unless put thoroughly in order." "Then what about the electric light?" Jack suggested. "That would have to be put in by somebody. These people could not tap the main or anything of that kind." "There's a much simpler way than that, my dear fellow. Dr. Adamson lives next door, and I know perfectly well that he has electric light. It does not require much technical knowledge to wire a house, and anybody with a small amount of common sense could easily drill a small hole through a partition and attach a wire to one of the main lines next door. I think that explains the problem." Jack had no further question to ask for the moment. His full attention now was concentrated on the occupants of the room. There were 3 of them altogether, 2 being dressed like superior mechanics, and were evidently there for some purpose connected with machinery. The 3rd man, superior in every way to his companions, had his back turned to the door, so that it was impossible to get a glimpse of his features. He had in front of him an ingenious-looking arrangement, not unlike a magic lantern or contrivance for throwing cinematograph pictures on a screen. At a sign from him, one of the workmen drew back the silken draperies covering what ought to have been the window, and a white sheet stood confessed. "Give me the 3rd slide by your left hand," the operator commanded. "That will do. Now switch out the light." There was a click and a jerk, and immediately the whole room was plunged in darkness, save for the fierce disk of blinding light that flashed upon the screen. Almost immediately a dazzling disk was transformed to the face of a man. Jack clutched at the arm of his companion. "By heaven, do you see that?" he whispered. "It is nothing more nor less than the face of Nostalgo. Do you think this is merely a development of some novel form of advertisement, or is it possible that these fellows have hit upon some novel way of putting in posters?" But Rigby had nothing to say. He was too deeply interested in the spectacle before him. It had occurred to him for the moment that there might have been something in what Jack suggested. It was just possible also that what he took to be a large sheet was no more than a white stretch of paper. At any rate, there was no hurry. There would be plenty of time to ascertain whether the supposed sheet on the wall was paper or not. Rigby had made no reply to Jack's cogent question, but he seemed to be quite as interested as his friend. "Hang me if I know what to think of it," he said at length. "It seems to me as if these fellows were trying to work out something quite new in the way of lantern slides. Mind you, it is just possible that we are mistaken altogether in our assumption that Anstruther is carrying out some cunning rascality. These men may, after all, be no more or less than honest workmen." "I can't quite see that point," Jack replied. "Honest workmen do not, as a rule, come in this furtive way to an empty house. Besides, look at them." "That is all very well," Rigby argued, "but supposing that you were engaged upon some secret process which you did not want anybody to know anything about. And besides, Anstruther is quite a genius in his way, and there is no reason why he should not be engaged upon inventing some new process of lithography." "In that case," Jack said, "is it not a strange coincidence that they should be manufacturing these Nostalgo posters? I grant you that Anstruther is absolutely a genius, but his talents always take a sinister bent. In fact, I don't think the fellow could be honest if he tried. Still, we have plenty of time to find out." "Do you really think that is paper?" Rigby asked. "It looks to me like it." "It looks to me like it too," Jack said, "but we shall have to possess our souls in patience." "Hang me if I don't go and see," he said. "No, I don't see that there is any great danger, unless they should happen to turn up the light again, and I do not suppose they will do that until the experiment is finished." "For goodness' sake, do nothing rash," Jack implored. "From what we have already seen, we have to do with a gang who would not hesitate to cut our throats if it served their purpose." The thing, after all, was not so hazardous as Jack had imagined. Just for an instant, as if by accident, one of the shaded electrics on the wall flashed out in a pin-point of diamond light. "You clumsy fool!" growled the man behind the lantern. "What did you do that for? You might have spoiled all my work by your blundering folly." The erring workman grunted out something in the way of an apology, and a promise that he would be more careful in the future. Here, then, was Rigby's opportunity. He knew now that there was no likelihood of the light being turned on again for some time to come. All he had to do, therefore, was to creep cautiously, wriggling like a snake across the floor, until he could touch the huge screen and ascertain whether it were paper or cloth. He took a penknife from his pocket and opened a small blade. So dense was the darkness of the room by contrast with the vivid lane of light thrown upon the screen, that the journey was practically devoid of peril, so long as no one touched the switch of the electrics. Therefore Rigby crept along, his nerves braced to the highest tension, and an exhilarating sense of danger strong upon him. He could see now that the white sheet extended from floor to ceiling, the edges of it seeming black and firm like an iron plate in contrast with the brilliant white centre. He was close to it now, so close indeed that, with a cautious movement of his arm, he could touch the sheet. A single prick with the sharp point of his knife gave him all the information that he needed. It was a sheet of paper surely enough. A moment later Rigby was standing by Jack's side once more. "Paper," he whispered. "Really, this adventure is likely to prove prosaic, after all. Don't you think we are rather making a mountain out of a molehill? We know that Anstruther is a great rascal, but at the same time he is an exceedingly clever man, and, as you know, inclined to be secretive. Now isn't it just possible that our friend has hit upon some new process of photolithography, and that we are witnessing an experiment to demonstrate the value of the new idea?" "I don't think so," Jack replied. "Indeed, since you have been away, I have made something in the way of a discovery also. Mark well the picture thrown upon the screen yonder. You know what it represents, of course." "Well, naturally. I have seen the diabolical face of Nostalgia on too many posters not to be absolutely familiar with his ugly mug. Depend upon it, those fellows are printing the famous poster in some way known to themselves. Maybe we shall see that self-same sheet on some hoarding tomorrow. But that is not what I meant at all," Jack proceeded to explain. "If you are as familiar with the poster as you say you are, you will notice a considerable difference in this one. In the first place, the face is a little more in profile, and surely you must notice the difference in the hands." "Right you are," Rigby replied. "In the present instance the hands are half extended, as if in the act of clutching something. Strange that I had not noticed that before. What do you make it out to be?" "Hush!" Jack whispered. "I think our ingenious friend behind the lantern will explain that for himself." The leading operator in the room gave a short curt sign, and the brilliant lights flashed up once more. The slide was also drawn from the lantern, but the sinister features of the dark, repulsive face upon the screen did not vanish as might have been expected. On the contrary, the grim face frowned down as if it had been brushwork from the pencil of some imaginative artist. One of the workmen approached the sheet and dragged it to the floor. Then the three men in the room bent over the poster and examined it critically. "It seems to me that the hand is a little out of drawing," the leader of the trio remarked critically. "Give me the paints, the white paint, I mean." The speaker took a brush heavily charged with some white pigment and proceeded to touch up the hand. He cut this portion from the sheet and placed it in the slide of the lantern. Then another large sheet of paper was erected in front of the window, and the lights turned out again. Almost immediately there appeared upon the disk the shadow of a huge, bony hand, uplifting a dagger in a menacing attitude. A grunt of approval came from the man behind the lantern, and once more the lights were turned up. "There, what did I tell you?" Jack asked eagerly. "I am sure the different attitudes of that man's hand are meant for signs." "Indeed, it would seem so," Rigby was forced to admit. "We'd better stay here and await developments." For the next hour or so the mysterious process of printing the posters continued. It was exactly as Jack's ingenious mind had forecast. In every instance, although the dark and sinister features remained the same, the attitude of the hand was different. It was a strange and most important discovery that the two friends had made. But instead of making their task easier, the problem had become still more intricate. Was all this part of some cunning device for attracting public attention, something absolutely new in the way of advertisement, or did it signify a deeper and more sinister purpose? Jack recollected now how frequently Anstruther had alluded in his hearing to the ramifications of secret societies. With his intimate knowledge of criminality, and having every assistance from the police always at his disposal, Anstruther's acquaintance with the seamy side of life was extensive and peculiar. But was he now helping the police as usual, or was he engaged himself upon some ingenious conspiracy for the aggrandizement of himself and his satellites? It was difficult to say. It was still more difficult to prove anything, seeing that the work of printing was still proceeding in silence. If these men would only speak, if they would only utter some word which might give a clue to what they were doing, the spies would have been more satisfied. Their only hope was to watch and wait on the off chance of a careless word. They were listening so eagerly indeed that they almost failed to notice the sound of a footstep which now echoed on the stairs. They were so close to the door that anyone reaching their landing from below could hardly fail to make out the outline of their figures. Rigby had barely time to drag his companion back into the velvety darkness beyond before the newcomer was past them and had entered the room. "How now, you secret black and midnight hags?" the newcomer cried. "How are you getting on? Nobody interrupting you? Seen nothing of the police or anything of that kind?"
"No doubt as to who that is," Rigby whispered. "I should recognize Anstruther's voice anywhere. I told you he was at the bottom of this business." Anstruther stood before them, tall and distinguished in his evening dress, and there was no sign about him that he was doing anything more than pursuing a quite normal occupation.
"Not at all a bad evening's work," he said. "Are we all here, or is Carrington late again? Confound that fellow! I begin to wish we hadn't taken him into the business at all. But I do not think he is at all likely to play me false. It will be a bad day's work for him if he does."
"Carrington, too," Jack muttered significantly. "That is your rich banker friend, Dick. The plot thickens apace. It seems impossible for anybody to come in contact with Anstruther and retain his respectability."
Chapter 12. Locked in. Quite unconscious that his most dangerous enemies were so near, Anstruther carefully selected a cigarette and lighted it. He proceeded then to make a careful examination of the pile of posters at his feet, and smiled his approval. Very good indeed. Those hands stand out beautifully. Within a week's time from now the message will have been carried from London to St. Petersburg, and from Paris to Constantinople. The men I am after cannot get away from me. Whatever great capital they are in, that poster confronts their eyes like an avenging conscience. Then they realize their helplessness, and bow to the inevitable. You may doubt me if you like, but I tell you that this scheme is absolutely sure and safe." "Provided that we have the money to carry it out," the man behind the lantern grunted. "Don't forget that. Clever as you are, you can't make money by merely holding up your little finger. You promised us £1,000 when we had finished our part of the bargain, and that was completed a month ago. Of course you have got the cash in your pocket." A frown of annoyance crossed Anstruther's face. There was a clenching of his hands not unlike that depicted by the poster of the mysterious Nostalgo. He made a half-step forward. Then he seemed to get himself in hand again, and smiled carelessly. "As a matter of fact, I have not the money in my pocket. Things are not going quite as well lately as I could have wished, but it is only a matter of a day or two anyway. Nay, it is only a matter of hours. Is the woman here?" The man behind the lantern sulkily declared that he knew nothing about the woman and cared less. He asked pointedly whether they were to expect Mr. Carrington that evening, and, if so, whether his visit was likely to be attended with substantial results. "I tell you I don't know," Anstruther said angrily. "I told him to be here at 11 o'clock, but I suppose he has funked it. But the woman is a very different matter. Jacob, go into the back room and bring her in here."
"Oh, not I," the man addressed as Jacob replied. "I don't forget the last time we met. She may be milk and honey to you, but she is prussic acid as far as I'm concerned."
Anstruther stepped to the doorway and whistled softly. It might have been a call given to a well-broken dog, so careless and contemptuous was it. Indeed, Anstruther did not wait to see the result of his summons, but returned to the room with the easy assurance of a man who knows that his slightest call will be obeyed. Almost immediately the two watchers standing on the landing were conscious of a shadowy form passing close to them. They had no time to shrink back. They had not even time for surprise when a light hand was laid on the arm of each, and an eager voice began to whisper in their ears. "Rash to the verge of madness," the melancholy voice said sadly. "I warned you not to come. I implored you not to take a hand in this business. I could have settled it all for you if you had left it all to me. But youth ever will be served. Won't you go away even now and leave it all to me?" There was something so pitifully imploring in the speech that the listeners thrilled in sympathy. From the first word they had no difficulty in guessing the identity of the speaker. It was none other than Serena who was addressing them in those despairing accents. "I am afraid you are too late, Serena," Jack said. "Besides, we have someone else to consider in the business. It is possible that your efforts may be successful as far as we are concerned, but we have discovered tonight that Anstruther is plotting against the happiness of many people who are as innocent as ourselves. I tell you, we must see this thing through now. But why stay here? Why linger when your tardiness is likely to increase our trouble?" At this point Anstruther advanced towards the door and whistled again, this time more sharply. With a sigh of deep regret, Serena walked forward and entered the room. In the bright light of the apartment her face looked paler and more dejected than usual. Though Jack had seen for himself the volcano of passion and emotion of which Serena was capable when not under the influence of her employer, he could not fail to notice how tame and frightened she appeared to be now. It was as if Anstruther possessed something like a power over her. Her dark eyes seemed mechanically to follow his every movement. He had only to raise his hand, and her look followed it. "So you have come at last," Anstruther said. "How long have you been in the house?" "I came as soon as you told me, master," Serena murmured, like one who talks in her sleep. All will-power seemed to have gone out of her for the moment. "What would you have of me tonight?" Anstruther replied harshly that Serena must know perfectly well what was required of her. Nevertheless, he proceeded to detail his instructions, which were still unfinished when another footstep was heard upon the stairs, and a newcomer entered. The two watchers outside were not in the least surprised at the pale, somewhat conceited features of the violinist Padini. Indeed, they were past all surprises now. Padini had bowed with an air of exaggerated politeness to Serena. "Ha, ha, my coy fascinator!" he cried. "So I am not to be deprived of the pleasure of your company. I am not likely to soon forget the enchanting evening we spent together chez Carrington. I am sorry to be late, Anstruther, but the fact is, your English audiences are not so cold as I at first imagined. Positively, they would not let me off with less than 4 encores. Ma foi! You must have had the full value of your money in your chamber music tonight. A rare treat for Miss Helmsley. Doubtless she has noticed the marvellous improvement made by her guardian in his playing of late." The violinist chuckled as if in the enjoyment of an exquisite joke. Serena flashed him a glance of bitter hatred and contempt. "I should like to know the meaning of this," Rigby whispered. "I suppose it refers in some way to the mysterious music which you told me about last night. Do you think it possible that Serena could enlighten us on this point, as she appears to know all about it? If not, why does she look at Padini in that scornful way?" Any further signs of enjoyment on the part of Padini were cut short by an impatient oath from Anstruther. "That is mere child's play," he exclaimed. "Very clever and all that kind of thing, but an intelligent schoolboy might have done as well." Jack intimated in a whisper to Rigby that he himself stood in the position of the said intelligent schoolboy. He had a pretty shrewd idea how the thing had been managed, and to what purpose, but there would be time enough to explain all that presently. What they had to do now was to stay as long as possible and gather all they could from a careful study of the proceedings taking place in the room. It was Anstruther who first broke the silence. "Are we going to stand fooling here all night?" he exclaimed angrily. "Padini, get that exaggerated fur coat of yours off, and make yourself up to look like an English gentleman as far as possible. You will find everything necessary in the room at the back of the house. The same remark applies to you, Serena. My word, to think that a woman so pale, so haggard, as you are now, can make up to look like 18 and possess the beauty of Diana. What a pity it was you ever left the stage." The woman's face flushed angrily. There was a nervous tension about her tonight that Anstruther had never noticed before. Was she going to be defiant? He asked. Did she understand what she was doing when she proposed to measure her strength against his? But the flame still raged on Serena's hot cheeks, and her lips were still hard and mutinous. "Take care you do not drive me too far," she whispered hoarsely. "A cat is a harmless creature enough, but I read once of a cat that turned upon a man and killed him. You dare to taunt me with my past? When I think of what that past might have been but for you, I declare that I could find it in my heart to kill you. I am so weak and timid, you are so strong and brave, and yet even you must sleep at times, and a man asleep is as harmless as a babe. A spot of grey powder, a drop of liquid no larger than a pin's point, placed between your teeth, and the career of Spencer Anstruther is finished." The words were uttered with such dramatic force and intensity that even Anstruther refrained from smiling. It seemed to the listeners outside that here was a great genius lost to the stage. "I should not care to encounter that woman's hostility," Rigby murmured. "Look at the intense expression of her face. But really I hope she is not going to defy him tonight. If she does, we are likely to have trouble for our pains." But Serena's outbreak of passionate anger was over as swiftly as an April shower. She looked up in the face of her master as a dog might do that had been convicted of theft. Anstruther smiled with the air of a man who merely tolerates a passing anger of a fellow creature. It was as if he had caged this woman so that he could watch her passions and emotions as a naturalist studies the habits and ways of loathsome insects. "I suppose you must give vent to your feelings sometimes," he said. "And now that you have had a little fling, we had better get on with our business. You will go with Padini tonight to—" "No, no!" Serena cried. "I implore you to spare me that humiliation again. What have I done that I should have to endure all this? What can be possibly gained by it?" For the first time Anstruther displayed real signs of anger. "Now listen to me," he said. "Once for all, I tell you not to speak to me like this again. Do you think I have studied you all these years for nothing? Do you suppose I do not know how disloyal you are in your heart towards me? There is one class of woman who has to be ruled by fear alone, and you are one of them. You will do tonight what I ask you. Not merely tonight, but by months and years, in and out, it will be for me to order and you to obey. And whilst we are on the subject, you are to say nothing further than you have already said to Mr. Masefield. You understand what I mean?" It was quite evident that Serena understood the full significance of Anstruther's speech. Pale as her face had been before, it turned now to a still more deathly pallor. She essayed to speak, but her lips refused the office. "I don't quite follow you," she managed to stammer out at length. "If you accuse me of disloyalty—" Anstruther intimated that that was exactly what he did mean. It was rather an uncomfortable moment for Jack, listening there. He was beginning to fully realize the marvellous cunning of the man with whom he had to deal. He wondered how it was possible for Anstruther to discover the gist of his conversation with Serena that afternoon. He was saying something of this in a whisper to Rigby when Padini returned to the room. The violinist was dressed now exactly as he had been attired 2 nights before, when Jack had seen him at Carrington's chambers. His jaunty air for the moment had vanished. He looked suspicious and uneasy. Anstruther's keen eye noticed this as it noticed everything. "Now, what is the matter?" he asked. "Have you seen a ghost or something equally terrible?" "No, I haven't," Padini replied sulkily. "But I am pretty sure there is somebody in the house. I am ready to swear that I saw the shadow of a man moving on the landing outside." With a contemptuous smile, Anstruther walked towards the door. There was perhaps no immediate danger for the listeners, seeing that Anstruther evidently attached no importance to Pardini's statement. But it was just as well to be on the safe side. Rigby slipped quietly into a doorway leading to a bedroom, and dragged Jack in after him. Then he closed the door very gently and waited for further developments. He had not long to wait, for almost immediately there was a click of the latch, and Anstruther's receding footsteps melted into silence. "Well, that sets your mind at ease," Anstruther was heard to say. "If there are any birds here, I have them safely caged." With a feeling of apprehension, Rigby laid his hand on the door-knob. His worst fears were absolutely realized. He and Jack had been locked in the room. Chapter 13. The Parable. There was no help for it. They could only wait to see what circumstances had in store for them. It would have been just as well, however, to have known what was in Anstruther's mind when he locked the door. So far as the prisoners could judge, Anstruther had spoken with a kind of jocular contempt, and had apparently acted more to soothe Pardini's nervous fears than as if he had moved on the spur of his own suspicions. Rigby had not failed to notice this, and Jack was inclined to agree with him as they discussed the matter in whispers. At any rate, a quarter of an hour passed without any signs without. "Well, my friend," Rigby muttered, "you always were fond of adventures, even as a boy, and now you seem likely to get your fill of them." "I don't call this an adventure at all," Jack replied. "Not much chance of action here. The prospect of being locked up all night in this cell of a place is not at all alluring. Just try that door again." But the attempt proved abortive. It was pitch dark there, a darkness like that of Egypt which could be felt. The mere fact of the sense of sight being suspended seemed to increase the hearing of the prisoners, for they did not fail to note every word that was passing in that room across the corridor. It was plainly evident that the business arrangements which had brought those people here to-night were practically finished, for presently Anstruther could be heard walking down the stairs, shouting his final instructions as he went. A moment later, the faint slit of light which gleamed like a thread under the door of the vacant house died away swiftly, therefore proving to Jack and Rigby that the house had been plunged into darkness. It was a proof also that the conspirators had left the premises. "I think this is where we come in," Jack muttered. "We'll give them another 5 minutes or so, and then we will run the risk of striking a light. I suppose you have got some matches in your pocket?" Rigby had purchased an extra-sized box of Vestas as he came along, so that there was no trouble on that score. The liberal 5 minutes had expired before the scratching of a match and a spurt of blue flame illuminated the room. It was by no means an inviting apartment, being absolutely devoid of furniture save for a tattered carpet on the floor. The carpet had obviously been a good one in its day, in spite of the dust which lay so thickly upon it. The decorations of the walls had evidently been an expensive business. At the same time, it was quite patent that the room had been used for the storage of valuables, seeing that the door fitted close and was lined on the inside with steel. The window, too, was barred heavily, though it was far enough from the ground. "Well, we are in a nice mess," Jack muttered. "So far as I can see, we shall have to wait here till morning and then summon assistance by means of the window. In the meantime we can devote our energies to making up some ingenious story with a view to deceiving the police. So long as it is daylight, I don't think we have much to fear from Anstruther and Co. Do you think the light shows through the window?" There appeared to be no fear of that, seeing that the curtain was a comparatively thick one. Over the mantelpiece were the pipe and bracket of a solitary gas-jet. In a fit of idle curiosity, Rigby turned on the tap and applied a match to the burner. Much to his surprise, a blue fish-tail flame spurted out bright and clear. "Well, these people don't seem to have half done it," he exclaimed. "They've evidently tapped the gas much in the same way that they tapped the electric light, but why they want both beats me." "Doubtless for something like business purposes," Jack suggested. "It is pretty evident that these people have a lot of mechanical contrivances here, therefore something in the way of heaters would be necessary. My word, how close this room is!" Rigby was emphatically of the same opinion. He turned off the roaring flame of gas and pulled back the curtain from the window. He successfully fumbled for the catch, and at length managed to raise the sash. The cool, sweet night breeze was grateful to a degree after the stifling atmosphere of the room. There were no lights to be seen, for the simple reason that they were at the back of the house, and looking down into a dreary sort of forecourt formed by the houses on either side and a big building beyond. As their eyes grew accustomed to the gloom, it was possible to note the fact that the forecourt had at one time been carefully cultivated, for a broken fountain could be made out, and what appeared at one time to have been a well-tended rose-garden. "There's somebody down there," Rigby whispered. "Unless I am greatly mistaken, the said somebody is smoking a most excellent cigar. Can't you smell it?" "Of course I can," Jack responded. "These seem to be rather an aristocratic type of rascal. If you look across to the far corner, beyond that fountain place, you will see the tip of a cigar glowing like a star." It was exactly as Jack had said. They could see the cigar glowing and fading as the smoker inhaled or exhaled the fragrant tobacco, and a moment later they saw something more. Out of the gloom there approached the figure of a woman, tall, slender, and bareheaded, her dress hidden by a long black cloak that reached to the ground. She spoke quickly and hurriedly, so quickly indeed that the two men at the window found it impossible to follow what she said. They could see pretty plainly, however, and did not fail to notice the fact that the strange woman appeared to be pleading for some favour. She stretched out her long bare arms to her companion in an attitude of supplication. Her long cloak fell away from her shoulders, disclosing an evening dress of some pale transparent material. There were diamonds, too, in her fair hair. "What is the use of wasting my time like this?" the man with the cigar demanded. "You ought to have been at your destination long ago." "But I couldn't go, I really couldn't, until I had seen you again. Besides, there is no place like this, and no better spot for an interview that one wants to keep a profound secret. For instance, it is hardly possible that any prying eyes are overlooking us. I can't imagine anybody being hidden in this old house. When Anstruther locked that bedroom door just now, do you really suppose he imagined there was anybody on the premises?" The smoker responded with a contemptuous grunt. It was evident that he entertained no suspicions on that score. "Perhaps I am unduly nervous and excited tonight," the woman went on, "but I could have almost imagined that there were spies following Anstruther tonight. If I were alone and had no more pressing thing to do, I would go back into the house and unlock that door. Imagine my feelings if I really did find two spies there." "What confounded nonsense you are always talking!" the smoker burst out. "I suppose this comes of writing poetry. Who on earth do you suppose is in the house?" "How can I possibly tell? The police, perhaps, or perhaps somebody who is interested in Anstruther's beautiful ward, Claire Harmsley. I am fond of Claire, and would suffer much so that she should escape injury. Really, I could make a story out of this, Richard. I would find Mr. Jack Masefield in that room, together with his friend Dick Rigby. I would whisper to them that it would be safer for them to stay where they were for the present, and that later on I would come back and release them. Oh, what nonsense I am talking, to be sure!" The smoker affirmed this in a manner none too complimentary. "You are without exception the wildest sentimentalist I ever came across. You are trying my patience a bit too high. Why don't you go about your business and leave me to mine?" The woman laughed softly to herself, as if she was half amused by her own secret thoughts. She did not seem to notice, or perhaps she wanted to ignore, the brutal outspokenness of her companion. For some reason or other it occurred to the listeners that she was trying to gain time. At any rate, there was no longer room for doubt that she was doing her best to warn the listeners. "Can you make nothing of her features?" Jack asked eagerly. "My eyes are pretty keen as a rule, but I can discern no more than the shimmering outline of her dress. If fortune is on our side presently, we must follow her and ascertain where she lives." "That wouldn't be at all a bad move," Rigby said. "She may be a sentimentalist, and a poet into the bargain, but that does not prevent her from being an exceedingly clever woman. She is deceiving that bullying fellow in a way that is worthy of the best diplomatist." "She is going to speak again," Jack whispered. "What did she say? I quite failed to get that last sentence." Rigby replied that he had failed to catch it too, for the words were spoken in low tones which did not carry to the window above. The man laughed in the same brutal fashion, and begged the woman begone, as she was only a hindrance there. "I am going," she said. "Take care of yourself, Richard, and don't imagine that Anstruther is likely to be of much use to you when the time of danger comes. He has ever been the blighting curse that hangs over us, and something tells me that he will be your curse as well as ours." The man laughed scornfully. He did not seem to be afraid. "Evidently that woman is a very great deal cleverer than my friend gives her credit for," said Rigby. "Don't you see that she was talking to us? Her speech was merely a kind of parable. I don't know who she is or whence she derives an inspiration, but one thing I am absolutely certain about. She knows perfectly well that the pair of us are locked in this room, and she is equally aware of the fact of our identity. All we have got to do now is to smoke a cigarette each, and quietly wait till our fair friend comes and effects our release." "Haven't you any idea who she is?" Jack asked. "At any rate, there is nothing common about her. She speaks like a lady, and is most assuredly dressed like one." "I should think you are more likely to know that than I," said Rigby. "Whoever that woman is, or whatever gang of scoundrels she is mixed up with, it is quite evident that she knows Miss Helmsley well, and that she is a great friend of hers. You must know surely pretty well the full extent of Claire Helmsley's acquaintances. Can't you recognize the voice? Does not the outline of her figure give you something to go on?" "I'm afraid you have me there," Jack said. "You see, Anstruther is an exceedingly popular man. He goes a great deal into society, and naturally Claire generally accompanies him. She could not have less than 100 acquaintances she has made in this way." "Then you can't help me out in this way?" Rigby asked. Jack was emphatically of the opinion that he could not. He ran his mind over a score or two of Claire's most cherished acquaintances, but not one of them tallied in the least degree with the lady down below. Besides, the darkness rendered an actual recognition almost impossible. All the friends had to do now was to possess their souls in patience, and await the time when their mysterious friend should come to their assistance. That she would come, they felt absolutely certain. She might have been the wild, sentimental creature which the man with the cigar had called her, but at the same time she had both coolness and courage, or she would not have hit upon the ingenious method of speaking indirectly to them as she had done. "Unless I am greatly mistaken," Rigby said thoughtfully, "we are going to make a real useful friend here. What is that I see down below? Surely there is something like a carriage driven into the yard." Surely enough it was a vehicle of some kind, painted black and with not too much glittering varnish about it. So far as could be seen in the gloom, the conveyance in question was a brougham of some kind. It came into the yard with a strange suggestion of ghostliness about it, for the tires were thickly coated with rubber. The horse itself appeared to be similarly shod. "I fancy we have seen something like that before," Jack suggested dryly. "Right you are," Rigby responded. "Of course one can't be quite absolutely sure, but that looks very like the vehicle used by those people the other night. You know what I mean, the brougham I saw used by the deaf-mute and her companions the night we ran against one another at Carrington's." "Right beyond the shadow of a doubt," Jack said. "Who is this mystic conveyance for, I wonder, the man or the woman?" Evidently it was for the woman, for she stood with her long wrap fastened closely about her, whilst the man with the cigar opened the door. The horse was turned round, and vanished as it had come, without the slightest noise. Indeed, the whole thing might have been a figment of the imagination. "I hope that does not mean that our last chance has gone," Rigby suggested. "But we must have faith in our fair friend. One thing is pretty certain. If she means to come to our assistance, she is not going very far away." Chapter 14. Nostalgo again. There was silence for some time between the friends. They had speculated as far as possible on the chances of the future, and now there was no more to be said. At the same time, the situation was not devoid of elements of interest, seeing that the man with the cigar had not as yet departed. Evidently he was waiting for somebody, for he lighted a fresh cigar from the stump of his old one, and sat down on the edge of the fountain with the air of a man who knows how to possess his soul in patience. He sat thus for some time, then he stood up at length with an air of strained attention, and gave a grunt of relief. Out of the shadows there emerged another man, muffled to the eyes, and wearing a big slouch hat upon his head.
"So you have come at last,"
the man with the cigar muttered.
"I thought you were going to keep me here all night."
"It is all very well for you," the newcomer said. "You can walk about the world with your head held up. You have no occasion to hide yourself from the light of day. If only this business was done and over, you would never find me in one of Anstruther's schemes again." There was something exceedingly striking in the voice of the speaker. It was by no means an unmusical voice. The enunciation was clear and defined, but there was a peculiar rasping ring in it, a jarring, metallic discord, as if someone had struck two plates of steel together. It was a commanding voice, too, and the man with the cigar seemed to feel it.
"I suppose you know your own business best,"
he muttered in a tone which was plainly intended to be that of an apology.
"Funny thing, isn't it, that you and I should be conspiring here, within a pistol-shot of Shannon Street police station? Those chaps yonder are still scratching their heads over the disappearance of the man they call Nostalgo."
The other man laughed. His voice rang as an echo rings in a cave. He laughed again, a little more gently.
"Yes," he said, "we could throw a very blinding light on that mystery. Have they offered any reward for the discovery of the body?"
"Oh dear, yes," the other man chuckled.
£200, and a free pardon to any accomplice not actually connected with the outrage. Wouldn't it be a fine thing to earn that reward?" "I'll think it over and see if we can't manage it," said the newcomer. "Fancy hoodwinking the police in that way. All the same, I don't quite like this reward business. It's just the thing to appeal to that scoundrel Redgrave. Anstruther never made a greater mistake than when he took Redgrave into his confidence. That fellow would do anything for a few £100.
"Well, you will have an opportunity of sounding him presently. He is coming to see you about those West African bonds. As for myself, I have business of greatest importance in the East End. I only stayed here till you came, because Anstruther said that it was absolutely imperative for you to have these papers tonight." So saying, the speaker took a small packet from his pocket and handed it over to his companion. He turned away, and a moment later had vanished into the night. The sole remaining man appeared to be restless and ill at ease. As he paced up and down the ragged and deserted forecourt, the two friends, cautiously peeping through the upstairs window, could see that he was lame, and that one shoulder was higher than the other. He was muttering to himself, too, in some foreign language that conveyed nothing to the listeners. He came to a pause presently, and fumbling in his long coat, produced a cigarette case and a box of matches.
"I wonder if I really dare,"
he muttered, this time speaking in English slightly flavoured with a foreign accent.
"Surely no one can see me. Surely I can be safe in this swell of a place. If only I could manage without matches."
But there has been no way yet invented of lighting tobacco without matches. As the match flared out, the stranger's face was picked out clean and clear against the velvet background of the night. As if in full enjoyment of his tobacco, the man threw his head back and filled his lungs with the fragrant smoke. He had not yet dropped the match, so that its rays caught full the upturned face. So clearly did the face stand out that the whole action might have been conceived with the idea of giving the watchers a perfect view of it.
"What do you make of that?"
Jack whispered excitedly.
"Don't ask me to say, because I know the man as well as I know my own father. The point is, do you know him?"
"I should say that everybody in London does," Rigby responded,
"seeing that the face has been glaring down on London for the past 2 months. Yonder man is Nostalgo, and none other.
"No mistake about that," Jack said. "In that strange, weird light, what an awful face it is! And yet there is something about it, too, some half-pathetic suggestion that almost removes one's feelings of repulsion." "I have noticed that, too," Rigby said. "But why did you not tell me that our mysterious friend was practically a hunchback?" "But he wasn't," Jack protested. "I am absolutely certain that the man I found apparently dead, close to Penton Square, 3 nights ago, was as straight and well set up as you or I. Why, I helped to put him in the ambulance. I saw his body laid out in the mortuary at Shannon Street Police Station. I am prepared to swear that that man was without a physical blemish, and I am quite sure that Inspector Bates will bear me out on this. And yet that man down there smoking his cigarette is as misshapen as Richard III." As to this point there was no question. The man below was pacing quietly up and down the forecourt in the full enjoyment of his cigarette, and little heeding the curious watchers overhead. It was easy to see that, so far as physical development was concerned, he had been but ill-favoured by fortune. One leg was considerably longer than the other, causing the fellow to shuffle along with a sideways motion not unlike that of a crab. "Unless that fellow is a bold contortionist, we have evidently 2 nostalgos to deal with," Rigby said thoughtfully. "And yet it seems impossible there can be 2 faces like that in the world. One thing is pretty certain. The supposed dead body you conveyed to Shannon Street Police Station the other night must have been very much alive. If we could only get away from here to follow him—" "Not much occasion to trouble about that, I am thinking," Jack said. "This man is evidently a tool or accomplice of Anstruther's. I am certain we shall see him in Penton Square sooner or later. As to the man Redgrave they were speaking about just now, I happen to know all about him. He used to be in Anstruther's employ as a kind of secretary, a clever, well-educated fellow whose weakness was drink. Ha! Here comes another one." Surely enough, another figure crept into the forecourt. Nostalgo, if he it was, paid no heed to the stranger for a moment or two. In a half-timid fashion the man who had just entered the forecourt bowed to his misshapen companion, and intimated that he awaited his pleasure. Nostalgo turned upon him with a snarl. "So they have sent you after all," he said. His clear, ringing voice vibrated with contempt. "Is this the best thing Anstruther can do at a critical moment like this? I want a man, not a miserable coward like you. Besides, I don't trust you. I never shall trust you again, and unless I am greatly mistaken, you have been drinking." "We are in luck again," Jack whispered. "This is the very man I spoke about, Redgrave in the flesh. Are we going to learn anything, I wonder?" The newcomer protested whiningly that not one drop of ardent liquor had passed his lips that day. "You miserable prevaricating hound!" Nostalgo cried. "Go back to Anstruther, and say that I will have none of you. Tell your master that my time is short, and that an hour from now will make all the difference. He knows that I dare not stay. He knows what hideous disaster even the slightest delay may produce, and yet he sends you, of all men, to help me in this crisis." "But Anstruther cannot possibly do anything else," Redgrave whined. "It is absolutely imperative that he should be at Carrington's by midnight. Carrington is not to be trusted. He wants watching as carefully as a cat watches a mouse. You will have to put up with me, sir." Nostalgo paced up and down the dreary forecourt with the air of a man who is deep in thought. His limp and straggling gait was by no means lost upon the watchers overhead. He came to a halt at length, and sat on the edge of the broken fountain, his head upon his hands, deeply immersed in thought. He might have been a graven statue, so rigid and still was his figure. The effect of this upon the cowering, watching Redgrave was peculiar. There was something of the cat in his own movements as he came inch by inch nearer to Nostalgo. It was as if a child was timidly making overtures to a dog of uncertain temper. Near and nearer Redgrave came, till he was standing directly over the bent figure of his companion. He might have been miles away for all the heed that Nostalgo gave him. Then, quick as thought, and with a snarling, savage cry that echoed strangely between the four walls of the forecourt, Redgrave fell furiously and with headlong impetuosity upon the doubled-up figure of his prey.
"I have got you now, you misshapen devil!" he screamed. "You are going to be worth at least £200 to me to-night."
Utterly taken by surprise, Nostalgo collapsed under the sudden and furious assault. Something gleamed and flashed in the uncertain light, and the horrified onlookers from the window above saw that Redgrave had a knife in his hand.
"You poisonous scoundrel!" Rigby yelled. "Drop it, I say! Drop it, or it will be the worse for you!"
But Rigby might have been speaking to the wind. He yelled again and again, yet the two men below, locked in a deadly embrace, did not appear to heed. Indeed, it was more than probable that they could hear nothing at all. More by great good fortune than anything else, Nostalgo had managed to grip the hand that held the knife, and was holding it in a tenacious clutch. Over and over the pair rolled, like two hungry dogs fighting for a bone, their clothes torn and mud-stained, their features grimed almost beyond recognition. It was a grim and gruesome sight to the two eager watchers. A sense of helplessness, a wild desire to do something, was upon them, but they might just as well have been fettered prisoners, for all the use they were.
"If only we could open this door!"
Rigby sighed passionately.
"If only that mysterious lady could come to our assistance!"
It was like a prayer that was answered. There was a click, a sudden wide swinging open of the door, and a lady in evening dress came headlong into the room.
"Quickly, quickly!" she panted. "Oh, it does not matter who I am or where I came from. If you would not have the destruction of a man's soul on your conscience, come with me at once."
Chapter 15. Lady Barmouth. Quick as the whole thing had been, the action on the part of the fair stranger had not taken Rigby by surprise. He had half expected some development of this kind. He was ready for the dramatic moment, and took full advantage of it. Almost before the lady was in the room, he had applied a match to the gas-burner, and turned it full on. There was a quick, flashing vision of someone magnificently attired, for the white diaphanous drapery and the gleaming diamonds showed from where her wrap had parted at the neck. Perhaps she dimly comprehended the significance of Rigby's manoeuvre, for she turned somewhat scornfully from the hissing gas-jet.
"Oh, there is no time for that,"
she cried.
"It can matter little or nothing who I am, at any rate for the present.
Did you follow me just now? I hope you understood that I was speaking to you." "We gathered that, madam," Rigby said politely. "But really we are wasting time in idle compliments." The stranger's face fairly beamed with gratitude. She turned and pointed in the direction of the door. There was no need whatever for further words. The friends knew exactly what she wanted. The gesture was eloquent enough. The lady who had so strangely and unexpectedly come to the assistance of the friends intimated to them as plainly as words could speak that there was no time to be lost, and that the sooner they were off the premises the better. Jack did not wish to delay. He had no desire to be caught like a rat in a trap, nor for a moment did he forget the fact that this woman who spoke in parables had risked much to come to their assistance. On the other hand, Rigby, being cooler and more collected than his friend, and, like a journalist, more prone to go into details, was disposed to linger for explanations. His hesitation was by no means lost on the fair stranger. Once more she pointed to the door, this time with an imperious gesture.
"Oh, why do you hesitate?" she murmured. "Why do you stand like a schoolboy staring into a shop window? I know you are here for some desperate purpose. I can more than guess the reason for your visit. You are men of intellect and understanding, therefore you must clearly see the danger of even an instant's delay."
The lady turned away as if she had finished. Jack might have found it in his heart to be a little ashamed of Rigby, but after all, the temptation to give way to curiosity was absolutely overwhelming. Jack pulled himself together at length, and dragged angrily at Rigby's arm. He felt just a little inclined to flush under the contemptuous gaze of their beautiful rescuer. "Oh, do come along," he said. "My dear Dick, you are positively guilty of bad taste in this matter." "Really, I beg your pardon," Rigby said humbly, "but you can quite understand my feelings. Good night, madam." Despite the wild hurry-scurry and the excitement of the moment, Jack had not failed to notice the exquisite beauty of the strange woman's face. She was quite young, about 25 or thereabouts, and yet her fair face, without a line or wrinkle in it, had a suggestion of the Madonna, as of one who had suffered much. She flew down the stairs, heedless of the darkness, and into the forecourt beyond. "Pray to heaven we are not too late," she said. "It seemed to me just now that I was barely in time, but surely—" The woman stopped, and passed her hand across her face, just as one does who wakes from an evil dream. And in sooth she had cause enough for her astonishment. Where two bodies had been locked in a death struggle a minute before, only one remained now. The other had vanished utterly, and it needed only a cursory glance to see that the form lying there was not the misshapen outline of Nostalgo. "This is amazing," the fair stranger said, as she bent over the body of the unconscious man. She did not appear to be the least afraid now. All her coolness had come back to her. She suggested a trained nurse on the battlefield. "Surely my eyes did not deceive me. Surely I saw two men in a death struggle there as I came into the courtyard." "There is not the slightest doubt about that," Jack murmured. "Why, we were actually watching the fight at the very moment you opened the door. Do you know who this fellow is?" The lady shook her head, but Jack noticed that she did not repudiate all knowledge of the stricken man. "I can tell you if you want to know," she said, "but we can discuss that point later on. What we want to know now is how far this man has suffered from his injuries." Heedless of the dust and dirt, heedless of her resplendent attire, the lady had thrown herself on her knees beside the prostrate body. She laid her hand upon his heart, and bent her head down, listening intently. "At all events, he is not dead," she said. "Neither can I see any sign of a wound. He has evidently been stunned by some tremendous blow. Ah, see, he stirs." The injured man opened his eyes in a feeble, spasmodic kind of way, and gazed languidly about him. Rigby, fully alive to the possibilities of the situation, grasped Jack by the arm. "My dear fellow," he exclaimed, "you say you know that man, and naturally he knows you. Do you think it wise to remain in sight, and thus give him a chance to recognize you?" Redgrave lay as if lost to all consciousness once more. Despite her dreamy, Madonna-like face, the strange lady was not blind to the danger of the situation. "I think you are quite right," she whispered hurriedly. "It would never do for this man to recognize you. I feel sure that heaven has sent you both to be my friends in the hour of my deepest despair. Who and what I am can be explained presently, but that man is coming to very fast, and it were far better if he did not see you." Rigby nodded his emphatic approval. Together with Jack, he withdrew behind the shelter of a clump of bushes, where it was possible to hear everything without being seen. Meanwhile Redgrave had raised himself to a sitting position, and with his back to the fountain was stupidly contemplating the fair figure before him. "I suppose you can understand what is said to you?" the lady asked. "For instance, you can't tell me what brings you here to-night."
"I dare say I could if I liked," Redgrave groaned. "But I am not going to do anything of the kind. This comes of having women mixed up in a business like ours."
"Woman or not, that has nothing to do with your murderous assault on a harmless stranger just now. It is absurd for you to deny any knowledge of me. You have heard of Lady Barmouth before?" Behind the shelter of the bushes, Jack nipped Rigby's arm significantly. He had learned something now. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. "Of course you have heard of Lady Barmouth often enough. I have never met her myself, but I have often heard Claire speak about her. A beautiful South American girl, I believe, married to a sulky brute who never goes outside his house from one year's end to another. I don't know whether he drinks or what it is, but I fear that Lady Barmouth has a very bad time of it." Jack would have probably volunteered more information on this point, only the cross-examination of Redgrave had begun again, and he did not wish to miss a word that he said. "It is idle to prevaricate with me," Lady Barmouth was saying. "I will ask you nothing as to your late encounter, because it is evident that you had greatly the worst of it, and that your would-be victim has escaped. But what is more to the point, I want to know what has become of my brother."
"Your brother?"
Redgrave stammered, as if utterly taken aback by the suddenness of the question.
I don't know in the least what you mean."
"Oh, what is the use of wasting your time and mine like this?" Lady Barmouth cried. "My brother came here by special appointment to meet Mr. Spencer Anstruther, and I came on my own self-initiative to see what my brother was doing." Here was fresh information for Jack and his companion. It mattered little for the present who Lady Barmouth's brother was, but evidently she had greatly mistrusted him, hence her appearance in the courtyard to-night. It was therefore by no means difficult for the friends to guess that the aforesaid brother had been the man who had so lately accused Lady Barmouth of being a sentimental fool. The night's work was being by no means wasted.
"I know nothing whatever about your brother,"
Redgrave said sulkily.
"And I know nothing about Anstruther either. The man who was here just now, the man who made that murderous attack on me, I mean, was a perfect stranger. But this is no place for a lady like you. You had better go home and keep out of this sort of scrape for the future."
So saying, Redgrave scrambled painfully to his feet, and lurched off in the direction of the doorway leading to the lane beyond. It was only when they were satisfied that he had absolutely departed that Rigby and Masefield emerged from their hiding-place and joined Lady Barmouth. There was a sad, wistful expression on her face. "You heard all that," she said. "Mind you, I am assuming that you are no parties to the vile conspiracy of which Anstruther is the head. I should like to have your assurance on that point before I proceed any further."
"If there is one man in the world whom we desire to expose and render harmless for the future, it is Spencer Anstruther,"
Jack said vehemently.
"But how did you know we were here at all?"
"Because I happened to be in the house when you came," Lady Barmouth explained. "I caught sight of your faces as you moved in front of the light proceeding from that room upstairs, and I divined by a sort of instinct that you did not belong to Anstruther's gang. Then it came to me that I had seen one of you gentlemen before in the company of Miss Helmsley. I think, sir, I may be pardoned if I assume that Miss Helmsley is something more than a friend of yours."
"To be perfectly candid with you, we are engaged to be married. Only it is a profound secret at present," Jack explained. "After telling you so much, I think you might be equally candid with us."
"Indeed I will!" Lady Barmouth exclaimed. "Anyone to whom Claire Helmsley has given her heart must be a good and true man. As I told you just now, I saw you on the stairs. I also heard what that strange man said about there being spies in the house. I saw you creep into the room, and I saw Anstruther lock the door upon you. The rest you know for yourselves."
"But that does not explain why you are here," Rigby ventured to suggest.
"Why I am here to-night I cannot even tell you," Lady Barmouth said in low, nervous tones. "The secret is not mine. It concerns one I love more than anybody else in the world. One thing I can tell you. Claire Helmsley is in great danger so long as she remains where she is living now. You must get her away, Mr. Masefield. You must get her away at any cost."
Jack nodded gravely. He had not been blind to this danger for some time. What he wanted to know now was if Lady Barmouth had any idea of the identity of the man who had successfully got the better of Redgrave. But on that head Lady Barmouth could say nothing. She had returned for the express purpose of relieving Masefield and Rigby from their awkward situation, and in so doing she had come quite unexpectedly upon the combatants. Even in the dim light she had seen that a murderous struggle was taking place, and this being so, had hastened headlong upstairs with a view to securing assistance. More than this she could not possibly say.
"What we want to do," Rigby suggested, "is to go away quietly somewhere and discuss this matter thoroughly. I need not point out to your ladyship the manifest danger of staying here. Anstruther or any of his tribe may be back at any time, and then we shall be caught like rats in a trap." "That matter is easily settled," Lady Barmouth replied. "Could you come home with me? It is by no means late yet, and you would not be long in getting rid of those disguises of yours. They are excellent disguises, but they did not prevent me recognizing you, Mr. Masefield." "There is no deceiving a clever woman," Jack smiled. "I should like nothing better than a chance to discuss this matter at length, but Lord Barmouth, would he not think it somewhat singular that two strangers like ourselves—" "Nothing of the sort," Lady Barmouth cried eagerly. "My husband never goes outside the house. He is suffering from a trouble so terrible that I try not to think of it if I can. I may, however, tell you that his trouble is intimately connected with the black business that brings us here to-night. It may seem to you that I am a mere frivolous society butterfly. Ah, if only you knew." The trio had worked their way into the street by this time. A private hansom stood a little way down the road. Lady Barmouth smiled a little as she contemplated her two companions. "I am afraid we should be a suspicious-looking party in the eye of a passing policeman," she said. "No, I think it would be just as well if I walked to my hansom alone. Then you can go back to your rooms and attire yourselves as English gentlemen should be attired at this time of the evening. Then you can come to my house. I will tell the servants I am expecting 2 friends to supper. You know the address." Jack intimated that he knew the address perfectly well. The suggestion was by no means a bad one. There could be no possible suspicion aroused by the fact that Lady Barmouth was having 2 friends to share her late meal. The clocks were striking 12 as Jack and his companion walked up the steps of the big house in Belgrave Square. Chapter 16. The bosom of her family. A resplendent footman took the names of the callers and preceded them to the drawing-room. It was no uncommon thing for Lady Barmouth to invite a score or so of friends to supper after a reception or theatre. The footman intimated that his mistress was alone now, and that she was at present in the hands of her maid, therefore the callers had ample time to study the surroundings of so mysterious a person as Lord Barmouth. That remarkable man, as everybody knew, had only been married a little over 2 years. 2 years ago he himself had been a more or less popular figure in society. In the first place, he was exceedingly rich, by no means ill-looking. In fact, he was a remarkably fine type of an all-round athlete. He was a triple blue at Oxford, a wonderfully keen shot, and a dashing polo player. At his house in the Shires his hunters were noted, as likewise were his coverts. 2 years ago any man would have esteemed it a privilege to call himself Lord Barmouth's friend, and be free of his guns and his horses. But now all this was changed. Barmouth had gone away to South America with a view of something new in the way of sport. Naturally his movements were followed carefully by the society papers. They chronicled all his doings faithfully, and presently Belgravia was officially informed of the fact that Barmouth was in Mexico, where he had become engaged to be married to the daughter of a settler there, an Englishman of good family, who had taken unto himself a Mexican wife. 3 months later the announcement of Barmouth's marriage was in the Times. It was understood that he was not coming home quite yet. Indeed, something like 2 years elapsed before the big house in Belgrave Square was set in order for the owner and his bride. The strange whisperings and muttered scandal began at once. But on one point society was in perfect accord. Whatever trouble hung over the household, it could not possibly be a fault of Lady Barmouth. The woman was a lady to her finger-tips. She took her part naturally and easily in society. She fell into her place like one to the manner born. As everybody expected, there was nothing lacking in the lavish hospitality which had always been a tradition of the Barmouths. Men went down to their country houses in the winter to shoot and hunt. Men and women came to Belgrave Square to lunch and dance and dinner. There was no more popular figure in society than Lady Barmouth. And there it seemed to end. From the day of his arrival in England until the present moment, not a soul had looked upon Lord Barmouth, with the exception of his wife and his faithful valet. What was the source of the trouble nobody knew, and nobody guessed. It was in vain to try to bribe the servants, for they were just as much in the dark as anybody else. It was perhaps a mistake to say that nobody had ever seen Lord Barmouth, for occasionally he entered the dining or drawing rooms when some very old friends were there, but previous to his entry the lights were always turned out. Whether this was due to some strange form of disease, or perhaps some phase of madness, was a point never explained. Lady Barmouth, beyond a cold statement that her husband was suffering from a peculiar malady, said nothing, and indeed it would have been in very bad taste to have asked. It had only been a 9 days' wonder after all, and it mattered little to society in general, so long as the hospitality of the house of Barmouth did not suffer. It was under the roof of a man like this that Rigby and Jack found themselves as a fitting end to a night of amazing adventure. There was nothing to denote a discordant spirit in the house. Here was the magnificent suite of drawing-rooms, brilliantly lighted and luxurious to a degree, on the walls of which were pictures of price. There was about the house the decorous, smooth, velvety silence which seems to be tradition in all well-ordered establishments. It seemed almost impossible to believe that the sinister wing of tragedy should hang over a home like this. A few minutes later Lady Barmouth came into the room. "I am sorry to keep you waiting," she said, "but I have been having a little chat with my husband. As I have already intimated to you, his misfortunes are not altogether unconnected with this Anstruther business. My dear husband has suffered cruelly at the hands of certain people. Indeed, so cruelly has he suffered that he seems to have lost all life and hope altogether. Ah, if you had only seen him as I saw him for the first time 2 years ago! There is one thing, however, I will ask you to do. Pray do not say a word to him as to the circumstances in which we met to-night." "Then we are to have the pleasure of seeing Lord Barmouth?" Jack exclaimed. "I quite understood that he—" "This is an exceptional case altogether. In the strict sense of the word you will not see my husband, but he desires the privilege of a few words with you. Now let us go into the dining-room and talk this matter over. There will be no servants present. It is the one meal of the day which I prefer to partake of without the presence of one's domestics." The dining-room was not the usual apartment devoted to state feasts, but a small room on the first floor, cosily and comfortably furnished, and more with an eye to confidences than anything else. The servants were absent, as Lady Barmouth had intimated, so that it was possible to discuss the events of the evening without the chance of being overheard. "Now tell me candidly," Lady Barmouth said at length, "have you any ideas to offer as to that mysterious disappearance from Shannon Street police station? I am asking you this, Mr. Masefield, because it was you who actually found the body of the man whom most people speak of as Nostalgo. Really now, was that unfortunate man so very like the wonderful poster of which London has had to say so much of late?" "The likeness was amazing," Jack explained. "It quite frightened me. Talking about the poster in question, there is another likeness that I have not failed to note. Of course, if you put the man I mean and the poster side by side, nobody could possibly see the resemblance, but in moments of anger there is a strong likeness between the poster and Spencer Anstruther. Don't laugh at me, Lady Barmouth. I assure you it is absolutely true." But Lady Barmouth was by no means in the way of laughing at Masefield. Her pale face took on a still more creamy pallor. The pupils of her dark eyes were strangely dilated. "That is a most strange and wonderful thing," she said, as if speaking to herself. "Mr. Masefield, it is most fortunate that we met to-night. You have just told me something which will prove of the utmost value later on. We will not discuss that now, there is no time. But there is one thing that I am going to ask you to do for me. I want you to influence Claire Hounsley in my favour. I have taken a great fancy to her. Indeed, I like her far more than any girl in London. This is all the stranger because I believe I am in a position to do her a great service. I know that I am in a position to do her one. But one stipulation I make, and that is, She must be told everything." Jack hesitated. It would be indeed a dangerous thing to acquaint Claire with all that had happened so long as she was under the same roof as Spencer Anstruther. She was not accustomed to restrain her feelings and emotions, and with his swift, subtle instincts Anstruther would find out that there was something wrong immediately. Jack pointed this out to Lady Barmouth at some length. "I don't think so," she said thoughtfully. "Claire is a clever girl. She is in splendid health, and not the least likely to fear Anstruther or anybody else. It is, of course, not nice to have to play a part, but think of the information that Claire could glean for us so long as Anstruther regards her as little more than a child and behaves to her accordingly." "Believe me, I am only too anxious to get at the bottom of this dreadful business," Jack said earnestly, "and there is nobody more anxious than I am to get Claire outside the sphere of Anstruther's influence altogether. Still, I am quite willing to try. I will see Claire to-morrow and tell her everything." Lady Barmouth's face beamed with a delight that was almost childish. She looked and acted like one who had had a great weight taken off her mind. That Jack had come to a wise decision she felt certain. She was saying so, speaking very briskly and freely, when the lights of the room were extinguished by some invisible agency, and the apartment left in utter darkness, save for the wood fire which smouldered on the hearth. "I do hope you have all finished," Lady Barmouth cried. "It is quite evident that my husband thinks so, or the lights would not have been extinguished by turning off the switch outside the door." Both Jack and Rigby muttered something to the effect that they had finished. Lady Barmouth produced a tiny silver spirit lamp from the sideboard, the blue flame of which was little larger than a pin's point, sufficient to light a cigarette, but insufficient to illuminate a scrap of paper a foot away. In silence the cigarettes were handed round, and the well-trained voice of a servant was heard announcing Lord Barmouth. A closely muffled figure crept into the room, and proceeded to bury itself in a big arm-chair by the side of the wood fire. "These are my friends, Mr. Rigby and Mr. Masefield," Lady Barmouth said cheerfully. "I have told them that you would like to have a few words with them, George. You will find these gentlemen willing to speak quite freely." "That is indeed good of you." The deep, clear, ringing voice came from the fireplace. "I have been praying for something like this for the last 12 months. Still, it is more with Mr. Masefield and Mr. Rigby that I wish to speak. You have made a great discovery to-night, I understand. You have found out the source of those nostalgo posters." "I think I have done more than that," Jack explained. "I have not only discovered their source, but I know where they are printed, and the process of their manufacture. If you like to put yourself in my hands and accompany me to-morrow night, you shall see the whole scheme for yourself." Lord Barmouth was of opinion that it was not wise in the circumstances to take any such step. He cross-examined Jack at considerable length, his questions being pointed with marked intelligence. At the same time he said little or nothing about himself. Lady Barmouth sat there, smiling behind the cover of the darkness, infinitely glad to see her husband taking an interest in the affairs of life once more. "Don't you think it is rather late to-night?" she suggested. "Besides, we are going too fast. With your intimate knowledge of the situation, and with the help of these gentlemen, surely we can devise some scheme for getting the better of that fiend Anstruther." "Aye, you are right," Barmouth said, his deep voice ringing through the room. "I see a way now, a way as clear as daylight." In his passionate emotion he dashed his foot forward, so that the point of his shoe came with force against one of the logs in the grate. A blue flame spurted up, and died as suddenly as it had come. Jack and Rigby rose to leave. No sooner were they outside than Jack clutched his companion's arm eagerly. "Did you see nothing?" Jack whispered. "By heaven, Lord Barmouth and the nostalgo we saw in the forecourt to-night are one and the same person." Chapter 17. Which man was it? Rigby's astonishment was frank and undisguised. It was quite evident that he had noticed nothing suspicious about the look or attitude of Lord Barmouth. Indeed, he had been on the far side of the table when the master of the house had entered the room, but he was not altogether prepared to accept Jack's statement unless he could verify it by something more than a mere expression of opinion. "Are you quite sure of that?" he asked. "Mind you, this is an exceedingly important matter, and if what you say is true, we have opened up a quite fresh development of the mystery." "I am absolutely certain of it," Jack declared. "I had not the least idea of anything of the kind till we were both on our feet ready to go. It was at this point, you will remember, that Lord Barmouth displayed some feeling, and accidentally touched the logs of wood on the fire with his foot. In the spurt of flame which followed, I had a perfect view of his face." "Would you mind describing what you saw?" Rigby asked. "You have only to look at the nearest poster displaying the features of Nostalgo, and your question is answered. It was only a flash, but the face was impressed upon my mind in the most vivid fashion. There was the same sinister expression of face, the same repulsive twist of the mouth, the same inexpressible gleam of the eyes. You know what I mean. The whole thing was exactly as we see it on half the hoardings in London. Of course, it is the face of a leering Mephistopheles, and yet, I don't know, it occurred to me that there was something very pathetic and at the same time kindly about Barmouth's aspect. You know what I mean. Imagine a kind-hearted, good-natured actor made up as repulsively as possible, and yet with the suggestion of his natural disposition behind him." "Yes, I fancy I understand what you mean," Rigby replied thoughtfully. "But you don't suggest that the man really was made up, do you?" Jack replied that he did and he didn't. There was something unreal about Barmouth, and yet it was impossible to believe that that sinister face was anything except just as nature made it. The friends walked along side by side in silence before another idea occurred to Rigby. "It seems to me," he said, "that we must believe in the existence of two Nostalgos. The one you found near Penton Square was dead. In fact, the police sergeant testified to the fact. How or by what means that man's body was so mysteriously spirited away, we are not very likely to find out. At any rate, it is quite fair to assume that his friends had some desperate reason for spiriting the body away. Therefore, we may logically infer that Lord Barmouth cannot possibly be the same man you saw in Penton Square."
"That is a very fair assumption," Jack admitted. "But to carry your argument a bit further, we are bound to assume that there are no less than 3 Nostalgos. The suggestion is almost farcical, but there it is."
"What do you mean by 3? Rigby asked.
"Well, don't forget the man we saw in the forecourt of the house in Montrose Place. No mistake about his being a Nostalgo."
"Quite so," Rigby admitted. "I am with you there. But how do we know for certain that Nostalgo number 2, so to speak, and Lord Barmouth are not the same man? Did you notice anything strange about the appearance of Barmouth as he came into the room to-night? That he was hump-backed or misshapen in any way?" Jack was bound to admit that he had not noticed anything of the kind.
"I don't think we shall ever do much good unless we go direct to the fountain-head," Jack said thoughtfully.
"Mexico!" Rigby cried. "I see exactly what you mean."
"Mexico it is. We know perfectly well that when Barmouth went off to Mexico 2 years ago on a sporting expedition, he was a normal man like you and me. If he had been so terribly disfigured by birth or accident as he appeared to-night, we should have known it. A man in his position, with an infirmity like that, cannot hide it from the light of day. To carry the thing to a logical conclusion, if Barmouth had been like that when he went away, why should he be so dreadfully troubled about it now?"
Rigby applauded this sound reasoning. He could see that Jack had something on his mind, and urged him to proceed.
"I don't quite know what to make of it," Jack said. "As I observed just now, we seem to be face to face with the fact that there are 2 or 3 Nostalgos, and for all we know to the contrary, there may be a score more knocking about London. It has occurred to me more than once that these men must belong to some secret society."
Rigby was inclined to laugh at the idea. On being asked by Jack to explain what he saw that was fatal to the theory, he replied logically enough that such a thing was out of the question. "My dear fellow, just think what you are saying!" he exclaimed. So far as my reading teaches me, the great object of a secret society is to be secret. Besides, you don't suggest for a moment that these men belong to any particular tribe, especially as we know perfectly well that Lord Barmouth, who is an Englishman, belongs to them. Nor would you want me to believe that these men are in the habit of having their faces operated upon by some ingenious doctor, so that they are in the position to recognize one another when they meet? Jack was bound to admit that Rigby had the facts entirely upon his side. It seemed absolutely childish to believe that sane men would do this kind of thing, especially when it was very evident that these various nostalgos were only too anxious to hide themselves from the light of day. Rigby did not pursue his advantage. He was quite content to judge that his argument had prevailed from the expression of Jack's face. "But we need not carry that argument any further," he said. "I judge from your expression that you have another theory." "I was just coming to that," Jack said. "We will assume for the sake of argument that when Barmouth went to Mexico he was without blemish of mind or body. That being so, he must have met with some terrible adventure, which has resulted in this terrible disfigurement. Mind you, it is a disfigurement. It certainly is not natural. For instance, no three men could possibly have faces like that as the result of a freak of nature. What I am trying to think is this: Barmouth got mixed up in some hideous secret society, and that he either carries on his face the badge of the tribe, or he has been purposely disfigured out of revenge for some dereliction of duty. However, this is only speculation after all, and we can do nothing till we have some fresh facts before us." "I am inclined to think very highly of your theory all the same," Rigby said. "There is no questioning the fact that we have to look towards Mexico for an elucidation of the mystery. By Jove, I have nearly forgotten something. Wouldn't it be a good thing to find out if Anstruther had ever been to Mexico?" "Of course it would," Jack exclaimed. "I'll see to that. I will go to Anstruther's tomorrow night and learn there. It will be hard indeed if I am unable to answer your question next time we meet." It was fairly late the following afternoon before Jack found himself in Penton Square again. He had practically promised Lady Barmouth to tell Claire everything, but a natural reflection had shown him that this was not quite prudent. Not that he objected to take Claire into his confidence, but what he greatly feared was the girl's inability to control her feelings in the presence of Anstruther after she had learned everything. But as Jack looked into the face of his betrothed, his doubts gradually vanished. It was a courageous as well as beautiful face, and it occurred to Jack that Lady Barmouth had not done badly when she had selected Claire to be her confidant in this painful matter. Claire's dark eyes were turned interrogatively upon her lover. Perhaps he was looking a little more serious than usual. At any rate, his grave face told her that he came with news of importance. "My dear boy, what is the matter?" Claire asked. She twined her hands about his arm and laid her head caressingly on his shoulder. It was impossible to resist that pleading upward glance. "I am sure you have something important to say to me." "Against my better judgment," Jack laughed. "Yes, I am going to tell you something about your guardian." Claire listened with the deepest attention as Jack proceeded to speak freely of the adventures of the last 2 days. He watched the change of her face, the flush and the pallor, and the dawning resolution which gave her mouth strength and firmness. "I do not think you need to be afraid for me," Claire said. "I will be brave and resolute. I will do my best to hide my feelings from Mr. Anstruther. This is a dreadful business altogether, but dreadful as it is, we cannot draw back now. You have told me some strange things, but some of your facts are not facts at all." "In what way have I been mistaken?" Jack asked. "Well, as to Mr. Anstruther, for instance. You say that you saw him at Montrose Place last night for the best part of an hour." "Well, so I did," Jack declared. "If you want anybody to prove that, ask Rigby. Anstruther was there somewhere about 10:30, and when he left he had not the slightest intention of going home." "Most extraordinary," Claire murmured. "Listen to what I have to say, what I should have to swear to if this thing ever went into a court of justice. Shortly after dinner last night, Spencer Anstruther went directly to his study. He had not been there very long before he was playing his violin, and this he continued to do till 1 o'clock this morning. Now what do you make of that?" "It seems almost incredible," Jack said. "Was there a break at all in the performance?" Claire replied that there was a break of perhaps 25 minutes to half an hour, so far as she could judge, somewhere about 11 o'clock. Jack smiled with the air of a man who makes a discovery. This was just the period when Pardini had turned up in Montrose Place. There was no time to go into theories now, but Jack felt that he would have a surprise for his friends later on. Tell me, he said, do you think you can recollect the names of all the pieces that Anstruther played last night? I want you to try and repeat them to me exactly in the order that they occurred. This is more important than you would imagine." It was a somewhat difficult task, but Claire managed it successfully at length. For a long time the girl bent thoughtfully over her writing-table, and presently produced a neat list on which were inscribed the names of some 10 or 15 classical compositions. "I think you will find that practically correct," she said. "I may not have recollected the exact order, but I think that is good enough for your purpose." Masefield was quite sure of the fact. He folded the list and carefully placed it in his pocket. "Now there is one more thing I should like," he said. "Now, as you are perfectly well aware, Pardini was giving a recital last night at the small Queen's Hall. You will remember this, more especially as your music agent sent you a program, a thing he always does when there is anything of importance going on. Now, do you think you could find that program for me? Not that it very much matters, because I can step round to Smithson's and get one for myself. Still, if you happen to have it in the house—" But Claire was quite certain that she had the program somewhere. She produced it presently from a mass of papers on the piano. "Now we shall get at it," Jack said. "I see by this program that Pardini is down for no less than 6 items. He had a most enthusiastic audience, as I happen to know, which really means that he played about 12 pieces altogether. Now I will read to you the first 4 of these compositions. They are respectively Etude 25, Chopin; Wiegenlied, Brahms; Moszkowski's 5 Waltzes; Liszt's Die Lorelei. Now, unless I am greatly mistaken, you will find that those pieces were played in the same order by Anstruther in his study last night. Is not that so?" "Amazing!" Claire cried. "Absolutely, it is exactly as you say. What does it mean?" "We will take the list right through till the end, if you like," Jack replied. "The same thing will apply to both lists. Now, is it not an extraordinary thing that those 2 men should have gone through exactly the same program, item by item, without the slightest variation? And all the time they were some 2 miles apart." "It seems absolutely incapable of explanation," Claire cried. "Oh, the explanation will be simple enough when the time comes," Jack laughed. "But you will see for yourself that the thing is not quite finished. It is obvious enough that Pardini's recital finished at about 11, whereas you say that Anstruther went on till about 1 o'clock in the morning. The next business is to find out where Pardini was playing so late, possibly at a smoking concert or something of that kind. At any rate, I am going to find out, and then I shall discover that the supplementary program will be exactly the same as your list." "Is it some new science?" Claire asked. "Some wonderful new discovery that Mr. Anstruther is perfecting before he submits it to the world?" "Not a bit of it," Jack said practically. "There is nothing occult here. And now I must go. I will see you at dinner." Chapter 18. The Empty Room. Jack went off, bent upon putting his discovery to the test. There was not the slightest trouble in ascertaining where Pardini had passed the hours between 11 and 1 of the previous evening. As Masefield had anticipated, the artist had been persuaded to lend his services to the Bohemia Clef Club, where he had been the lion of the evening. The fact Jack ascertained at the club itself, a musical member affording him all the information he desired. The previous night's talent had been of a very middle-class nature, so that Pardini had found himself in great request. He had been exceedingly obliging, so Jack's informant said, and had practically played straight away for a couple of hours. Jack jotted down the names of the various items executed by Padini, and on comparing them with the list given him by Claire, found that they tallied exactly. "The plot thickens," he murmured as he walked rapidly away in the direction of the Planet Office, there to lay his most recent discoveries before Rigby. "What an ingenious rascal we have to deal with, to be sure." Rigby was emphatically of the same opinion. He did not see how it was possible to better Jack's suggestion that he should dine at Anstruther's that night, and ascertain all he could as to Anstruther's past, and especially as to whether the latter had ever been in Mexico. "There is only one little thing we have quite overlooked," Jack suggested as he rose to depart. "We have got to get inside that study. Anstruther's game is to lock himself in and pretend that his violin soothes his mind and induces a proper train of thought. That's his story, of course. I have ascertained that Padini is doing nothing to-night, but that will not prevent the music going on all the same. Now, if you could hit upon some scheme whereby—" "I know exactly what you mean," Rigby said. "You want to see the inside of the study just at the critical moment. I think our game is to make a diversion outside. I'll just turn over the matter in my mind, and if I can see a really artistic way of doing it, I will send you a telegram just before you go to dinner. The diversion, of course, will come from the outside of the house." Jack felt sure that the matter was quite safe in the capable hands of Dick Rigby. He was surer still when a little before 8 o'clock his landlady handed him a telegram containing just 3 words from Rigby. Before he slept that night, Jack felt pretty sure that the mystery of Anstruther's violin practice would be a secret from him no longer. It was hard work to keep his feelings under control, to sit in the drawing-room before dinner was announced, and exchange commonplaces with his brilliant host. Anstruther had rarely been in better form. He had the air and mien of a man with whom the world goes very well indeed. Success seemed to stand out in big letters upon him. Usually Anstruther was a man of moods. To-night he was merely a society creature, with apparently no heed of the morrow. If Jack had any misgivings on the subject of Claire's behaviour towards her guardian, his uneasiness was speedily set at rest. The most critical observer could not have detected the slightest jarring note. It was all the same through dinner. Anstruther monopolized most of the conversation, and Claire followed every word with flattering attention. Dessert was on the table at length, before Jack carefully led up the conversation to foreign travel. He had seen much of the world himself, so that there were several places of mutual interest to be discussed with Anstruther. "There is one part of the world, however," Jack said, as he carelessly peeled a peach, "that I have always been curious to see. I allude to the land of the Aztecs, those wonderful ruined cities of Mexico, of which we know so little and profess to know so much. Now, don't you think that those people must have been of an exceedingly high state of civilization?" The question was so innocently asked, and Jack's artistic deference was so subtly conveyed, that Anstruther fell headlong into the trap. "I should say there is not the slightest doubt about it," the host responded. "I have been there. Indeed, I spent a goodish part of my time in and about Montezuma." "And about when would that be?" Jack asked. Anstruther explained, without giving definite dates, that it was about 2 years before. Jack proceeded to discuss the matter in a casual kind of way. He was anxious to know whether any of the old customs of the Aztecs still prevailed. He had heard that to a great extent the religion of these people had been built up on Freemasonry. Did, for instance, Anstruther believe in the legends of terrible revenges which these people used to inflict upon their enemies? But Anstruther declined to put his head further into the lion's mouth. He seemed to become suddenly a little uneasy and suspicious, and changed the conversation to safer grounds. Still, Jack had learned quite as much as he had expected to learn, and Anstruther's very reticence confirmed Jack in the feeling that his host knew everything there was to know about the terrible misfortunes of the man or men called Nostalgo. It was getting fairly late now, and Jack was beginning to wonder whether the hour had not yet arrived for Rigby's promised diversion. If it came now, it would be merely wasted, seeing that nothing could be gained by Rigby's ingenious device until Anstruther was safe in his study. He showed no signs, however, of any disposition to move. His face had grown placid again, and he was talking with all his old charm of manner on various topics of interest. Jack did not fail to notice the figure of Serena as she flitted noiselessly about the room. It had not escaped his notice either that the woman had appeared more than usually anxious and eager when Mexico had been mentioned. Serena disappeared from the room a moment in her soft flitting manner, coming back a moment later with a telegram which she laid silently by her master's side. Anstruther opened the envelope carelessly and glanced at the contents. Just for an instant his face grew dark as a thundercloud, and something like an oath escaped his lips. It was all like a lightning flash, but the swift change had not been lost on Jack. Anstruther twisted up the telegram carefully and thrust it in one of the shaded candles before him as if he needed a light for his cigar. Jack felt that he would have given much for a sight of that telegram, but already it was a little pile of grey ashes upon Anstruther's dessert plate. "A great nuisance," the latter said airily. "That is the worst of being a man of science. But I am not going out to-night for anybody. I have got some new music I want to try over presently." Jack murmured something appropriate to the occasion. Claire had already left the table with the suggestion that perhaps the men would like coffee in the drawing-room. "You stay here and smoke," said Anstruther. "You won't mind my leaving you, of course, especially as I am so anxious to get back to my music." So saying, Anstruther pitched his cigar end on the ash-tray and moved off in the direction of his study. He had a gay, debonair manner now. He hummed a fragment of an operatic air as he walked along. There was the jangle of a telephone bell presently. Almost immediately afterwards the study door was heard to shut and lock, and the music began. "It seems almost impossible to believe that that can be Anstruther," Jack said to himself. "No man could improve like that in so short a time. I wonder what Rigby is doing. I hope he won't spoil the pretty scheme by over-haste. Probably in the course of half an hour he will deem it time to begin." Evidently Rigby had been of the same opinion, for a full half-hour elapsed before a sound came from outside the house. Anstruther was well into his second theme before there was a sudden knocking and hammering on the front door, and a stentorian voice burst into cries of "Fire! Fire!" So spontaneous and natural was the whole thing that Jack was taken absolutely aback for a moment. It occurred to him, of course, that a fire had broken out inside the house, and that some passer-by had discovered it. Again came the hammering on the door, and the strident shouts of those outside. Jack made a leap for the hall, and raced upstairs to the drawing-room, 3 steps at a time. Claire had thrown her book aside, and stood, pale and startled, demanding to know what was the matter. "Somebody outside is calling fire," Jack explained hurriedly. "Not that I fancy there is much the matter. The kitchen chimney, or something of that kind. There they go again." Once more the hammering and yelling were upraised. A frightened servant crept across the hall to the front door and opened it. And yet, despite all this turmoil, the beautiful soft strains of music below were continuing. Not for a second did they cease. The player was evidently too wrapped in his music to be conscious of outside disturbances. Not that the clamour lacked force and volume, for now that the front door was open the din was absolutely deafening. Through the break in the disturbance the sweet, liquid strains of music went on. Fond of his instrument as Anstruther might have been, he could be wide awake and alert enough on ordinary occasions, as Jack knew only too well. Why, then, was he so callous on this occasion? "Had not you better go down and arouse my guardian?" Claire suggested. "Surely he is the proper man to look to a thing like this." Jack tumbled eagerly down the stairs, and thundered with both fists on the study door. As he had more than half expected, no response came to his summons. The music had become still more melodious and dreamy. The player might have been far away. As Jack turned, he saw that some half-dozen men were standing in the hall, one of whom gave him a palpable wink. It was Rigby's wink, and Jack detected it instantly. "There don't seem to be so very much the matter, sir," Rigby said. "No more than the kitchen fire. Only we thought we'd drop in and let you know. You chaps go to the kitchen and see what you can do." "How on earth did you manage that?" Jack asked. "Only a matter of burning a little magnesium light by the back door," Rigby explained with a grin. But it seems to me only part of our duty to acquaint the master of the house with the fact that something is wrong. Is that him playing now, Jack?"
"Nobody else," Jack replied. "Isn't it wonderful? Anybody would think he was a great artist absolutely lost to all sense of his surroundings. Still, as you say, it is our duty to let him know what is going on, even if we have to break in the door."
Rigby grinned responsively. Secure in his disguise, he was not afraid of being taken for anything else but a street loafer eager to earn a more or less honest shilling. He tried the door and found it locked. He ran back a pace or two and hurled himself with full force against the oak door. Crack went the door on its hinges, the woodwork gave inwardly, and the room was disclosed to view. The music had not stopped or faltered for an instant. The whole apartment was flooded with a delicate melody. Jack stood there puzzled and bewildered, and with a feeling that he would wake presently and find that it was all a dream.
"Absolutely stupendous!" he cried. "Music fit food for the gods, and not a sign of the player."
For the room was absolutely empty. Chapter 19. A Broken Melody. There they stood in the empty room, neither speaking, and gazing about them as if they expected some solution of the strange mystery to fall upon them. The wildest part of the whole thing was that though the music continued in the same sweet, harmonious way, there was not the slightest suggestion or indication of where it came from. It could not possibly have been a phonograph or a gramophone or anything of that kind, as the instrument in that case would have been in sight. And yet the whole room was flooded with that beautiful melody, as if an invisible choir had been there making the music of the gods. "I declare it makes me feel quite queer," Rigby said. "But of course there must be some practical explanation of it. Can you suggest any common-sense solution?"
"No, but I am quite sure that Anstruther could," Jack replied. "This has nothing to do with the other world. What's that?"
Though Jack spoke coolly enough, he was feeling just a little nervous himself. From the hall beyond came a quick, buzzing noise, like a muffled circular saw, which resolved itself presently into the wild whirling of the handle of the telephone, as if some one were trying to get a call in a desperate hurry. Rigby jumped at once to the explanation, and Jack proceeded immediately to make a close examination of the room. He was still in the act of doing so when a startled cry from Rigby brought him up all standing. An instant later, and Anstruther was there, demanding to know the meaning of this unwarrantable intrusion. Rigby congratulated himself upon his disguise. He had no fancy at that moment to be recognized by Anstruther.
"Who is that loafer yonder?"
Anstruther demanded passionately.
"What is the blackguard doing in my study? And if it comes to that, what are you doing here too?"
Jack proceeded to explain exactly what had happened. In spite of the confusion of the moment, he had not failed to notice the fact that the music had ceased directly Anstruther had entered the room. It was quite evident that Anstruther had not the slightest idea of Rigby's identity. He was clearly taken in by the story of the fire, and pitched Rigby a half-crown, which the latter acknowledged hoarsely, after the manner of the class he was made up to represent.
"Well, I suppose it is all right now,"
Anstruther muttered. Usually cool and collected enough, he looked white and very much agitated. Something had evidently gone terribly wrong with that man of blood and iron.
"Get these fellows out of the house, please, Masefield.
I have had a great deal to worry me to-night, and I want to be quiet." There being nothing further to wait for, and Rigby, having practically gained his point, departed with an intimation to Jack that he would wait outside for him. Masefield could see that Anstruther was regarding him with an eye of deep suspicion. But it was no cue of Jack's to notice this. He wanted to make matters as smooth as possible.
"I suppose you were not very far away?" he said. "I heard your violin a few minutes before the fire broke out. I wonder you did not see it for yourself."
Anstruther's face cleared slightly, though Jack noticed that his hand trembled, and that his pallid lips were twitching. With a commonplace expression or two, Jack turned and left the house as if nothing out of the usual run had happened. He found Rigby patiently waiting for him at the corner. "Well, what do you think of that?" Rigby asked. "I am exceedingly glad to find that Anstruther did not recognize me. A most unlucky thing that he should have come back like that. Given a half an hour alone in that room, it would have been an odd thing if we had not solved the mystery of the invisible musician. But it is hardly safe to stop and discuss the question here. Walk on to the Planet office and wait for me there." "Is there any more to be done tonight?" Jack asked when he and his friend were alone once more, seated in the latter's office. "Shall we stop here, or do you want to proceed further before you go to bed?"
"Well, you can do as you please," Rigby said. "I don't know that I particularly desire your services at present. My notion is to go back to Panton Square and hang about on the off chance of seeing something."
"And spend half the night in dodging the police?" Jack laughed. "That's a very primitive idea of yours. I flatter myself I have a much better idea than that. Anstruther will never betray himself. We haven't the slightest chance of trapping him. Now, unless I am altogether out of it, Pardini is the man we want to get hold of. He is exceedingly vain. Like most artists, there is nothing secretive about him. And I am told that he is particularly fond of a glass of champagne. Depend upon it, that fellow will talk fast enough when the time comes. If he doesn't, we can make him."
"But we must have something to go upon," Rigby observed thoughtfully. "I think we are justified in assuming that the fellow is a wrong-'un. Anyway, our hands will be greatly strengthened if we can find something to his discredit."
"That is exactly what I mean to do," Jack said. "Now Bates is quite as much interested in this matter as we are, and though you have backed yourself against the police in this case, there is no reason why you shouldn't make use of them. Besides, we are not bound to tell Bates too much. If there is anything to be found out to the discredit of Pardini, Bates is the very man for our purpose."
But, as it transpired subsequently, Bates was not available.
"He had just gone off, so the sergeant said. Having been called in to investigate a burglary quite recently discovered in Belgrave Gardens. It was something exceedingly neat in the way of a burglary, the sergeant explained, with the air of a connoisseur in such matters. In fact, the place had been routed during the progress of a big reception. No ladders had been used, no wedges or commonplace implements of that kind. Indeed, it was more than suspected that the burglary was the work of 2 of the guests. An unfortunate footman, being where he ought not to have been, had had his suspicions aroused by the movement of 2 distinguished-looking men in evening dress. He had come quite unexpectedly upon them in one of the corridors, and had so far forgotten himself as to want to know what they were doing there. Immediately one of them had felt him with some blunt, heavy instrument, and he had only just time to yell a note of warning before he fainted. The cry was taken up at once, and immediately the corridor was filled with men guests. In the confusion, and owing to the fact that the thieves themselves were in evening dress, it was impossible to lay hands on the culprits."
All this the sergeant told his visitors with an air of great enjoyment. "If you give us the number, we will walk round there," Rigby said. "Thank you very much." The big house in Belgrave Gardens had lost most of its air of simmering excitement by the time the 2 friends reached there. They were informed that Bates had nearly finished his investigations, and indeed the inspector came into the hall at that moment, accompanied by Lord Longworth. He held in his hand a beautifully embroidered silk muffler, one of those choice affairs which are large enough to cover a dinner-table, and yet small enough to go into a waistcoat pocket.
"Very strange indeed, your lordship," Bates was saying. "I can't understand it at all. Here is your injured footman prepared to swear that one of his assailants was wearing that muffler when he came into the house, that is, on his arrival, and here we have Mrs. Montague ready to swear that the muffler belongs to her. Whether she likes it or not, I really must insist upon my right to take this wrap away with me. If it proves to belong to Mrs. Montague, why, of course—" and the detective shrugged his shoulders. A moment later, and he was in the street with Maysville and Rigby. He listened carefully enough to the dramatic version of the story they had to tell him, and professed himself ready to do anything required of him. "Of course, I know nothing whatever about this violin mystery," he said. "I have quite enough to do to look after the native element in the way of rascality, but there are ways and means of getting the better of the gentle foreigner." But I always understood that Scotland Yard employed detectives of all nationalities, Rigby observed. Haven't you got anybody on your staff with a knowledge of international crime? Bates responded that such was the case. If the friends liked, he would go with them at once to the residence of Superintendent Zimberg, and there see what could be done. As far as I am personally concerned, my own hands are very full tonight. Your sergeant told us that this was a very interesting case, Jack suggested. Is it possible that this burglary was the work of some guests invited to the house? Honestly, I believe it to be the case, Bates proceeded to explain. After all said and done, modern society is a pretty queer mixture. Given a good presence and a good address, plus the appearance of the possession of money, it is quite possible for a man to get anywhere. Take a big reception like the one that Lord Longworth gave tonight. Now it would be quite fair to assume that his lordship and his wife were not personally acquainted with at least a third of the guests present. Somebody takes a friend, and that friend takes somebody else, and there you are. Of course you are aware of the fact that at all big weddings nowadays it is absolutely necessary to employ detectives. Tonight's business was exceedingly neat and novel, and might have been wonderfully successful but for the footman. All the same, I am quite certain that the thing was executed by somebody who is actually a guest of his lordship. And not so much as a clue left behind, Jack laughed. Well, there is and there isn't, Bates admitted. I had a good look round when everybody was gone, and the only thing I could lay my hands on was this wonderful silk muffler. Nobody owned it. The injured footman declares that he saw a gentleman arriving earlier in the evening who had this muffler about his neck. Here was a fine clue, I thought to myself. And then Mrs. Montague comes back in her brougham and claims this thing as her own. Distinctly annoying, don't you think? Annoying enough, Rigby agreed. But is the muffler in question so very much out of the common? Bates was emphatically of the opinion that such was the case. He produced the thing from his pocket, and the three men proceeded to examine it in the light of a street lamp. Jack appeared as if about to say something, then suddenly changed his mind, and began to whistle instead. They came at length once more to Shannon Street Police Station, where Bates telephoned to Superintendent Zimberg, asking the latter if he would come round immediately. He arrived a few moments later, a slim, dark little man, with a vivacious manner and a beard with an interrogative cock to it. He smiled in a greasy sort of way at the suggestion that there might be some prominent foreign scoundrel in London with whom he was not acquainted. "I know the whole gang," he said. "That is exactly my business. Have I seen anything, or do I know anything of the Spadini? Probably I do, but not under that name. Oh yes, it is quite a usual thing for some of the pink of cosmopolitan rascals to be talented. For instance, I know at least 3 who might have made great names as artists, only they prefer the seamy side of life. There is another who might have been a poet. Therefore I see no reason why this Padini, or whatever his proper name may be, should not be really a great violinist. If you have such a thing as a portrait—" But Bates had nothing of the kind, and the whole thing looked like coming to a deadlock, when Rigby suddenly recollected that a portrait of Padini was to be obtained at the office of the Planet. The violinist's portrait had been produced in the Planet 2 days before, and the original was still lying about the office. "I'll take a cab and be back in 10 minutes," Rigby said. He was back in the prescribed time, and produced a cabinet portrait of Padini, which he handed over to the superintendent. "Now, what do you make of that?" he asked. Chapter 20. The Mouse in the Trap. Zimberg pulled the lamp across the table, and through his glasses carefully scrutinized the features of the violinist. "Very strange," he muttered. "It is not often that I am puzzled. Offhand I should have said that I have never seen this face before, but the more I look at it, the more certain I am that the features are quite familiar to me. At the same time there is some subtle change which baffles me. It may be the eyes, or the nose and the mouth.
That is impossible to say. Anyway, I should be prepared to arrest this man on suspicion and take the risk of finding out all about him afterwards." "I suppose any slight alteration makes a difference in the photograph?" Jack asked. "After all said and done, photography is a very weak reed to lie upon. Can't you tell us exactly what is puzzling you?" Zimberg threw up his hands with a suggestion of despair. A sudden light flashed across Jack's mind. He recollected that Padini, so far as the stage was concerned, appeared with a clean face, but in private life it had been his whim to adopt a moustache strictly on the lines of that worn by the German Emperor. It was apparently an insane thing to do, and savoured more of conceit than of anything else, but no doubt the thing had its advantages. "Do you happen to have such a thing as a paint-box and a brush on the premises?" Jack asked. "If so, I think I shall be in a position to jog Mr. Zimberg's memory." As it happened, the necessary implements were there to hand. There were occasions, Bates explained, when such things were necessary. Now and then some sprig of the nobility, who had dined not wisely but too well, found himself in the cells in a more or less dilapidated condition. And here it was that the paint-box came in. Black eyes and discoloured faces and that kind of thing, Bates explained. I assure you that a dash or two of paint makes all the difference in the world. Jack smiled as he bent over the photograph, and with a few subtle touches decorated the face with a fierce blonde moustache. He handed the card over without comment to Zimberg. The little man's face fairly beamed with delight. "Ah, but you are a clever gentleman," he cried. "Now I know our friend. Yes, yes, but he is a very clever man, and older than he looks, mind you. That fellow has eluded the Continental police for years. It would be absurd to try and give his real name, for probably he has forgotten it himself. Yes, I have heard of his playing before. Not that I regarded him as quite good enough for a public platform. Wherever that man goes, roguery follows as a matter of course. Depend upon it, his appearance here means mischief. I will have him carefully watched, and before long I shall have the pleasure of laying him by the heels." "Don't do that, at least until you are absolutely obliged to," Jack said eagerly. "We are interested, deeply interested in the movements of Signor Padini. It is more or less of a private matter, but if you could provide us with some means of getting a hold on that fellow, we should be exceedingly obliged to you." Zimberg promised to do his best, and departed. For some little time Rigby and Bates stood discussing the most recent developments of the case, whilst Jack sat in a thoughtful attitude, evidently puzzling something out. "Do you call Zimberg a really clever detective?" he asked at length. "It seems to me that he has a poor memory for faces. For instance, he had not the slightest idea who the man Padini was, till that moustache was added to the face of the photograph." Bates, eager in defence of his colleagues, remarked that a little thing like that often made a vast difference. "That is one of the great advantages of the Bertillon system," he explained. "I don't care how clever a man may be, and when I speak of a clever man, I mean a policeman in this instance. He is often utterly deceived by some slight physical change. Take the case of the late Charles Peace, if you like. I understand that he could alter the expression and even the shape of his face entirely. Make your mind quite easy, for Zimberg will work it all out like some ingenious puzzle. I suppose you are aware of the fact that the London and Paris police have thousands of careful records made of the measurements of well-known criminals." "But Zimberg can't very well measure Padini," Rigby argued. "He can't make him drunk or anything of that kind." "No, but he can have him arrested on some faked-up charge." Bates laughed. "That little game has been played more than once when we wanted the measurements of some clever criminal who had never passed through our hands." "That is very ingenious," Rigby said, "and I shan't forget it. If facts like those were more widely known, I fancy you would get more assistance from the press." Bates emphatically repudiated the suggestion. "I have often heard you say, in fact it is rather a fruitful source of complaint to the police, that the newspapers do them more harm than good," Jack said reflectively. "But I think I can see a way whereby the press could give you a good leg up in the case of this Belgrave Gardens mystery. Dick, Is it too late to get a paragraph inserted in tomorrow's Planet?" "Oh dear, no," Rigby explained. "Probably no paper in London goes to bed later than we do. We make it a point of keeping open till the last possible minute, and we have a good hour before us yet. But what are you driving at?"
"Well, it is this way. It is pretty clear that one of the thieves was wearing that embroidered scarf which was also claimed by Mrs. Montague. Probably there were two such mufflers, but that does not affect my argument. Of course a description of this affair will appear in tomorrow's Planet, but I should like to embroider on it a bit. Suppose we add to the report a paragraph to the effect that the thief left a marvellous rap behind him. We could say that it was absolutely unique and all that sort of thing, just the sort of silly gossip that your readers are so fond of. We could hint that the scarf still remains at Belgrave Gardens for identification. Now it is 1,000 to 1 this paragraph reaches the eye of the thief, or is brought to his notice. This being so, he will lose no opportunity of getting the rap back again. All you have to do is to keep the house carefully under observation, and your man falls into your hands like a ripe blackberry. What does the inspector think of our little scheme?" Bates pondered the matter a moment or two, and then cautiously remarked that at any rate there could be no harm in it, whereupon the two friends went away together, and half an hour later a spicy paragraph had been constructed for the delectation of the Planet's readers tomorrow. Rigby threw the paragraph aside and whistled upstairs to the composing room. "You look as if you had something at the back of your mind," he said, passing the cigarettes across to his companion. "Jack, you have found something out?" "Upon my word, I believe I have," Jack replied. "It is rather soothing to one's vanity to get on the inside track so far as a detective is concerned. But it would not have been at all fair on my part to have said anything to Bates, seeing that you are investigating this nostalgo business on your own account. Not that I am absolutely certain of my facts now, but I shall be after I have seen Miss Helmsley in the morning. Now, is there anything else we can do to-night? I suppose even an indefatigable journalist like yourself goes to bed sometimes." Anstruther was fortunately out when Jack called at Penton Square the next morning. He smiled to himself as he noticed a copy of the Planet on the hall table. It had evidently been carefully read, and on page 5, where the account of the Belgrave Gardens burglary appeared, somebody had ticked the paragraph with a pencil. Miss Helmsley was in the drawing-room, the housemaid said, and would see Mr. Masefield if he would go upstairs. Claire was looking a little pale and distracted, Jack thought. Her eyes bore evidence of the fact that she had passed a restless night. But her face lighted up, and the old charm of feature reasserted itself as Jack entered. "Come, come, this won't do," he said, half tenderly, half playfully. "Positively, I shall have to kiss the colour back to those pallid lips of yours. What is worrying you so much, dearest?" "Nothing worries me so long as I am with you," the girl said as she stood with Jack's arm about her. "And yet I almost wish that you had never told me what you did yesterday." "You cannot wish it more than I do, sweetheart," Jack murmured. "But don't you see that it was almost necessary? There is some desperate rascality going on here, and your happiness could never have been an assured thing till we got to the bottom of it." "But that is just what frightens me," Claire protested. "I cannot get out of my mind the recollection of what happened last night. I shall never listen to that music again without the feeling that some unknown danger is hovering about me. I am frightened, Jack, frightened to my very soul. And yet the whole thing can be explained. I am sure you can explain it yourself if you like." Jack replied that he hoped to do so in a few days. He assured Claire that there was nothing supernatural about the thing. For both their sakes he exhorted Claire to be brave. The red mouth grew hard and firm. There was a look of resolution in the girl's blue eyes. "It shall be even as you say," she cried. "But tell me, has anything fresh happened since last night?" "Nothing that is worth speaking of," Jack said, feeling a little ashamed of his evasion. "Did Anstruther go out again last night? By the way, he seldom wears an overcoat. At least so I understood him to say. When he came in last evening, after the fire broke out, I noticed that he was not wearing an overcoat then. Where does he get those wonderful embroidered scarfs from?" "He has only one, so far as I know," Claire explained. "Originally there were 3, but 2 were either lost or given away. Wonderful work, is it not?"
"Wonderful work indeed," Jack agreed. "But you did not tell me where they came from."
"So far as I can understand, they came from Mexico. The silk is really Chinese, of a quality which is made only for the Imperial Palace of Pekin. To steal this material is an offense punishable by death, but it is sometimes smuggled out of the town, and clever natives of southern Mexico do the embroidery. But why are you so curious about this scarf?"
"Oh, I merely thought I should like to get one like it," Jack said carelessly. He had no intention of frightening Claire more than was absolutely necessary. "Couldn't you let me see it for a minute or two? I suppose you know where it is kept?"
Claire knew perfectly well where to lay her hands upon the scarf. Anstruther was a methodical man, and hated to have his things lying about. He only used the scarf at such times as he was in evening dress. Claire went off, and Jack was by no means surprised that he had to wait a quarter of an hour. When Claire returned, her hands were empty. There was a puzzled frown between her usually smooth white brows. "A most extraordinary thing," she said. "I cannot find the scarf anywhere. It is quite certain that Mr. Anstruther is not wearing it. I thought perhaps he had thrown it carelessly down last night in the excitement of the moment, and therefore I asked Serena if she had seen anything of it. But she declared that she knew nothing, and yet at the same time she seemed to be extraordinarily upset and agitated by my simple question. She is not an emotional woman, as you know. Therefore her conduct is all the more amazing. But the fact remains that this scarf cannot be found, and so I cannot oblige you. I will ask Mr. Anstruther if you like." But Jack emphatically wanted nothing of the kind. He was in a hurry now, he said, and would call again later in the day. He made his way directly to the Planet office, where he found that Rigby had just arrived.
"No, there are no fresh developments," he explained. "Did you take my advice last night and have the house in Belgrave Gardens watched by a private detective in addition to the policeman engaged by Bates?"
"Of course I did," Rigby replied. "As a matter of fact, I have 2 men at work there, one to relieve the other and report progress from time to time. In fact, one of them has only just come in. He has very little to say, but that little was an eye-opener. I have ascertained that Anstruther is not even acquainted with Lord Longworth, and yet one of the first men to call in Belgrave Gardens this morning was Spencer Anstruther. Now, do you think he had anything to do with last night's business? Otherwise, what do you suppose he called for?"
"That is exactly what I am here to tell you," Jack said. "The scarf which formed so important a clue belonged to Anstruther. It is missing from his house. In fact, I called there this morning on purpose to examine the thing. We have hit the right nail on the head this time. The lost property in the hands of Inspector Bates is beyond a doubt the cherished possession of Spencer Anstruther."
Chapter 21. A Leader of Society. It was a most important discovery that Jack had made, and Rigby did not fail to see what developments it was likely to lead to. If what Masefield had said was true, and Rigby saw no reason to doubt it, here they had Anstruther directly connected with crime. "Do you really think that our friend actually engineered that business at Lord Longworth's?" Rigby asked.
"I can come to no other conclusion," Jack replied. "You must understand that Anstruther is a kind of a specialist in crime. He has frequently been consulted by the police, and I believe has brought off some wonderful results. He has even written a book on the subject. Now, we know Anstruther to be an unscrupulous rascal. The police looked upon him as a brilliant aid to themselves. If a man like this chooses to play the part of a criminal Dupin, see what marvellous opportunities he has. He knows everything about the movements of the police. He can anticipate all their schemes. It is as if Bates himself had turned burglar. Whatever Mrs. Montague might say, it is pretty certain that the embroidered scarf belongs to Anstruther. Quite inadvertently he left it at Lord Longworth's last night, where he was passing in the crowd as an invited guest."
"I know that sort of thing is done," Rigby said. "A very impudent example came under my notice the other day. The thing is much easier done than one would imagine."
"Do you mean to say," Jack asked, "that it is possible for a gentlemanly scoundrel to walk into the house of some great society lady giving a reception, and not be spotted immediately for what he is? It seems absurd."
"Not a bit of it," Rigby replied. "To the audacious, everything is possible. Supposing a duchess is giving a reception. She has asked perhaps 1,000 guests. Halfway through the evening she is so tired and worn out that she does not know or care to whom she may be speaking. Here is the chance for the gentlemanly swindler we are talking about. Of course he is perfectly dressed. He has the most exquisite manners. He lounges up to his hostess, and after the usual greetings makes some confidential remark about some friend of the family, which immediately stamps him as one of a certain set. All he has got to do now is to saunter along as if the whole place belonged to him, and help himself to such costly trifles as his mind inclines to."
"Did you ever know of a case in point?" Jack asked.
"My dear chap, I not only know of a case, but I was more or less party to it. It was done for a bet, and I was one of the losers. It was so easily managed that I should not in the least mind trying it myself."
"Well, it seems very odd to me," Jack murmured. "Still, if you know it has been done, there is an end of it."
"Well, it has been shown pretty conclusively," said Rigby, "that Anstruther must have been there last night."
"Quite so," Jack went on. "At any rate, the scarf was left behind. I recognized it as soon as ever I saw it in Bates' hand. Therefore I was absolutely sure that Anstruther had been at the reception. That is why I suggested that paragraph in the Planet. It is just the sort of silly gossip that papers publish after a sensational crime, and is calculated to hamper the police more than help them. I felt quite sure that somebody or other would bring that paragraph to Anstruther's notice, and that he would lose no time in trying to recover the scarf. I dare say there are other scarves like it in existence, but they are not so common that Anstruther could afford to take any risk. That he realized the gravity of the situation is proved by the fact that he has lost no time in calling at Lord Longworth to recover the missing property. I think I have made my case very clear."
"Nothing could be clearer," Rigby replied. "Anstruther is at the bottom of this business. I should say he is the cleverest rascal in London at the present moment. And mark the cunning of the beast. Don't you see how easy he can prove an alibi? If he were met face to face now, and taxed with the fact that he was at Lord Longworth's last night, he would politely deny it, and if pressed, have not the slightest difficulty of demonstrating that he was elsewhere."
"But I don't quite see," Jack interrupted, "exactly how that—"
"Clear as mud," Rigby said. "Why, he has only got to call his servants and Miss Helmsley to prove that he was in the study all the evening playing his violin."
"How stupid of me," Jack muttered. "The full beauty of that little scheme had been lost on me. There is a good deal we have to learn yet. But I can't stay talking to you any longer this morning, as I promised Claire that I would go and see Lady Barmouth. I have told Claire nearly everything there is to learn, and she is quite willing to be a friend of Lady Barmouth and share her troubles. I will see you later on in the day."
Jack went off in the direction of Lord Barmouth's house. He had some little hesitation in calling so early in the day, but then the matter was imperative, and he knew that Lady Barmouth would be glad to hear Claire's decision. The lady in question was sitting in her boudoir, accompanied by 2 secretaries, who appeared to be tremendously busy with a long visiting list and some exquisitely designed cards of invitation to a masked ball. But Lady Barmouth, heedless of Jack's apologies, declared that she had always time to spare for him. "It is not I who am so busy," she said. "In fact, this is merely mechanical work. I am giving my great party of the season, and now that I have made out the list of intended guests, the rest is merely mechanical." So saying, Lady Barmouth led the way into an inner drawing-room, the door of which she carefully closed. "You have some news for me," she cried eagerly. "I am quite sure you have come straight to me from Miss Helmsley."
"That is the fact," Jack said gravely. "Rather against my better judgment, I have told Claire everything. She knows now the class of man her guardian is. She knows that she will have to be terribly careful lest he should suspect. But Claire has a courage and determination which came quite as a surprise to me. I think the secret will be safe in her hands."
"Yes, yes," Lady Barmouth cried. "But what about me?"
"I was coming to that. It seems to be a case of mutual sympathy between you. As a matter of fact, it seems to me that Claire likes you as well as you like her. Anyway, she is going to see you this afternoon, when you can talk matters over without reserve. But tell me, does Lord Barmouth take any kind of interest in these festivities of yours?" "He is goodness and kindness itself," Lady Barmouth said warmly. "He has always insisted that his misfortunes should not interfere with my personal enjoyment. At a dinner or a reception or an ordinary dance, my husband never shows himself. Despite his terrible misfortunes, he thoroughly enjoys his amusements. He likes to mingle with people, seeing everything and not being seen himself. That is why I give so many of these masked balls. This is going to be an extra smart affair, and I am asking my lady friends to wear as many jewels as possible." "Claire told me something about it," Jack said. "I gathered that she is to be one of the invited guests?" "I am asking both Miss Helmsley and Mr. Anstruther," Lady Barmouth explained. "There is some danger in asking the latter, but one has to take these risks." Jack murmured something that sounded sympathetic. Had Lady Barmouth only known it, the risk was far greater than she imagined. If Jack's suspicions were correct that Anstruther was mixed up with a gang of expert thieves, here then was a golden opportunity. The mere fact of it being a masked ball simply added to his opportunities. So deeply did Jack ponder over this that it was some little time before he grasped the fact that Lady Barmouth was still giving him details of the forthcoming function. "I am asking a lot of most prominent actresses," she said, "together with a number of leading musicians, and they are getting up a kind of Morris dance. Of course the music will be supplied by a small band of famous artists, and I am getting this new man Padini to be present." Here was more news with a vengeance. But there was nothing to be gained by telling Lady Barmouth what had been elicited with regard to Padini. "I presume I shall be honoured with an invitation?" Jack suggested. "I see from the expression of your face that I am to be a guest. Might I beg the favour of a card for a friend of mine?" "More mysteries?" Lady Barmouth laughed. "Oh, you need not tell me unless it is absolutely necessary. You shall take the card away with you if you like, and deliver it to your friend personally." Jack was seeing his way pretty clearly by this time. He was anticipating more than one important discovery during the progress of the masked dance. The card he had begged was, of course, for Rigby, and it would go hard if between them they did not discover something of importance. "Now I am going to speak to you on a more or less painful topic," Jack said gravely, "and I am going to ask you to be exceedingly candid with me. I want you to tell me what is the exact connection between Lord Barmouth and the nostalgo posters which are so prominent in London at present." The jewelled pen with which Lady Barmouth had been scribbling on the 2 invitation cards fell from her fingers on to the blotting pad. There were trouble and unhappiness in her eyes. Her face had turned deadly pale. It was some little time before she spoke. "Must I really tell you that?" she almost pleaded. "You are striking directly at the root of the unhappiness which poisons this house. It is not as if you really knew anything—" "But indeed I know more than you give me credit for," Jack urged. "It was of no seeking of mine. It was not the result of any vulgar curiosity, but last night when your husband was here I caught one glimpse of his face in the light of the log fire, and there I saw at once that I was face to face with nostalgo. Believe me, it is with the greatest possible regret that I have to speak like this, but I am near to the heart of the mystery, and if you are plain and frank with me, I am sanguine enough to believe that I can remove your unhappiness altogether." "But the secret is not my own," Lady Barmouth faltered. "Then let us assume that I have wrested it from you," Jack murmured. "It is no fault of yours that I know so much. It is no fault of yours that you are in some way under an obligation to somebody, an obligation which compelled you to be in Montrose Place last night. Luckily for us you kept your appointment. But there was somebody else also keeping an appointment in the courtyard. Whether he came there dragged by the force of circumstances, or whether he came to watch, matters little. But as he paused to light a cigarette, and the pallid blue of the flame shone on his face,
I recognized Lord Barmouth." The listener said nothing. She merely bowed her head over the blotting-pad before her. "I feel the circumstances are too strong for me," she said. "It is as if you were pushing me over the edge of a precipice. I cannot decide this matter on my own initiative." "That is exactly the line I hoped you would take," Jack cried eagerly. "After his interview with us last night, Lord Barmouth must be perfectly sure of the fact that Rigby and myself are actuated by the kindest motives towards him. Go and see him now. Tell him all that I have said to you, and ask him if he will be good enough to grant me a 10 minutes' private conversation. I am sure he will do this. Indeed, if he refuses, there are others interested in the matter who may cause him to say in public what he declines to admit in private." "I will do as you suggest," Lady Barmouth replied, "though I fear you will be met with a refusal as firm as it is courteous. If you will excuse me for a moment." Lady Barmouth said no more, but turned hurriedly and left the room. That she was very deeply moved, Jack could see for himself. She came back presently with a wan, white ghost of a smile on her lips, and a remark to the effect that Lord Barmouth was not prepared to accede to Jack's request off-hand, but that he would give it his earnest consideration, and send his decision in the course of a quarter of an hour. "It is exceedingly awkward for me," Jack said. "You can see how delicate the ground is I stand upon. But believe me, I am only being cruel to be kind. I am sure that when I have finished my interview with Lord Barmouth, he will be exceedingly glad that he has consented to see me." "Oh, I quite understand your feelings," Lady Barmouth exclaimed. "It must be dreadful for a gentleman to appear obtruding like this. But are you quite sure that the figure you saw in the courtyard at Montrose Place last night was my husband? You seem to have forgotten the other nostalgo, who was supposed to have been found dead by yourself in Penton Square the other night." Jack admitted readily enough that there were many sides to the mystery as yet unsolved. He was still discussing the point when the footman entered and gravely announced that Lord Barmouth was waiting to see Mr. Masefield. Lady Barmouth rose to her feet at once, and escorted Jack to a small room at the end of the corridor. The apartment was in complete darkness. It was just possible to discern the outline of a figure in an armchair. "I am pleased to see you, Mr. Masefield. I think you will find an armchair on the other side of the fireplace. My dear, I shall be pleased if you will leave Mr. Masefield and myself alone together." Chapter 22. The Portrait. Jack sat there silently enough, waiting for Lord Barmouth to speak. The difficulty and delicacy of the situation were by no means lost upon him. He shuffled about uneasily in his chair, trying to make something definite out of the still figure opposite him. "I quite appreciate your feelings," Lord Barmouth said, in the deep, thrilling tones that Jack remembered so well. "It is no nice thing for a gentleman to thrust himself into the private sorrows of an unfortunate man like myself. But my wife has told me all that you have been recently saying to her. You seem to be under the impression that you saw me in Montrose Place last night, in fact that you recognized my face, which I imprudently disclosed whilst I was lighting a cigarette. Mr. Masefield, I am not disposed to deny the accusation." "I hope you will be perfectly candid with me," Jack said, speaking with some hesitation. "Believe me, I am actuated by the highest motives. Believe me, I would do anything to rid you of the shadow that darkens your life. Of course I have my theory on the subject of the strange business, a business which has been literally thrust upon me by stress of circumstances. Up to a short time ago, like most people, I looked upon the nostalgo poster as a high ingenuity in the way of advertising art. It was a wonderful effort, and most cleverly executed. But I should not have been in the least surprised to find that nostalgo was an acrobat or a juggler, or even some new and clever way of introducing a fresh kind of soap to the credulous British public." "Yes," Barmouth said thoughtfully. "I suppose one would have been satisfied in that way." "But I speak with the discovery that I was mistaken," Jack went on. The first thing that aroused my suspicions was more a girlish fancy than anything else. Of course you know Mr. Spencer Anstruther very well by name." "Aye, I know him by something more than name," Barmouth said, in deep, thrilling tones. "If that scoundrel had never been born, I should— But I am interrupting you. Pray proceed." "Well, to revert to what I was saying," Jack went on, "that nostalgia poster was hardly fully impressed upon my mind's eye before I began to notice some grotesque resemblance between it and Spencer Anstruther. Without hurting your feelings, the poster is devilishly hideous. Anstruther, on the other hand, is a singularly handsome man. But despite all this, despite my common sense, I could not rid myself of the idea that the likeness was somewhere. A chance remark of mine served to confirm my impression. It threw Anstruther into a sudden fit of passion. His face was literally convulsed with fury, but only for an instant. Still, that instant sufficed. There was Nostalgo in the flesh before me. The same drawn-up lips, the same hideous squint of the oblique eyes, the same dreadful, hawkish look about the nose. A second later the likeness was gone. I cannot forget, I never shall forget my feelings at that moment. If I fail to interest you—" "You are interesting me more than words can tell," Barmouth said hoarsely. "Pray proceed." "There is not much more to tell," Jack said. "Perhaps you have heard of the Nostalgo devil whom I found dead the other night in Penton Square? I mean the man whose body so mysteriously vanished from the Shannon Street station." "Yes, I heard of that," Barmouth admitted. "But you will not be in the least astonished to learn that the whole affair was no surprise to me. All the same, I think you will find later on that the supposed victim is not dead at all. And now I am going to speak, and you are going to listen." Jack intimated that he desired nothing better. He could make out the outline of the figure opposite him, wriggling and twisting in his chair. "As you are quite aware, a little more than 2 years ago I went to Mexico. There was no thought of evil in my mind. I went out merely with an eye to sport. I have been fond of adventure all my life, and Mexico seemed to afford a fine field for such amusements as I was looking for. But the shooting was a great disappointment, and I had to turn elsewhere for recreation. A little later on I found myself in southern Mexico, living with a half-savage tribe, who showed signs that at some long-forgotten period the same tribe had enjoyed a high state of civilization. As a matter of fact, there were 2 of these tribes living only a few leagues apart, and both exceedingly antagonistic to each other. Of course I had to throw my lot in with one section, and take care that I didn't fall into the hands of the other. The reason of this bitterness I discovered arose from the fact that both claimed possession of a belt of land which was supposed to contain gold. Now, I am an exceedingly rich man, as you know, but I got the gold fever as badly as if I had been the neediest adventurer who ever wielded pick and shovel. I had been told by my friends that the leader of the other section was an Englishman like myself. He was supposed to have married one of the women of the tribe, and adopted their manners and customs. Of course I needed no one to tell me that only such a powerful incentive as gold could have persuaded an educated Englishman to remain permanently with a tribe. This other section was far the more powerful of the 2, and they gave us fair warning that any of us that were caught in the gold belt would be likely to suffer for it. This was quite good enough for me. Picking out a score of the most daring adventurers, we made up our minds to put in some exploring without delay. I may mention the fact that some of these adventurers were Europeans also. Anyway, we set out one evening, and morning found us lighting our campfire right in the heart of the gold belt. On that occasion I had been left behind to look after the cooking, whilst the others pushed on to a likely spot where indications of the precious metal might be found. My companions had hardly disappeared from sight before a man came riding up to me and demanded my business. It was quite easy to see that he was an Englishman, despite the fact that he was arrayed in the full war paint of the tribe. He was a fine, powerful man, and his face denoted great intellectual gifts. Come, Mr. Masefield, you are a clever man yourself, and therefore will have no difficulty in guessing who the stranger was." "Anstruther for 100!" Masefield cried. "You have guessed it exactly, as I thought you would," Lord Barmouth went on gravely. "It was Anstruther, and no other. He wasted no time in demanding to know what I was doing there. He warned me of the dreadful pains and penalties likely to occur if I remained where I was, but I laughed him to scorn. By way of reply he gave a shrill whistle, and there emerged from the scrubby brush a small, misshapen man with the most hideous face that it has ever been my lot to look upon. Need I describe that face, Mr. Masefield?" "No," Jack said in an awed voice. "It was another Nostalgo." "Once more you have guessed it," Barmouth went on in the same grave way. "Anstruther pointed to the shrinking figure by his side, and told me that I must either go back at once, or that I must suffer the same fate as the man by his side. My blood was hot then. I cared for no man. I do not exactly know how it commenced, but presently we were exchanging revolver shots, each determined to do for the other. I suppose somebody crept up behind me, for I was just conscious of a terrible blow on the back of the head, and then I remembered no more. When I came to myself, I was lying in a deserted hut, absolutely alone, and with a feeling upon me that I had just recovered from a long and painful illness. There was food beside me, a little native spirit in a bottle. My clothes were neatly laid at the foot of my bed. When I reached the open, I recognized the fact that I was in a spot some 50 miles on the far side of the gold belt. From the length of my beard, I calculated that I must have been lying there for some 3 weeks. My horse I found outside, and feeling strong enough to proceed on my journey, I rode off in the direction of the tribe to which I was attached. I was feeling fairly well, and conscious only of a strange tightening sensation in the muscles of the face. At that moment I had no conception of the awful misfortune which had overtaken me. I was glad enough at length to come in contact with 1 or 2 members of my tribe. Judge of my astonishment when they fled as if in terror at my approach. It was the same in the village. I might have been afflicted with some loathsome disease, seeing how everybody ran at my approach. I reached my hut at length, tired and hot and angry, my first idea being to shave and make myself respectable. A glance at my looking-glass revealed the whole hideous truth. I was, as I am at this moment, a ghastly caricature of a man who dared not look his fellow creatures in the face. It was some time before Lord Barmouth spoke again. It was not for Jack to interrupt the tenor of his painful thoughts, but the silence was so long that he felt bound to speak at length. "But how does this give Anstruther such a hold on you?" he asked. "That is another matter entirely," Barmouth explained, "though of course it touches on the main issue. You see that though Anstruther knows me as the James Smith I used to be called in Mexico, he has not the remotest idea that I am Lord Barmouth. In fact, that man blackmails me." "I don't quite follow," Jack said. "I admit it sounds a little complicated," Barmouth went on. "As my real self, Anstruther does not know me. Why should he interest himself in an apparently broken-down hypochondriac? The man he cares about is James Smith, the Nostalgo whom he regards as a relative of my wife, and who lives here in some secluded part of the house. Heaven only knows if he is really aware of the truth, for he is so clever a scoundrel that he is quite capable of deceiving me on that point till the time is ripe to expose me and degrade me despite the sums of money I have paid him. I do not know, I dare not ask. Call me a coward if you like, but if you had gone through what I have—" Barmouth paused and wiped the moisture from his forehead. "If I were not Lord Barmouth," he continued. "I would care little or nothing for what he says, but for the sake of my wife I have to submit to his persecutions. Therefore it is that at certain seasons of the year I meet Anstruther in Montrose Place and hand him over £1,000. But there is one drawback to Anstruther's mastery of the situation. There are other men who were as vilely treated as myself, and some day Anstruther will fall by the hand of one of them. If you ask me why those hideous posters have been lately dotted about London, I can't tell you. I feel quite sure that they are some ingenious design of Anstruther's. I feel quite sure also that nostalgo you picked up the other night was here after Anstruther's blood, and that he died at Anstruther's instigation. My only consolation is the fact that my wife absolutely refused to break off her engagement on the strength of my terrible disfigurement. It was a long time before I yielded, but yield I did at length. And now that you know so much, perhaps you will be so good as to draw up the blinds and let us talk face to face. That is, of course, if you do not object to—" Jack hastily disclaimed any objection. He drew the blinds aside, and a flood of light poured into the room. It was a little difficult to repress a shudder at first, but he found himself presently talking to Barmouth as if his face had been like those of other men. "You will find some cigarettes. This is my own room," Barmouth explained. "I furnished it more with an eye to comfort than anything else." But Jack was not listening. He took up a cigarette mechanically, and was gazing intently at a photograph in a large silver frame standing on the mantelpiece. It was the face of a woman, a dark, melancholy face, with mournful eyes. "Would you mind telling me who that is?" Jack asked. "A sister of my wife's," Barmouth explained. "It is rather a sad story." Jack said nothing, but the face looking into his own was the face of Anstruther's servant, Serena. Chapter 23. Face to Face. It was perhaps fortunate for Jack that Lord Barmouth appeared to be engrossed in his own painful thoughts. At any rate he did not seem to notice that his youthful visitor's gaze was fixed so intently upon the photograph. So far as Jack could see, the picture had been taken some years before, and had not that wild, defiant, yet half-sad expression which marked Serena to-day. There was not much time to think, but Jack rapidly made up his mind. He would say nothing to Barmouth of his discovery, but would open up the matter as delicately as possible with Lady Barmouth. It was not a nice thing for a comparative stranger to intrude upon sacred griefs like this, but the discovery was so likely to lead to important results that it would have been folly to hesitate. It was some considerable time later before Jack left Lord Barmouth, who shook him warmly by the hand and implored him to come again. "You can imagine what a lonely life mine is," Barmouth murmured. "My wife is devotion itself, but one longs for the company of a man sometimes." Jack promised sincerely enough that he would come again and often. He had taken a great liking to the lonely man who bore his cruel misfortunes so well. He had not intended at present to worry Lady Barmouth with the recent discovery, but she happened to be crossing the hall and looked upon Jack eagerly and curiously. Jack was about to say something to Lady Barmouth when someone called her, and she turned away. Evidently she had no intention to allow Masefield to leave the house without satisfying herself as to the result of his interview with Lord Barmouth. With this feeling upon him, Jack lingered in the hall. He suddenly recollected that he had left his gloves behind him, and returned for them. He found Barmouth standing before the fireplace, apparently lost in thought. Jack had to speak twice before his host realized the fact that he was no longer alone. "I came back for my gloves," Jack explained. "I left them on the little table behind there. I am sorry to intrude upon you again, but since you have been so kind to me—" "On the contrary, it is you who have been so kind to me," Barmouth said. "I am not sorry you came back, because I have been thinking over the interview which we have just concluded. I might have told you a great deal more than I did. Indeed, I was perhaps unwise to be so reticent. If you will come and see me again—"
I will come and see you as often as I can get an opportunity, Jack said warmly. Apart from the gratification of my vulgar curiosity, I have been wonderfully entertained by your experiences. I saw Lady Barmouth in the hall just now, and I know that she is anxious to learn how we got on together. Jack went out again with a feeling that he was more and more drawn towards his unfortunate host. He lingered in the hall for a moment, gazing at the fine pictures and the artistic arranging of the flowers, hoping that Lady Barmouth would return. He had not long to wait, for presently she came floating down the stairs again. There was a pleased smile on her face. "Oh, I am so glad you stayed so long," she said. "My poor George must have enjoyed your society, or he would not have detained you. I am sure you got on very well together." "We got on very well indeed together," Jack explained. "I have now a pretty shrewd idea of this nostalgia business. During my interview with your husband I made a still more stupendous discovery." "Something that affects my husband's case?" Lady Barmouth asked eagerly. "I think it touches it very deeply indeed," Jack said gravely. "May I intrude upon you for another 5 minutes? Mind you, I have said nothing of this to Lord Barmouth, because it seems to me to concern you alone." Lady Barmouth led the way back to the small drawing-room again. Her eyes were fairly dancing with curiosity. "It is about your sister," Jack said. "The sister whose photograph stands on the mantelpiece in your husband's room." "Oh, must we really go into that?" Lady Barmouth asked, with a shade of coldness in her voice. "There are matters so sacred that even the most sincere friend—" "Believe me, I am speaking under the strongest sense of duty," Jack urged. "Nothing else would induce me to speak. Lord Barmouth told me it was a very painful subject, but we must go into it." "It is a painful subject," Lady Barmouth murmured. "She was my youngest sister, and very dear to us all. I do not say she had no faults. Indeed, she had far too many. But she was very lovable in spite of her headstrong ways and her quick fits of passion. She never got on particularly well with my father, who all the same cared for her very much indeed. She was sent at the age of 17 from southern Mexico, where we lived at that time, to finish her education in London. I don't know why, but it seemed to be assumed that she was the daughter of very rich parents, and that in the course of time she would inherit a great deal of money. Be that as it may, she contrived to fall head over heels in love with her music-master, and they ran away together and got married. We never quite knew the name of the man. However, it was something quite foreign, and judging from what happened afterwards, probably was no more than an alias. My sister's letter to her father announcing her marriage was returned to her unread, and she was given to understand that she could no longer consider herself one of the family. That sorry scoundrel who had brought so much unhappiness on the poor girl's head basely deserted her, and from that day to this I have seen nothing of the poor child." "She did not write to you? She did not communicate with you in any way?" Jack asked. "I have just told you that I have never heard of or seen the poor girl since. She was as proud as she was high-spirited, and after what had happened would have died rather than have appealed to any of us for assistance. But why do you ask?" "Because I recognized in the portrait in question the features of one who I see nearly every day of my life. There can be no question about the matter at all, Lady Barmouth. Your sister has been for a long time Spencer Anstruther's housekeeper." "You astonish me. You move me more than words can tell. My sister in the house of that man? Do you mean to suggest for a moment—" "I am not suggesting anything whatever that is wrong," Jack said earnestly. "For some time past I have been trying to make a study of the poor woman who calls herself Serena." "That is my sister's second name," Lady Barmouth interposed. "Yes, but I have not made much progress. It is quite evident to me that your poor sister has had a terribly stormy past. Not that her spirits are broken, for there comes ever and again in her face the look of one who is prepared to fight to the bitter end. All the same, she is absolutely under the domination of Spencer Anstruther. She watches his every movement. Indeed, it is almost as if he had hypnotized her. But that there is anything wrong— oh, no, Anstruther simply regards your sister as one of his creatures." "I am quite unnerved by all you have to tell me," Lady Barmouth cried. "It has always been my prayer that my poor sister and myself should meet again,
because I, for one, have never blamed her for that which, after all, is more her misfortune than her fault. She was very young at the time that she gave her heart into the keeping of that scoundrel, very young and very romantic, and goodness knows she paid enough for her folly. I must see her at once. I will go with you."
"Not to Anstruther's house," Jack protested. "Think of the danger of it."
"But Mr. Anstruther merely knows me as Lady Barmouth. He knows nothing of Lord Barmouth as Lord Barmouth. We can easily assume that I came to ask the character of a servant. Oh, do not let us wait. If you only knew how anxious I am to see Serena again." Jack shrugged his shoulders and allowed the point to pass. At any rate, he suggested that Lady Barmouth should possess her soul in patience a little longer. Usually the hours between 5 and 7 were spent by Anstruther at his club, where he often indulged in a rubber of whist. Indeed, he was very regular in this respect. Jack expounded all this to Lady Barmouth, who listened to him with more or less impatience. "Let it be as you please," she said. "I am afraid you do not quite understand my feelings. Still, you have been so good and kind and patient all through this miserable business that I am loath to do anything to mar your chances of success. Come and have a cup of tea with me, and then it will be time to start." It was a little after 6 before Jack and Lady Barmouth set out in the direction of Penton Square. They came to the house at length, and Jack rang the bell. Some little time elapsed before there was any response, and Jack rang again. He was getting slightly uneasy by this time. So many things had happened lately that therefore it was possible that something equally strange might have recently been enacted in Penton Square. He pulled the bell again, this time furiously. "It looks as if everybody was out," Lady Barmouth suggested.
"And yet I fancy I can hear somebody," Jack said, with his eye on the keyhole. "I am sure that I saw somebody flit across the hall. Let us try again."
Another furious peal at the bell brought a halting footstep, as if dragged unwillingly in the direction of the door, and then a voice inside faintly demanded to know who was there.
"Who are you?"
Jack asked.
His fears had rendered him a little impatient. "And what have you to be afraid of? Please open the door. I tell you that—"
"Is that really you, Jack?" the voice inside said in tones of deep relief. It was easy to detect that Claire was the speaker now. "I will open the door for you at once." There was a fumbling at the bolts and latch, and then the heavy portal swung back. Claire's face was very pale, her hands were trembling, and there was something like terror in her eyes.
"I hope nothing wrong has happened,"
Jack said anxiously. "Well, no," Claire explained. "Nothing what you might call really wrong." All the same she was holding her hand to her heart, like one who has run fast and far. "It was not on my account that I feared. It was for Serena's sake."
"Are you and Serena alone in the house?"
Jack asked. "Absolutely. The other 2 maids have gone out for the day, and as my uncle is dining at his club, I did not bother about a set dinner, and was going to have a small dish sent up for myself. A few minutes ago Serena came to me in a state of terrible agitation, saying that somebody had called to see my guardian. Though she was assured that Mr. Anstruther was out, and was not likely to return before it was time to dress for dinner, the man persisted in refusing to believe the statement. He pushed his way into the hall and locked the door behind him, saying that it was his intention to search the house. He was so rude and overbearing that Serena was naturally frightened, and came to me. I hope you won't blame me unduly, but I was as frightened as Serena herself. I summoned up courage at length to face this man, but when I reached the hall I found that he had unlocked the door again and had vanished. But not before he had been all over the house."
"Was he rude, or did he use anything like violence?" Jack asked heatedly. "Oh, this sort of thing is abominable. Ask Serena to come here and give me a description of the fellow. Then I will go off at once and place the matter in the hands of the police."
So agitated and upset was Claire that she had entirely overlooked the presence of Lady Barmouth, who stood in the dim shadow of the hall, listening to this amazing story. She went off now in the direction of the kitchen, where she seemed to be engaged in persuading the terrified Serena to come forward. The latter came presently, with a trembling, halting footstep, and Lady Barmouth shrank closer against the wall. The electric light had not been switched on yet, so that it was almost too dark to recognize the features of Anstruther's housekeeper. Jack rather wondered to see Serena so terribly upset. Broken as she was by misfortune, and dominated as she was by Anstruther's strong personality, she did not lack pluck and spirit, as Jack had seen on more than one occasion. "You seem to have been subjected to a rather unpleasant experience," he said. "What class of man was the fellow who insisted on pushing his way into the house like this? A half-intoxicated workman, or some loafing rascal?" "Oh, nothing of the kind," Serena replied. She was getting her voice well under control now. "The man was dressed as well as yourself, Mr. Masefield. It was not his appearance that frightened me in the least, at least not his outward appearance. Nor was he in the least abusive or violent." "But tell us what he looked like," Jack said impatiently. "I want a description for the benefit of the police." Serena seemed to hesitate for a moment, and a curious expression passed like a shadow over her worn, sad face. "Oh, you will not laugh at me? You will not make fun of what I am going to say? It was not quite dark. In fact, there was plenty of light when I opened the door for that man. His hat was turned down, and his coat collar was turned up. As the door was thrown open, he lifted his hat to me with a natural courtesy that belongs to every well-bred man. And then I saw his face. It was exactly the same face as that." Serena broke off suddenly, as if her emotions were too strong for her. The front door had not yet been closed. The strong flare of a great arc light lit up the hoarding on the far side of the street. With a trembling hand Serena pointed to the central poster on the hoarding. Jack started as he followed the direction of her shaking finger. "What?" he cried. "Nostalgo? Another Nostalgo? Do you mean to say that he has been here tonight?" "Yes," Serena said simply. "It is just as I have told you." Chapter 24. In the Square. Jack said no more for the present. He closed the front door quietly, not forgetting, however, to glance at the great clock, and stopping to calculate that a good half-hour must elapse before Anstruther returned. It would have been a great misfortune indeed if the latter had come home at that moment. In a mechanical kind of way Serena turned into the dining-room, where she proceeded to pull down the blinds and switch on the lights. At a sign from Jack, Lady Barmouth remained where she was for the moment, and Masefield, together with Claire, entered the dining-room. "I am bound to ask you a few questions," he said, turning to Serena. "For instance, I have yet to learn why the walking image of that poster should have frightened you so terribly." "It was Adolfo returned from the grave," Serena murmured. Apparently she was talking to herself. "Beyond all question, poor Adolfo." She paused in some confusion, and looked guiltily from Claire to Jack. The latter was not slow to take up the point. "So you have actually seen the man before?" he demanded. "Well, we will not discuss that at present. A little later on perhaps I shall ask you to speak more freely. Meanwhile, I may as well tell you that I came here tonight with a lady, desirous of seeing you." Serena was alert and eager in a moment. Jack could see that the fighting look had returned to her face. Her eyes dilated strangely. She seemed to guess by some subtle instinct exactly what was going to happen. "My sister," she whispered. Her voice was very strained and low. "Something tells me that my sister is here. I pray you go away and get rid of her at once. Tell her any lie, invent any falsehood. If you have the slightest feeling for the most miserable woman in the world, you will do this thing for me." "But it is too late," Jack protested. "Lady Barmouth is with me. She is waiting in the hall at the present moment, and she has already seen your face." "But I do not understand," Serena cried, stretching out her hands hopelessly. "I have but one sister whom I believe to be living, and her name is Grace. Lady Barmouth cannot possibly be anything to me." "Lady Barmouth is your sister all the same," Jack explained. "She married Lord Barmouth after you left home. She has told me your sad story, and you must believe that she has been looking for you everywhere. Surely you would not punish yourself for that which was, after all, merely an act of girlish folly." Serena covered her face with her hands and burst into tears. Her head fell forward on the table. Presently an arm stole about her neck. When she looked up again, It was to meet the tender and softened gaze of Lady Barmouth. "And so we meet again like this after all these years," Lady Barmouth said gently. "Oh, my dear Serena, how could you go off like that? How could you leave us all without a word or a sign? Our father was a harsh man. His pride was his besetting sin, but he would have forgiven you and taken you to his heart again if only you had returned to the old home. Didn't you suppose that I cared? And after all said and done, what is your crime? You trusted a man who was not worthy of your affection, and he deserted you because you lacked the money for which he married you. If that is a crime, then there are many thousands of poor women in the world in the same sad plight." Meanwhile Jack and Claire had crept quietly from the room. It would have been indelicate to remain there in the circumstances. Jack, looking at Claire, noted that the tears were also in her eyes. "What a strangely pathetic thing," Claire murmured. "How did it come about, Jack?" Jack explained the story of the photograph, but Claire was hardly listening. It seemed such a strange, sad story to her, this pathetic meeting between the two sisters. "But you don't suppose that Mr. Anstruther knows?" Claire asked. "You do not imagine for a moment that he is aware of the fact that Serena is Lady Barmouth's sister?" "I hope to goodness, no!" Jack exclaimed. "But I don't see how the thing could be possible. To begin with, the sisters are not in the least alike, and in addition to this, Serena had not the least idea that Lady Barmouth had married. What I am most afraid of now is that Anstruther should come back and discover those two women together." Claire nodded gravely, with one eye on the clock. It was only a matter of minutes now when Anstruther would return. He was dining at his club to-night, Claire explained, with Mr. Carrington, at 8 o'clock, and as it was now 7:15, there was not much time for him to dress and get back to St. James's Street again. "In that case I must intrude myself upon those two ladies," Jack said firmly. "I will put Lady Barmouth in a cab and send her home. It will be quite easy for the sisters to arrange a meeting at Lady Barmouth's house. Keep Anstruther out of the dining-room if he comes in." Jack strode resolutely across the hall and placed the matter tersely and vigorously before the sisters. "It would never do," he explained, "for Anstruther to find you here at this moment." Serena's eyes were swollen with weeping. There were the deep marks of tears upon her cheeks. Lady Barmouth's worldly training had stood her in better stead, but she also carried traces of emotion which could not be wiped out in a moment. "I am going to put you in a cab at once," Jack said. "Anstruther may be here any instant, and you can imagine how necessary it is to keep him in the dark. Besides, you can easily arrange a meeting in a safer atmosphere than this." With a brief remark to the effect that she would communicate with Serena again, Lady Barmouth left the room, and permitted Jack to escort her to a cab. The latter breathed more freely as the clatter of the horses' hoofs died away. He ran back quickly to the house again, to give a few last words of instruction to Claire. "You look all right now," he said, "but Serena's case is entirely different. Take my advice and send her up to her room. If you are not going to dine in the proper sense of the word, there is no reason why Serena should appear again till Anstruther has gone to his club. And I will go too. I don't want our worthy host to know that I have been here this evening." Jack went off thoughtfully in the direction of the square. It was a particularly good-class neighbourhood, and generally very quiet at this time of the evening. The half-hour past 7 had just struck from a neighbouring clock. In most of the dining-rooms on the north side of the square, brilliant lights demonstrated the fact that folks were at dinner. With the exception of a solitary policeman, nobody was in sight. As is usual with the majority of London squares, the place was none too well lighted, and there were just sufficient lamps to throw the shadows of the garden in deeper relief. It had often occurred to Jack how easy crime and violence would be in circumstances like these. Jack's imagination was working freely now. Indeed, it would have been odd if his brain had not been screwed to a high pitch by the events of the day. Coming towards him now, swinging along at a good pace, was a tall, slim figure, which seemed familiar to Masefield. As the figure paused under a lamp to look at his watch, Jack could see the figure was that of Anstruther. He congratulated himself upon the fact that he had got away from Penton Square before Anstruther returned. He crossed the road in a casual sort of way, and passed along under the shadow of the houses, so that Anstruther had no idea how he was being watched. The latter paused again just by the entrance to the square gardens, the gates of which had not yet been locked, though it was considerably past the hour when the gardens were closed to the public. Anstruther stood there as if debating something in his mind. Then suddenly another figure came like a lightning flash from inside the garden gates, and fell upon Anstruther with terrible swiftness. So sudden and unexpected was it that Jack could hardly believe the evidence of his own eyes. Anstruther gave one gurgling cry, his hands went up as if imploring assistance, then he settled down to a fray which could only end in one fashion. It was impossible where Jack stood for him to make out anything more than the mere outline of the man who had so unexpectedly fallen upon Anstruther, but there was no mistaking the grimness of his intention. There was sinister design in every movement of the body. This was no common square thief, intent upon a paltry meed of plunder, but a man who had deliberately picked out his prey with the intention of mauling it to the death. All this passed as it were in the twinkling of an eye. Jack knew now that he would have to pull himself together and advance to the rescue. As he flew across the road he heard, in a mechanical sort of fashion, the heavy footstep of a policeman clanging on the quiet pavement some little way off. Here at any rate was aid fairly close at hand. But Jack was not the kind of man to wait in an emergency like this. Before he could cross the road he saw that Anstruther was prostrate on the pavement, with his assailant kneeling cat-like upon his chest. The man was evidently fumbling for something, probably a weapon of the noiseless kind, for Jack could see his right hand working in a hip pocket. With a headlong leap Jack fell upon the would-be assassin and clutched him by the throat. At the same time a police whistle shrilled. But the man kneeling on Anstruther's chest was not taken aback for an instant. With a quick upward motion of his body he pitched Jack clean over his head, and rolling off Anstruther's chest, darted like a snake into the gardens. By this time 3 policemen were upon the scene. "No, I don't think he is hurt much," Jack explained as Anstruther scrambled to his feet and gazed wildly around him. "No damage done, eh?" Anstruther explained that he was none the worse for his adventure. He seemed to be under the impression that he had been the victim of some loafer's cupidity. He could give no description of his assailant. Indeed, he said that he had no idea now but to get away and keep an important appointment. He tossed his card over to the police and went coolly down the road. "We can get that fellow all the same," Jack said. "He is in the garden somewhere. Suppose you 3 men stand round the square while I go inside and drive him out. One of you lend me a lantern." The quest was by no means a long one. At the 4th cast of the lantern Jack descried his man crouching down under a belt of laurels. He reached forward and dragged the fellow up by the neck. "I am a bigger man than you are," Jack said. "Do you come quietly, or are you going to take it fighting?" By way of reply the man raised his hat. His face was exposed. "I am not going to take it at all," he said. "You will be good enough to put the police off my scent, and have a cab handy, so that I can get away without being seen. We have met before, sir." It was a fitting crown to a day of surprises, for the man who stood before Jack was the same nostalgo he had conveyed in the guise of a dead body to Shannon Street police station. Chapter 25. On the Track. The man standing there showed not the slightest trace of alarm. There was just a suggestion of a smile on his face, as if he felt confident of his position. Jack could even see that he was fingering a cigarette case, as if he were thinking more about tobacco than anything else. He advanced a little nearer to his pursuer, and the suggestion of a smile broadened to a look of absolute amusement. "It seems to me that we have met before," he said, with an accent that left no doubt as to his nationality, "but I have just reminded you of the fact. The question is, what are you going to do?" "Well, you are a very cool hand," Jack replied. "My obvious duty is to hand you over to the police for the attempted murder of Mr. Spencer Anstruther." "Instead of which you are going to do nothing of the kind," the stranger replied. "Besides, you are quite wrong. I am prepared to admit the assault on Mr. Anstruther, but as to murdering him, nothing of the kind. Besides, you know perfectly well you are consumed with curiosity to know all about my mysterious self." Jack smiled to himself, despite the gravity of the situation. The stranger had hit off his thoughts exactly. "You are naturally anxious to know," he said, "what happened to me after you were good enough to escort my unconscious body to Shannon Street police station. I see you are a little dubious as to whether I am the right man or not, but if you looked at me carefully, you would see there is no mistake whatever." Jack advanced a few paces nearer the speaker and surveyed him closely in the blinding light of the lantern. There was no doubt whatever that this was one and the same Nostalgo. There was a certain mark in the shape of a crescent scar on his chin, the same scantiness of eyebrow, and the same peculiar droop of the lids. "I am quite satisfied that you are the same man," Jack said. "That's all right," the stranger cried eagerly. "Of course I know quite well that you are deeply interested in this Nostalgo mystery, and good fortune has placed you in the position to find out all about it. Get rid of those fellows, and call me a hansom. As a guarantee of good faith, here is my card. The address leaves a great deal to be desired, but I assure you my quarters are a great deal more comfortable than the locality would convey. If you have not yet dined, perhaps you would not mind partaking of my bread and salt." Jack did not hesitate a moment longer. It was, perhaps, playing it rather low down on the police, but it seemed almost a criminal folly to waste so golden an opportunity as this. If the man had been given in custody for the murderous assault upon Spencer Anstruther, there would be long and tedious investigations, which would not only delay the solution of the trouble, but perhaps scare away others who were more or less party to the mystery. After all said and done, Anstruther was not a penny the worse for his adventure, and no harm could be done in defeating the so-called ends of justice. "You stay where you are," Jack said, "and I will see what I can do for you. The police are on 3 sides of the square, leaving this side open to me. It is only a matter of a little patience, and the thing is accomplished." Jack emerged cautiously into the road and looked about him. So far as he could see, the street was deserted, though he could hear the constables making signs to one another on the other 3 sides of the square. Whilst he was still debating in his mind what to do, an empty hansom crawled towards him. Jack ran back and signed to the driver not to stop. "You can earn a sovereign if you like," he said. "Don't ask any questions, but do exactly what I tell you. Turn back, go just to the corner of the square, and then return slowly. When you are opposite the gates, pull up as if there was something the matter with your horse. Then a man will come out and jump into your cab. You are to drive him to the address which I am going to give you without asking any questions. Here is your sovereign, and now listen carefully to the address. That's all." Jack returned hurriedly to the gardens, at the same time whistling loudly as if he had need of assistance. It was not long before the 3 constables came swarming over the railings, guided to the right spot by the flash of Jack's lantern. "Now is your time," he whispered hurriedly. "There is a hansom waiting for you by the gate, and the driver knows exactly what to do and where to take you. He is already paid his fare." The man Nostalgo smiled and vanished. It was an easy matter to satisfy the police that their quarry had eluded Masefield, and that he was still hiding somewhere in the gardens. Jack left them to their search presently, under the plea that he had no further time to waste. He walked as far as Albany Street, and there took a cab to Mare Street, Hackney. It was not a particularly desirable neighbourhood, as the man Nostalgo had pointed out. The destination was a side street of great dingy houses, which a generation or 2 back had been inhabited by wealthy tradesmen and the like. Now the large houses had been cut up into small flats and tenements, and for the most part were occupied by artisans and the like. The gutter swarmed with children. Dishevelled-looking women stood gossiping on the doorsteps. Round the flaming gin palace a group of loafers had gathered. It seemed to Jack high time to dismiss his hansom, for evidently vehicles of that kind were not frequent visitors to the street. More than one of the loafers, lounging heavily against the greasy walls, looked pointedly at Jack, but he was not the class of man to be tackled single-handed, and therefore he was allowed to proceed unmolested to number 14, where he asked for Mr. James Smith. A surly-looking porter, evidently considerably the worse for drink, replied that Smith lived on the 5th floor.
"Not that I have ever seen him," he growled, propitiated by Jack's half-crown. "Sort of secretive chap. Only goes out after dark, and all that sort of thing." Shouldn't wonder if the police came and walked off with him any day. But that's no business of mine, so long as he pays his rent regularly and don't give no trouble. Keeps a couple of servants, he does, but they ain't English, and we don't have no truck with them."
Unenlightened by this fragment of a biography, Jack made his way up the greasy staircase. There must have been scores of families living in the selfsame house, for Jack could hear the cries of children and an occasional oath from some angry man. He came at length to the 5th floor, the outer door of which was closed, and on this he knocked. He knocked a third time before the door was cautiously opened, and the sallow, almond-eyed face of a Chinaman peered out. Apparently the Celestial was satisfied as to his visitor, for he merely bowed and stood aside so that Jack might enter. Then the door was closed again and locked. There was another door at the end of a dingy passage, the walls of which had not been papered for years, but a passage through this revealed a different state of affairs entirely. It was idle to inquire by what magic this thing had been brought about, but here, in this home of wretchedness and desolation, was a luxurious and comfortable home. In what appeared to be the hall was a remarkably fine specimen of Persian carpet. There were Moorish hangings, luxurious lounges and divans, the whole illuminated by a shaded lamp which depended from the ceiling. Jack could see other rooms beyond, quite as luxuriously furnished. In one of them a table had been laid out with a fair white cloth, and on the snowy damask appeared to be what was a perfectly appointed meal. Jack could see the shaded lights falling on the flowers and silver, upon gold-necked bottles and ruby wines in cut-glass decanters. A negro dressed like an English butler came silently from the room, carrying a silver coffee-service in his hand. It was a fairy kind of dream, coming as it did upon the edge of stern reality. Jack would have been surprised had he not been long past that emotion. As it was, he allowed the Chinese servant to relieve him of his hat and coat, after which he was escorted to a small room at the back, where his queer host was smoking something quite exceptional in the way of a cigar. "I thought you would come," he said. It was only when he stood up under the full light of the lamps that Jack could see what a fine figure of a man he was. "Sit down and try one of these cigars. Dinner will not be ready for quite a quarter of an hour. You are rather surprised to find anything of this kind here, eh?"
"Well, rather," Jack said dryly. "You hardly expect Eastern palaces in the slums. I won't be vulgarly curious and ask why a man of your apparent means prefers to take up his quarters here, but what I want to know is this: how on earth did you manage to get all this luxury and refinement here without arousing the suspicions of your neighbors? There are men, aye, and women too, under the same roof who would murder you cheerfully if only to get hold of your silver coffee-service."
"Oh, that's explained easily enough," Nostalgo cried. "My 2 servants are very faithful to me. They practically know no English, and when they go out they are dressed very, very differently to what you see them now. As to the rest, we smuggled the things here a few at a time, and we did the papering and upholstering between us. As to why I choose to live here, that is quite another matter." The stranger finished with a stern abruptness that told Jack pretty plainly he was not expected to ask any further questions on that head. "You will know more about me presently," he said. "Meanwhile, I dare say you are curious to know what brought me lying apparently dead near Penton Square, and how my body disappeared from the police station. Of course you suspect Anstruther of being at the bottom of the whole business. In fact, I presume Lord Barmouth told you all about that." Here was another surprise, but Jack did not express it in words. He merely nodded, as if he took the whole thing for granted. "We will let that pass," he said. "But why did Anstruther desire to have you put out of the way like that?" "Well, it was either Anstruther or myself," the stranger said coolly. "To give you some idea of the feelings I entertain towards Anstruther, I will ask you to kindly look at that creatine over the mantelpiece. You may not believe it, but that picture represents me before I came under the baneful influence of the man we are discussing. Will you please look at it carefully?" It was barely possible to recognize in those handsome features the almost repulsive ugliness of Nostalgo. Perhaps he read something of this passing through Jack's mind, for he smiled with exceeding bitterness. Yes, I don't think I need much justification. You know all about that business in Mexico, but Lord Barmouth was not the only victim. I also was left penniless and mutilated, and I swore that if ever fortune favoured me, I would be even with Anstruther before I died. Fortune has favoured me, and I am here with one set purpose before me." "To kill Spencer Anstruther!" Jack cried. "Oh dear, no," Nostalgo said. "Do you suppose that I can think of no more terrible revenge than that? When you saw me holding that scoundrel tonight, I had quite another purpose in my mind. If everything had gone well with me, London would have been startled to-morrow to hear of the strange disappearance of Spencer Anstruther. But you were good enough to prevent me, and I cannot blame you for that. But I am talking about myself, though you would like to hear more of other matters. I promised to tell you how I got away from Shannon Street Police Station. I expect my case puzzled the doctor, did it not?" "You puzzled him exceedingly," Jack said. "How did you manage it?" "I was shot in a peculiar manner and with a peculiar weapon," Nostalgo explained. "The whole device was an invention of Anstruther's. In fact, I saw it in operation in Mexico. It is a kind of air-gun arrangement that propels a sort of poisoned bullet encased in celluloid. The bullet penetrates a part not necessarily vital, and dissolves there. There is practically no wound. The virulent poison in the bullet spreads all over the system, and speedily does its work. But in my instance the shots fired were not fatal, for the simple reason that I am wearing a thin coat of highly tempered chain mail." "But the doctor did not notice that," Jack exclaimed. Nostalgo made no reply for a moment. He seemed to be thinking about something else. His varying moods had not been lost upon Jack. He was stern and silent, then again happy and cheerful, and once more grim and sardonic. If he did not care to speak now, Jack had no desire to press him. He felt quite sure that the stranger had taken a liking to him, or he would not be enjoying his present novel situation. Nostalgo broke the silence at length, as if he had suddenly realized that he was not alone. "You have not travelled much, I presume?" he asked. "No," Jack replied. "Only the usual continental trips and all that kind of thing. Mine has been a very prosaic life up to now, and I have never found myself in the heart of a great adventure before. Now it seems to me as if I were going to have enough mystery to last me forever. Ah, as Shakespeare says, there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in your philosophy. Had you lived my life and knew the world as I know it, you would not be astonished at anything. Probably if you had read what I have told you in a novel, of the sensational kind, you would have pitched the book aside with a laugh of contempt. And now confess it, have you ever heard before of a decadent modern man walking about in a mail shirt and being plugged by mysterious bullets, and all this in the streets of London?" "Well, I confess that it does seem a little strange and outlandish," Jack admitted. "But when I come to think of it, and when I look at you, I can no longer hesitate. Some men are born for picturesqueness and adventure, and you are one of them. But all the same, the doctor was utterly deceived." Chapter 26. Serena again. Nostalgo smiled and shook his head. The doctor had not made an examination of him at all, and he explained he had simply given him a cursory glance and pronounced that the whole thing had been fatal. No doubt a thorough examination would have taken place later on, only that the victim had returned to his senses, and having his own reasons for secrecy, had escaped by means of the overhead light in the mortuary. "There you have the whole thing in a nutshell," he concluded. "It was fortunate for me that I knew exactly how to get away, for the simple reason that I had been keeping a close eye upon Anstruther's movements, and knew all about that hiding-place in Montrose Place. To a certain extent I made my escape through Montrose Place. There is only one thing I find that is difficult of explanation. Now I know for a fact that Anstruther was otherwise engaged on the night of that murderous attack upon me. Who, then, was it who fired the bullet?" "I think it is just possible I can enlighten you there," Jack said. "Did you ever chance to hear of a man called Padini?" The name conveyed nothing apparently to Nostalgo, who rose at the same moment and suggested that dinner was possibly ready. It was a well-served meal, cold for the most part, Nostalgo explaining that anything in the way of elaborate cookery had for obvious reasons to be done off the premises. It was possible to talk freely before the servants, who seemed to be entirely in their master's confidence. "Tell me about this Padini whose name you mentioned just now," the host said. "So far as I know, I have never heard the name before." "That is exceedingly likely, considering that Padini is only one of the many aliases. The man I mentioned is an exceedingly fine violinist, clean-shaven and artistic-looking, and perhaps just a little effeminate. On the stage he looks rather boyish, but in private life it is his whim to assume a moustache closely resembling that of the German Emperor. I know this as a fact because I have met him wearing his moustache at the house of a man called Carrington, a rich bachelor banker who has a very elaborate establishment in Piccadilly." A heavy scowl crossed the face of Nostalgo. "So you know that sorry blackguard, do you?" he asked. "Upon my word, Mr. Masefield, you seem to have mixed up with a rare lot of scoundrels." Jack was politely incredulous. He had never heard anything to the detriment of Mr. Carrington, who was partner in a well-known City bank. Still he remembered now that he had heard Carrington's name mentioned by Anstruther that time he was hiding in Montrose Place with Rigby. "Oh, I am perfectly certain of my facts," Nostalgo cried. "It may be news to you, but Carrington's bank is on the verge of collapse. I know that because they have £20,000 of mine in their hands. I was acquainted with Carrington before I went to Mexico, and as good fortune favored me, I sent a great deal of my earnings to Carrington for investment. When I came home I called upon him one night and explained my altered appearance. He appeared to be fairly satisfied, till I asked for my securities. Then the rascal showed himself in his true colours. He pretended to believe that I was an impudent impostor. He laughed my strange story to scorn, and refused to part with anything until I could prove my identity beyond question. He knew perfectly well that at the time I could do nothing of the sort, and there the matter stands for the present. I suppose that Carrington is a friend of Anstruther's." Jack explained that Anstruther and Carrington were dining together at the former's club at that selfsame moment. Nostalgo nodded, as if the information was not displeasing to him. "Very good," he cried. "Everything is going our way now. I will get you to accompany me on a little expedition presently. And as to this man you call Padini, I think I have a pretty good notion of his real identity. And now take some more of that wine, and let us discuss matters generally, apart from this wretched business. Let me try and make you forget what a physical wreck I am." A more entertaining companion Jack could not have wished for. His host seemed to have been everywhere and seen everything. He was a thorough citizen of the world, and a charming companion to boot. Jack was astonished to look up presently and see that it was already past 11 o'clock. Nostalgo followed his glance and smiled. He rang the bell and ordered coffee to be served at once. "Just one more cigar and a liquor," he suggested, "and then we must be off. Meanwhile, there are one or two things I must do in regard to my personal appearance. Like the modern plain young woman, I am compelled occasionally to resort to a beauty doctor. It is a case of where nature fails, art steps in." So saying, Nostalgo passed the cigar-box across the table and sauntered from the room. It was some half-hour before he returned, and when he did so he was changed almost beyond recognition. At the same time, the almost hideous ugliness had only given way to another form of repulsive feature. Nostalgo smiled sadly as he seemed to follow Jack's thoughts. "It is only a change, after all," he said, "for change is sometimes necessary. If you have quite finished, we are going to walk down as far as St. James's Street, where I will get you to go into Anstruther's club, the Salisbury, and ascertain if he and Carrington are still there. You can easily make an excuse to do that." "As it happens, there is no occasion to do anything of the kind," Jack said. "I am a member of the Salisbury Club. I will go into the dining-room and see if those men are still there,
and if they have already gone, I will try and ascertain where. Come along."
The Salisbury Club was reached at length, and Jack entered, followed by his companion. There was no reason why the latter should not come into the club, Jack urged. With his hat pulled down over his eyes, nobody would recognize him, or note anything peculiar in his appearance. The club was fairly crowded by this time, for the theatres had begun to empty, and members were trooping in the direction of the smoking and card rooms. The dining room was still comparatively full, for though dinner was practically a thing of the past, a great many suppers had already been served. As Jack glanced carelessly about the room, he noticed Anstruther and Carrington seated at a table at the top. There was a third man with them, who had apparently just come in, for his opera cape was still about his shoulders. Jack touched his companion on the arm. "There our men are," he whispered, "and judging from the amount of wine upon the table, I should think there they are likely to stay. We are fortunate, too, in another direction. Please take note of that man in the opera cape. That is the man Padini. Perhaps you can tell me if you have ever seen him before."
Nostalgo gave a queer and dry chuckle, and Jack could see that his eyes were burning under the edge of his hat. "You are quite right about our being in luck," he said hoarsely. "So you want to know if I am acquainted with the little man in the opera cape? I know the scoundrel perfectly. It seems to me that all the scores I have to pay are going to be wiped off in London. Now I think we will get on our way."
Nostalgo strode away as if he had quite made up his mind what to do. Once outside, he turned off in the direction of Piccadilly, walking so rapidly that Jack had some considerable difficulty in keeping up with him. The man had evidently something on his mind, for he was muttering to himself as if he had entirely forgotten his companion. He came out of his brown study presently, and laughed a laugh of grim amusement. "I am a little mad at times," he said in explanation of his queer conduct, "but you must not mind that. You have behaved exceedingly well to me, and I am taking you entirely into my confidence. You asked me just now if I knew Padini. I explained to you that I knew him very well indeed, but not under that name. He used to be with Anstruther all the time that the latter was in Mexico. Not that he is the class of man to care much for the rough life we led out there, because he is physically a great coward, though his cunning and craft are equal to those of his master. We knew him out there for a very skilled performer on the violin, but I never expected that he would blossom out into a leading platform artist. I should have thought that the fellow was too lazy and too casual to tie himself down to a settled programme. But I dare say it is all part of some scheme of Anstruther's." "That I am absolutely certain about," Jack said. "Seeing that you have been so candid with me, I will be equally candid with you, and tell you something very strange. It has to do with Padini and his violin." Jack proceeded to explain at length the apparently strange coincidence of the items on Padini's concert programme and their simultaneous playing in Anstruther's study. It was a somewhat complicated story, and Nostalgo did not quite take it in at first. When he thoroughly grasped the situation, he was grimly pleased to pay a high compliment to Anstruther's ingenuity. "I think I can grasp the meaning of it," he said. "If Anstruther ever found himself in a tight corner, and he is very likely to before long, he has a magnificent alibi. But here we are. Just wait till I get my key out." To Jack's great surprise, Nostalgo paused before the front door of Carrington's chambers, and proceeded to fit the key in the latch as if he were the master of the premises. Very coolly he pushed the door back and bade Jack enter. "But this is something like burglary," the latter protested. "Burglary or not, we are going in all the same," Nostalgo growled. "You will see presently something that will surprise you. But stop. Surely there is someone coming down the hall." The hall light was a very dim one, so that it was impossible for the moment to determine the identity of the woman who came down the stairway towards them. She carried in her hand a candle, which had the effect of keeping her face half in shadow. It was evident that the woman had heard the key in the door, and had come down to see if her master required anything. Satisfied that she was mistaken, she set the candle down on the table. Her features were quite plain now. the sad yet defiant face of Serena. A grasp like a vice was laid on Jack's arm, and his companion's voice whispered hoarsely in his ear. "Great heaven!" Nostalgo said. "And she is here! Oh, the villainy of it! The villainy of it!" Chapter 27. In the smoking room. The woman looked about her as if half expecting to see somebody there who had come with evil intent. Jack could not fail to notice the extreme nervousness and agitation of her face. She was no longer quiet and subdued, as he had been accustomed to see her in Penton Square. She seemed as if some force had dragged her there against her will. She advanced towards the table, and taking up a hat and coat lying there, proceeded to put them on as if she had finished her task, whatever it was. If anything had frightened her, it was not, at any rate, the suggestion of burglars, for there was nothing of physical fear to be detected about her. So far as Jack could discern, his companion appeared to be equally disconcerted. But there would be plenty of time presently to learn what Nostalgo knew about Serena. Events were moving rapidly now, and Jack felt that he would have plenty to tell Rigby later on. They stood aside till Serena had left the house, making sure that the latch was down, and that no one could enter the premises without a key. Jack turned to Nostalgo with an interrogative glance. "The more we go into this thing," he said, "the more do we find one mystery piled upon another. Do you know that unfortunate lady?" "If you do not mind, I would much rather you did not press that question," Nostalgo said coldly. "I am going to help you all I can. I am going to do everything in my power both for your sake and mine, but there are some things which will not bear discussion, and this is one of them." Jack turned away, feeling just a little hurt and disappointed. He would have found it difficult to say why, but he had taken a strange liking to the man by his side, perhaps because the man was suffering more from terrible misfortune than from his own imprudence. "We will let it stand over for the present," he said. "But to be more candid than you are, I am greatly interested in that poor woman. I have known her for a long time now, and as a novelist I am bound to say that she greatly fascinates me. She always strikes me as a woman who has been tamed. She is so like a performing lion or tiger, if you will permit me the simile." "I think I know what you mean," Nostalgo said. "The class of animal you speak of paces restlessly about its cage, a picture of moody discontent and more or less physical fear, and then the time comes when all the old savage instincts burst forth, and years of cruel treatment are avenged in the course of a moment." "And so it would be with Serena," Jack said. "I have seen her cower and tremble before her master. I have seen her hand him a knife in the humblest possible fashion, and then I have seen her hands clench on the handle, and a gleam come into her eyes. On more than one occasion I have half expected to see her lean over and cut her master's throat from ear to ear. After this, perhaps, you may be disposed to say more on the subject." "We have never met, we have never been introduced," Nostalgo explained, "but I know who she is and all about her just the same. Do not press me more at present. The secret is not entirely my own. I can only tell you this. It was a great shock to me to meet that unfortunate lady to-night. But perhaps you know who she is." "I know perfectly well who she is," Jack said, "though the knowledge has come to me quite recently. Up to a day or two I regarded her in the prosaic light of Anstruther's housekeeper. She has always interested me, because she has always seemed to me to be a kind of wild animal who has been cleverly tamed. I have seen her like a tiger ready to spring. I have seen the lurking demon of passion in her eyes, as if she could destroy Anstruther and rejoice in the deed. And then a word from him or a glance, and she has cowered as timidly as the wife of the veriest bully in the world." "But that isn't telling me who she is," Nostalgo said impatiently. "Well, she is Lady Barmer's sister, to begin with," Jack said. "Now perhaps you may be inclined to be more communicative." Nostalgo shook his head in a sorrowful manner, and proceeded to lead the way upstairs. It was not lost upon Jack that his companion seemed to know his way about the house just as one would who had lived there for some time. He even seemed to know where to lay his hand upon each electric switch, In fact, his familiarity with the surroundings was apparent to the meanest understanding. "One more word before we leave the subject," Jack said. "I showed you tonight the man who calls himself Pardini. You recognized him as a man whom you had known in Mexico, and you left me to understand that he was as great a scoundrel as Anstruther, only that he lacked the necessary courage to carry his schemes into effect. Would it surprise you to know that this Pardini is the husband of the poor woman who has just gone out?" Nostalgo shook his head with the air of a man who is not hearing anything for the first time. As he had intimated before, the secret was not his own, and he showed no inclination to go into the matter now. He led the way to the first landing, from which the living rooms branched off. Here was the fine spacious hall where Jack had found himself on the night he had met Rigby there. The big ferns and palms were still scattered about, the evidences of luxury were plain. Only a rich man could have occupied so fine a suite of apartments. Nostalgo smiled as all these objects of art and luxury met his eye. "All is not gold that glitters," he said. "In fact, nothing that glitters is gold. All this kind of thing would be calculated to impress any client who came along, but the British public is getting to understand the value of outside show. Let me see. This used to be the drawing-room in the old days when—" Nostalgo flicked up the lights, and there, bathed brilliantly by the flashing rays, was a room that would not have disgraced a palace. Carrington was a man of taste and feeling. His pictures were good, and his china would have fetched much money at Christie's. The lights were down again, and Nostalgo walked away in the direction of the dining-room. He might have been some contemptuous servant displaying his master's treasures to the admiring eye of a colleague. Everywhere the foot sank deeply into velvety carpets. Many fine sets of armour graced the corridor. There were one or two pictures of price here also. A Corot, a dainty little Meissonier, a sketch or two from the brush of some other modern painters. Deeply interested as he was in the adventure, Jack did not fail to note and do justice to Carrington's taste. "A whited sepulchre," Nostalgo murmured. "It is a poor jewel, after all, that lives in this perfect setting. Now here is the dining-room. What do you think of it? Old oak and old blue china, with Flemish pictures of the best school. Elegant, is it not? You need not wonder why the women run after Carrington. But we will give them something to talk about presently." With the assured step of one who knows every inch of the way, Nostalgo moved on to a small apartment behind the dining-room. This was fitted in the form of a smoking-room, with deep and cosy armchairs and comfortable divans against the Moorish walls. The whole thing was Moorish, from the decorations on the walls and the wonderful brass lamps depending from the painted ceiling. At the far end of the room were two double-stained glass doors, leading into a conservatory. The warmth here was grateful, and seemed to touch the senses drowsily. As to the rest, the conservatory was filled with masses of graceful feathery palms and ferns, beyond which was tier upon tier of red geraniums. The whole effect was wonderfully pleasing and artistic, and Jack did not hesitate to say so. Nostalgo was not so enthusiastic. "I wasn't thinking so much about that," he said dryly. "I was regarding this little garden more in the light of a hiding-place. You and I are going to play the eavesdropper, my friend. It is not a congenial occupation, I know, but there is precious little of anything congenial about this business. Carrington will be here presently, and probably Anstruther will accompany him." "You are a bit of a detective in your way," Jack smiled. "The conclusion is only what anyone would call obvious," Nostalgo replied. "In the first place, all the servants have gone to bed, or that poor woman whom we saw downstairs would not have been so careful to see that the door could not be opened without a latch-key. On the table behind you is a big silver salver with two glasses, a couple of siphons of soda-water, and a spirit-stand. What other conclusion do you come to than that Carrington is returning presently, and is bringing a friend with him?" "I quite follow you," Jack said, "but there is one thing I don't understand. How is it that you can find your way about this house in so familiar a manner?" "Ah, that is not so obvious," Nostalgo replied. "And yet the explanation is perfectly simple. Before I went to Mexico I was a friend of Carrington's. In those days his father was still alive, and he had not succeeded to so large a share of the business. As a matter of fact, Carrington and myself lived here together. He frequently discussed with me the improvements he would make here when once he was in a position to do so. The place where we are standing now used to be my dressing-room. It seemed to Jack that Carrington must have been a cool hand indeed, and he suggested something of this to Nostalgo. "Cool with the courage of despair," the latter said. "The night I came home and called on Carrington here, I thought he would have had a fit of apoplexy. Disfigured as I am certain that he recognized me, but he was not slow to take advantage of my misfortunes. Directly he had recovered himself, he became painfully polite, though he refused to acknowledge me as his quondam friend. You can quite see the point of that. So long as I could not prove my identity, he was able to keep me out of my property. But we have already discussed that point, and now you know why I am so familiar with the house, and how it comes about that I have a latch-key to fit the front door." Nostalgo was apparently prepared to say more, only his quick hearing detected a suspicious sound below. He strode swiftly across the room and switched out the light that had illuminated the room and the conservatory. It was an easy matter to find the hiding-place amidst that tangle of ferns and flowers, and the two had hardly done so before the smoking-room door opened and Carrington came in, closely followed by Anstruther and Padini. The latter seemed to be terribly put out about something, for he flung his hat and coat upon the floor and dropped into a chair with an attitude of defiance. "It is all very well for you," he exclaimed heatedly. "We do all the work and take all the risks, and you walk off with the profit. I tell you it is absolutely dangerous to work a scheme like ours from the great Metropolitan Hotel." There was a sneer on Anstruther's face as he helped himself to a cigarette and poured out a carefully moderated dose of whisky and soda. "You little rascal," he said. He had the air of a man who, having tamed lions, was now contemptuously engaged in subduing less noble animals. "If you talk to me like this, I will let you down altogether. You cannot injure me, but I can ruin you, body and soul. Go to your kennel, you hound." Padini cowered before the flashing anger in Anstruther's eyes, and he muttered something to himself that might have been an apology, but the listeners were a little too far away to hear. "It is all very well for you," Padini whimpered. "You can call me a coward if you like. I am. It is not like you to run any risks at all. So long as I am at the great Metropolitan Hotel, so sure is there danger." "Send him off about his business," Carrington growled. "Why did you allow him to follow us here at all? He ought to have been in his own room by this time, carrying on his share of the programme." "Well, give me a programme," Padini said with some show of spirit. "How am I to know what Anstruther wants until he tells me beforehand? Is it to be nothing but Chopin tonight?" In the same way that one humours a spoiled child, Anstruther took a notebook from his pocket and jotted a few names upon it. "I think that will about do," he said. "Start with the Grand Polonaise, and take the Fantasy in F afterwards. Then stick steadily to the programme I have marked on that sheet of paper." Padini rose obediently enough now, and donned his hat and coat. He would have helped himself to a small modicum of refreshment, only Anstruther put him sternly aside. "None of that," he said, "and not one spot of anything till you have finished your night's work. We know what you are when you start. Now go at once." Chapter 28. The lamp goes out. Meanwhile Carrington had been pacing up and down the room, obviously troubled and ill at ease. Anstruther watched him with a gleam of malicious amusement in his dark eyes. This strong man liked to feel that he had everybody in his power. It was good to him to know that he could move others as the man behind the curtain moves the puppets in a marionette show. It was not particularly that Anstruther cared for crime for its own sake, but he loved to be subtle and mysterious. It was a joy to him to get the better of his fellow creatures. Had Carrington but known it, the major part of the trouble which was racking his mind now had been brought about by the very man to whom he turned most readily in the hour of his misfortunes. He poured himself out a liberal dose of whisky, and gulped it down without the formality of adding anything to it. He flung himself angrily into a chair.
"Now that little Abe is gone, we can discuss my affairs," he said. "My dear Anstruther, I am the most desperate man in England to-night."
"I think I have heard that remark somewhere before," Anstruther said cynically. "Most people talk like that when they owe twopence halfpenny they can't manage to pay. But tell me, are your affairs in such a state as that?"
"They could not possibly be worse," Carrington said moodily. "Since my father died, practically all the financial side of the business has been left to me. Like the fool that I am, I was not content with the handsome profit that the concern was bringing in. I started speculating for myself, and I was unlucky from the start. I lost my head and plunged desperately, but that is not the worst of it. Not only is all the property at the bank mortgaged to its full value, but I have taken and disposed of securities belonging to clients. Every morning I go down to the bank. I do so with my heart in my mouth. It only needs the smallest spark to fire the whole mine. I should not be surprised to find myself in jail to-morrow night. Now you are a clever man, quite the cleverest man I have ever met. Can you show me any way out of the difficulty?"
"My dear fellow," Anstruther said presently, "clever men can do most things, but there is one thing in which they generally fail. They can't command money just when they want it. As you are perfectly well aware, I am as desperately hard up as you are yourself. If you could give me 2 or 3 days—"
"But something must be done within the next 48 hours," Carrington exclaimed. "For instance, there is that confounded affair at Lady Barmouth's."
"But how does that concern you?" Anstruther asked.
"I was just coming to that. You see, we have a great many clients, ladies, who keep their jewels with us. Take the case of the Duchess of Plymouth, for instance, and Admiral Scott's widow. But those are only a few of many. Now I know perfectly well that all these ladies will be round the day after to-morrow to obtain their jewels, for the purpose of wearing them at Lady Barmouth's masked ball. Not to put too fine a point upon it, they won't get their jewels, because they are not there."
"Mortgaged or sold?" Anstruther asked curtly.
"Mortgaged to the utmost penny. You can imagine my feelings every time the door of my private office is opened, and I am told that a client wishes to see me. I cannot for the life of me see any way out of it. Nothing less than 250,000 of money would set me on my feet again."
Anstruther smoked thoughtfully, his brows knitted into a frown. It was some time before he spoke, Carrington watching him with sickening anxiety. There was something pathetic in his belief in Anstruther's ability to get him out of this terrible position. "There are more ways of doing it than one," Anstruther said presently. "In this instance we can take a hint from the daily papers. Supposing that the bank was mysteriously robbed, the safes forced open, and all that kind of thing?"
"Yes, and the whole thing exposed in 20 minutes," Carrington said bitterly. "The robbing and gagging of cashiers has been slightly overdone lately. I can't call a single case to mind in which the scheme has not fallen to the ground. Take the case of those stolen banknotes, for instance. And even supposing that nothing could be proved against one, there is always a large section of the public ready to regard the trouble as nothing more than a mere swindle. An affair like that would be the finishing touch. It would ruin the bank's business utterly."
"And incidentally save your skin," said Anstruther significantly. "Oh, no, this is going to be a much more artistic affair than that. If you could get me a plan of the bank premises, including the safes and the cellars and all that kind of thing, I believe I could hit upon a scheme ingenious enough to deceive the police and gain you the sympathy of the British public." Carrington shook his head wearily. He had expected something much more brilliant and original from Anstruther than this.
"The plan you want would take days to prepare," he said, "to say nothing of the fact—"
Carrington jumped to his feet joyfully. His moody face cleared, and something like a smile shone on his features.
"What a fool I am!" he cried. "Why, I have the very thing on the premises. In fact, I have 2 copies. It was only a few months ago that the bank premises were thoroughly restored and a fresh set of strong rooms added. I feel positively certain that in my safe here I have 2 sets of tracings of the architect's plans. I'll get them for you. Only I hope you won't make the same blunder over this business as you did at the affair of the man whom we will call Nostalgo Seymour."
Anstruther laughed unpleasantly. Jack's companion, listening intently from his hiding-place amongst the ferns, gripped his companion by the arm. "That's me," he whispered, with almost a suppressed chuckle. "I am the man they speak of as Nostalgo Seymour." Jack pressed the arm of his fellow conspirator by way of acknowledgment. He was far too interested in what was going on inside the brilliantly lighted room to care to talk. Indeed, he had forgotten the presence of his comrade altogether. He could see that Anstruther had risen to his feet and was pacing the room, evidently nettled by Carrington's remark.
"If you want to be friends, don't mention that matter to me again," he said. "It is the one failure of my life. To get Seymour out of the way is imperative. I trusted the matter to Padini, and he failed me." "I would have trusted nothing to Padini," Carrington said.
"Oh, yes, you would," Anstruther growled, "especially if he had done so many artistic jobs in the same line for you. But I did not know, unfortunately, till too late, that the little rascal has been drinking more lately than was good for him. The fact is, he has lost his nerve. And yet he might have felt himself justified in believing that his mission had been attended with complete success. But go and get your plans. I will have a good look at them now, and I will call to see you tomorrow at the bank, as if I came on business, and you shall show me all over the premises. It will be surprising indeed if I cannot show you some safe way out of the present difficulty." As Carrington went off, jingling a bunch of keys in his hand, Jack could feel the man, whom we will now call Seymour, fairly trembling with excitement. It seemed more than once as if he was bent on darting from his hiding-place and confronting the two scoundrels in the inner room. But evidently he was placing great restraint upon himself, for he turned to Jack and patted him reassuringly on the shoulder. At the same instant Carrington returned with a large roll of tracing paper in his hand. There was an agitation about him scarcely warranted by the circumstances of the case. It was as if he had seen something dreadful during his brief absence. Anstruther looked at him with some scorn. "What a face!" he growled. "If you go down to the bank looking like that, you will have a run on the concern in half an hour. No ghosts about here, I suppose?"
"It isn't that," Carrington said hoarsely, "but it is something I have found in the corridor. It was lying on the floor close by the dining-room door. Tell me, have you ever seen it before?"
With a shaking hand Carrington laid a small, silver-mounted moleskin tobacco pouch on the table. At the same moment Jack noticed that his companion had given a great start. There was no need for Jack to be told that the tobacco pouch in question was Seymour's property, and had been dropped by him accidentally a little time before.
"Why, you don't mean to say this belongs to Seymour?"
Anstruther cried, and there was a real anxiety in his voice.
"Yes, you are quite correct. I distinctly remember Seymour buying this peculiar pattern of filigree silver. Now you see why I wanted to get that fellow out of the way. I have tried to believe that he was dead and gone, but not only is it quite evident that he is very much alive, but also it is equally plain that he has been here to-night."
Carrington fairly shook as he hoarsely muttered his opinion that Anstruther was right. He glanced timidly about him, as if expecting to meet the face of Seymour. He stepped towards the conservatory, as if suspicious that the crimson flowers were hiding his enemy there. Then he gave a shaky half-laugh at his own fears.
"My nerves are all rakes to-night," he said. "Positively I imagined that I could see that dreadful scarred face of Seymour glaring at me from behind the bank of geraniums. Call me a coward if you like, but I must really ask you to turn up the light in the conservatory. I dare not do it myself."
Something like a curse broke from the rigid figure by Jack's side. From overhead there dangled an electric light, swinging on a long, pliable flex. An instant later, and there would come a brilliant blaze of light if Anstruther could have reached the switch towards which he was contemptuously strolling. An instant later, and the eavesdroppers would have been discovered. But Seymour rose grandly to the situation. With one bound he was across the floor of the conservatory, and literally tore the switch from its place. Instantly the fuses connected with the two rooms short-circuited, and the brilliant light of the inner room was swallowed up in the throat of a great velvety darkness. The thing was so swift, so clever, and so unexpected that Jack could only gasp. He was conscious of the fact that Seymour had left his side, but only for a moment. "Confound the light!" Carrington cried. "Give me a match and I'll light the lamps. This is the second time lately the same thing has happened." The feeble spurt of a vesta made a tiny blue flame, but it was sufficient to show Carrington the position of 2 silver lamps. He lighted one of these and then the other, and placed them on the table. As he did so, his face grew white again. His tongue began to stammer. "The plans!" he gasped. "Surely I put 2 on the table. Where's the other?" "The other," Jack's companion whispered with a hoarse chuckle of triumph, "is quite safe in my breast pocket." Chapter 29. The Silver Lamp. The wonderful coolness and audacity of his companion filled Jack with admiration. He had forgotten for the moment that there was any danger at all. It seemed to him to be a good thing to have so adroit and cunning a colleague to work with. The whole thing had been so wonderfully swift, hardly a moment seemed to have elapsed between the extinguishing of the light and the return of Seymour with the duplicate of the plan safely in his pocket. What he proposed to do next Jack could not guess for the moment, neither did he much care. At the same time he felt quite convinced of the fact that Seymour had some deep scheme in his mind. Jack's spirits rose in quite an unaccountable way. He warmly congratulated himself on the fact that he had found Seymour and brought him into the campaign against Anstruther. The danger was by no means over yet, as Seymour must have recognized, but that did not seem to trouble him much, for he was shaking now with suppressed mirth, and was evidently enjoying the situation as one does a screaming farce from a comfortable place in the stalls. Jack was about to whisper something of this to his companion, when the latter checked him with a touch on the arm. Inside the room, in the comparatively moderated light of the lamps, Jack could see Carrington fussing about uneasily. "I tell you that there were 2 plans," he muttered. "I am absolutely certain there was a duplicate. If you have played any kind of trick upon me, I hope you will confess it at once." "Trick be hanged!" Anstruther cried contemptuously. "Do you suppose that I indulge in practical joking? I say you have made a mistake. The duplicate plan is somewhere else." "And I am equally certain that it was with those papers," Carrington blustered. "They were lying side by side a minute ago, and now one of them is gone, and you want me to believe that it has been spirited away by unseen hands." "I don't want you to believe anything of the sort," Anstruther replied. "Not a minute had elapsed between the time that the light went out and the moment that I lighted the match. What a nervous, frightened fool you are! You will be saying next that Seymour is concealed somewhere in the room, and snatched this brilliant opportunity for purloining these papers. Really, we are getting on. Hadn't you better look round the house? You will have to go to bed presently, and I should advise you to lock your door." All this brutal sarcasm was utterly lost upon Carrington. He was as frightened and nervous as a lonely woman in a lonely house who has discovered some strange man there. He darted from the room, followed by Anstruther's contemptuous laughter, and returned presently, saying that he had made a thorough search of the flat. "Most assuredly nobody is on the premises," he said. He was by no means convinced yet that Anstruther was not playing some cunning trick upon him. "It is most extraordinary. You may say what you like, and prove what you like, but I am ready to swear that I brought both those plans into the room with me 5 minutes ago." "Oh, look up the chimney," Anstruther growled. "Take all those plans out of your conservatory, and see if the thief hasn't vanished up the water-pipe. I am sick of all these nervous fears and hysterical suspicions. It has always been the curse of my existence that I can never lay hands on an accomplice who is anything but a knave or a fool." Without heeding the savage outburst, Carrington took one of the little silver lamps from the table, and holding it up by its crystal receiver, advanced cautiously in the direction of the conservatory. Jack held his breath, and prepared for the worst. He felt pretty sure now that he and Seymour would be discovered. Not that he much minded, except that he was extremely anxious not to be recognized by Anstruther, but that risk had to be run. It was a pity, too, seeing what a marvellous amount of information had been gleaned during the last half-hour, but that was all part of the game.
"Is it possible he has vanished through the skylight?" Anstruther sneered.
Carrington muttered that there was a drop of some 30 feet outside the conservatory. He still advanced with the lamp in his hand, and peered about him with an anxious face. The moment was a critical one indeed, and Jack wondered if Seymour's wonderful fertility of resource would be equal to the occasion. In the dim light of the lamp he saw Seymour's right arm steal out, and his sinewy fingers close upon a piece of hose-pipe attached to a tap in the wall. Evidently this had been used for watering the flowers. The gardener responsible for the well-doing of the rooms doubtless understood his work, and watered each pot separately instead of spraying the whole place indiscriminately, for attached to the hose-pipe was the small nozzle meant to convey a fine single jet for some distance. Jack began dimly to understand what Seymour meant to do. It was going to be a dangerous experiment, but danger was quite absolutely necessary if the eavesdroppers were to escape unrecognized. If Seymour's plan was absolutely successful, there was just a chance of them getting away without their presence there being indicated at all. Jack saw the lean, brown hand stretch forth and turn on the tap in the wall. Then the tap at the end of the hose slid round, and a tiny spray of water, fine as a needle and strong as the arrow from a bow, struck the chimney of the lamp, now nearly red-hot, and a tremendous smash of cracking glass followed. Carrington staggered back, and a kind of hysterical scream broke from his lips. With his nerves strung at high tension, the shock of the bursting explosion rendered him nearly mad with terror. Seymour turned off the tap again, feeling sure that his business was well done. "By Jove, that was wonderfully smart, and quickly done," Jack whispered to his companion. "I rather pride myself upon the ingenuity of my stories, especially as regards the plots of them, but I never could have thought of anything quite like that." "Not bad," the other said, quite coolly. "It was all a matter of accuracy of aim and steadiness of hand. But to a man like myself, who has had vast experience of big game shooting, a little affair like that is a mere nothing." "But you might have missed," Jack said. "The deviation of that spurt of water by even so much as a hair's breadth would have carried it full into Carrington's face, and then our presence must have inevitably been discovered. That is where the dramatic side of it appeals to me." "It appealed to me also," Seymour whispered coolly. "But I had only to imagine that the lamp was the face of a famous old man-eating tiger who nearly did for me 4 years ago in Upper Burma, to render my hand absolutely steady. If we had been discovered, we should have had to have fought our way out. But I think you will agree with me that I have managed the affair in a much more artistic way than that." Jack agreed cordially. He was watching now with breathless eagerness to see what was the full measure of Seymour's success. Carrington had staggered back with a startled cry, though even as yet he did not know the danger that was to follow. "By heaven, you have done it well," Jack muttered. "I think I have," Seymour whispered complacently. "It occurs to me that I have not left much to be desired." It was done even better than he had anticipated, for a few drops of the cold water had trickled down the receiver of the lamp and mingled with the oil there. From all parts of the brass work round the flame a blue fiery vapour gushed out. With a cry of dismay Carrington almost threw the lamp upon the table. It tottered and fell sideways, and an instant later a stream of burning oil was flowing over the tablecloth and dripping in long tongues of flame upon the carpet. "For heaven's sake, be careful, you clumsy coward!" Anstruther cried. "You'll have the whole place on fire. Those lamps are very pretty to look at, but dangerous to use." But Carrington was not listening at all. He seemed to have lost his head entirely. But frightened as he was, he did not fail to notice that the liquid flame was licking the other set of plans which were lying on the table. Just for an instant his mind was clear enough to see the necessity of saving the papers. He leaned forward and made a clutch at them. Something hot and stinging seemed to be gripping him by the fingers. He snatched his hand back again, and dragged the tablecloth, more than half of which was in flames, to the floor. Crash fell the second lamp, its crystal receiver smashed by the fall, and in the twinkling of an eye the whole room was in flames. So sudden, so swift and unexpected was the whole thing that Jack could only gasp. He was so lost in admiration of Seymour's quickness and coolness that he quite failed to realize the danger in which he and his companion stood. Less than a minute had elapsed since Seymour put his scheme into execution, and yet already the smoking-room was one mass of lambent flame. "Well, you have done it this time," Anstruther yelled. "Clear out at once, or there will be no occasion for me to trouble about either of us any further. Give an alarm. Go out in the street and yell for the fire-engine." Carrington needed no second bidding. Together with Anstruther he raced down the stone staircase and into the street. Jack could hear his companion chuckling with triumph and delight. "Rather a close thing, that," he said coolly. "And now we had best look to ourselves. No chance of making a dash through those flames without being badly burned. Besides, I have no doubt there is some other way out of it. Push those windows to, Mr. Masefield. There is no reason why we should be suffocated here." By closing the windows leading to the smoking-room, which was now a roaring mass of flame, it was possible to cut off the heat and smoke for a moment, and perhaps gain sufficient time to discover another means of retreat. But this was easier said than done. With the aid of a match or two, Seymour found the window at the back of the conservatory, which opened outwards. So far as he could see, there was a drop of something like 30 feet into a kind of alley at the back of the flats. "We shall have to wait our chance," Seymour said. "There are several more flats in the building, and no doubt there will be plenty to do for the firemen later on. In all probability Anstruther and Carrington are mixed up in the crowd, which you may be quite sure has collected by this time. Shall we wait on events, or shall we open the window and yell for assistance? We can pretend that we were cut off by the fire." On the whole, Jack thought it would be better to wait. They were quite safe for the next quarter of an hour, at any rate, and in that time much might happen. "It is worth risking," he said. "What a great thing it would be if we could get away from here without those men knowing that anybody had been on the premises. Suppose we try our hands as amateur firemen? There is plenty of water here." But Seymour did not think it would be worth while. A hose and pipe as small as that which they had at their disposal would not be likely to be of much use in dealing with the roaring tornado of flame behind the closed glass doors. The conservatory, too, was getting intolerably hot, but that discomfort was avoided by opening the window. There was just the outline of a leaded balcony to be seen above the arch of the conservatory. Then, greatly to Jack's delight, he saw the movements of some figures below, and then a ladder was slowly raised until it rested against the leads of the balcony. "That is for the benefit of the people upstairs," Seymour suggested. "Possibly they cannot make the inhabitants of the upper flats hear what is going on. See, the ladder is quite clear by this time. I expect those firemen have got in through a window somewhere. Push this window back and see if you can reach the ladder." It was a comparatively easy matter to reach the ladder, as Jack found to his great delight. A moment later he and Seymour were upon it. They slid rapidly down, and found themselves at length in the alley without anybody being a penny the wiser. "Well, of all the lucky chances!" Jack exclaimed. "We are well out of that. Let us go round to the front and see what is going on there." A great crowd had assembled in front of the burning flat. The red outlines of a couple of engines could be seen. Beyond the crowd there was a sound and regular rush of pumping water, and presently the crowd seemed to understand that all danger was over. Jack touched his companion's arm, and called his attention to the fact that Carrington and Anstruther were standing within earshot of them. "And what are you going to do now?" asked the latter. "Oh, I shall go off and stay at the Great Metropolitan. No, you needn't come along. I have had about enough of your company for to-night." Carrington called a hansom, and was whirled away. Seymour smiled in a significant manner. "Wouldn't it be as well," he suggested, "that you also found it convenient to pass the night at the Great Metropolitan? Pardini is there too, and it is possible that you may—" "Right you are," Jack said eagerly. "Then I can call upon you in the morning and report progress. Good night." Chapter 30. Bedroom 14. Jack had not waited to ask any idle questions. He had felt quite sure from Seymour's manner that the latter had some great scheme in hand. It was very pleasant and exhilarating to feel that a man of Seymour's wonderful fertility and courage should be enlisted on his side. Masefield was not without hope that the discoveries of the night were not yet complete. He strolled away in the direction of the great metropolitan, turning these things over in his mind. It seemed to him that the clerk in the office of the Mammoth Hotel regarded him somewhat suspiciously, seeing that he had arrived without luggage of any kind, but a deposit of a sovereign soon set that matter right. It occurred to Jack as a good idea to secure a bedroom as nearly as possible next to that of Carrington. The hotel was not particularly busy, he discovered, for nobody had come in enquiring for bedroom accommodation during the last hour. This was a discovery in itself, for it testified to the fact that Carrington had not yet arrived. It was nearly an hour before he came, and then he appeared in a desperate hurry. Discreetly Jack remained in the background, but he was close enough to hear Carrington arguing and protesting that he must have a certain room. The matter seemed to be settled amicably at length, and Carrington took his key and departed. Jack strolled across to the office again. He had decided on a bold policy. "I am going to ask you to give me another room," he said. "I want to be as near as possible to the gentleman who has just gone upstairs. I think if you do as I ask you, it may save the hotel trouble. What was the number of his room?" The clerk was friendly enough and inclined to talk. Was it a police matter? He asked. Jack responded gravely that he was not in a position to say too much, but his mysterious manner had the desired effect, and the exchange was made. "I haven't put you exactly next to that gentleman," the clerk explained. "You see, our bedrooms are on a sort of cubicle system, corridors down both sides, and the bedrooms back to back, if I may so express it, with a ventilating grating between them for the sake of air. That gentleman's bedroom is 28, therefore your room, exactly behind it, is number 14. I hope I have made myself plain." Jack replied that the thing was perfectly clear. Indeed, the system was in considerable vogue on the Continent. He lingered a little longer in the big lounge hall, where he smoked a cigarette or two, so as to give Carrington time to get to bed. It occurred to Jack in an idle kind of way that perhaps Carrington was deceiving Anstruther, or why had he not come straight to the hotel? Instead of that, he had evidently gone off somewhere in a desperate hurry, and had returned at length to the hotel looking very exhausted and agitated. Jack pondered this matter in his mind as he went up to his own room. It was a comfortable enough bedroom, for the great metropolitan was noted for the luxury of its appointments. Indeed, the room was fit for anybody. The lighting was exceedingly efficient. Even over the bed was a pendant, evidently intended for those who cared to read after they retired to rest. Jack smiled as he noted the elaborate dressing-table and wash-hand stand, to say nothing of a huge winged wardrobe, which was almost as big as a bedroom itself. Behind this wardrobe, fairly close to the ceiling, was the open grating which formed a ventilating shaft between the one room and the other one behind it. Jack carefully closed the door, and with the aid of a chair managed to climb to the top of the wardrobe. He found that the grating was constructed on the swivel principle, very like a big cheval-glass, so that by tilting it slightly it was just possible to see into the next room. In the room aforesaid the lights had not yet been turned down, so that evidently Carrington had not gone to bed. The watcher could hear him impatiently pacing the room and muttering to himself from time to time. The muttering was exceedingly incoherent, but from the gist of it Jack seemed to make out that Carrington was expecting somebody. On the far side of the room was a wardrobe very much like the one upon which Jack was perched, except that it had large plate-glass doors which reflected practically everything that was taking place inside the room. Jack could see Carrington now, lounging in a comfortable armchair, and impatiently turning over a great mass of papers which lay on a table before him. On the table also was a box of cigars, flanked by 2 glasses and the necessary ingredients for the manufacture of whisky and soda. There could be no longer any doubt about it. Carrington was expecting a friend. So far as the watcher could see, there was no hurry. He was quite prepared to sit up all night if necessary, and had no feelings of delicacy in listening to what the 2 scoundrels were going to say,
provided always that the expected visitor was a scoundrel, of which Jack had very little doubt. As he stood there, his whole mind strained to attention, it seemed to him that he could hear the sound of music somewhere. To his trained ear there was something familiar in the method of the player. Jack wondered where he had heard that finished execution before. Then it suddenly flashed upon him. "How stupid," he muttered to himself. "I had quite forgotten that Padini was here. That is Padini, without a shadow of a doubt, carrying out the programme that Anstruther made out for him." The music was not far off. It seemed to Jack that he could almost hear the scraping of the bow. It was not lost upon him, however, that the whole of the pieces were Chopin's compositions. The music ceased presently with a sudden twang, much as if the E string had violently parted. A moment later, by the aid of the friendly mirror, Jack saw Carrington's door open and the figure of Padini come in. Carrington glared at the intruder. "What do you mean by keeping me waiting all this time?" he growled. "Didn't you get my telephone message?" "And hadn't I got my work to do?" Padini retorted. "I dare say you consider yourself to be an exceedingly clever fellow, but once you elect to match your wits with Anstruther, you will find yourself a lost man. It is no use you being in a hurry. As a matter of fact, I should have kept you a full hour longer, only I have broken my E-string, and I don't happen to have another one on the premises." With an angry gesture, Padini threw his violin on the table. In a mechanical sort of way, Carrington looked at the severed string. He was always a suspicious man, for it was an axiom of his never to trust anybody, and he was wondering now if this were not part of some dodge being worked out by his visitor. His face grew a little anxious as he held one end of the broken string between his thumb and finger. "I suppose you call this a simple fracture," he said. "String worn out and all that kind of thing? If you will look at it carefully, you will see that it has been half cut. You can actually see how far the knife has gone." Padini examined the string carefully. His face also had grown a little grey and anxious. "It is exactly as you say, my friend," he exclaimed. "But I wonder how that was done, and why. It is not as if I left my violin about. One is not so careless with a genuine amati like mine. I brought the fiddle back with me from my afternoon recital, and I am prepared to swear that there was nothing the matter with it then. I locked it up in my box, and there it stayed till a couple of hours ago. Now, what does this mean? Does anybody suspect us? Has Anstruther's clever scheme come to the knowledge of anybody? The police, perhaps, might have discovered—" "The police have nothing whatever to do with that," Carrington said angrily. "What have any of us done to bring ourselves within the reach of the law at present? The man that we have most to fear is Seymour. How you came to let him slip through your fingers the other night is an absolute mystery to me." Padini shrugged his shoulders, and something like an oath escaped him. By aid of the friendly mirror, Jack obtained a perfect view of his face. It was white and sinister. The dark eyes gleamed like living coals. "But Seymour must be dead," the violinist said hoarsely. "We know he is dead. Did we not read it in the papers? It may be that some friends stole his body for purposes of their own, but dead he is. If I thought he was still alive, I should have to leave London. I dare not stay here with a horror like that hanging over me." "You are absolutely wrong," Carrington cried. "Seymour is still alive. He is still in London, thirsting for vengeance. He is rich. He has the courage of a lion and the mind of a Machiavelli. You smile, my friend, but it is the smile of a thoroughly frightened man. Seymour is after you. He is after me. Look at this. Don't say you fail to recognize it." "It is his tobacco pouch," Padini faltered. "Yes, I thought you would recognize it. And where do you suppose I found that tonight? In my own room, lying on the floor. Do you want any greater proof than that Seymour was working in my own rooms tonight?" Padini nodded moodily. Jack noticed how his hand trembled as he helped himself to the whisky and soda. "I am sick of this," he muttered. "I mean to get out of it. I am as anxious as you are to get outside Anstruther's influence. That is why I am here tonight. I am going to tell you my plan. Call it murderous and treacherous if you like, which is the only way of settling Anstruther's claims upon us. If you have any pluck at all, if there is anything of the man about you—"
"No, no," Carrington faltered.
"I tell you I dare not."
As the speaker broke off, Jack was conscious of something like an altercation outside his door. The night porter was protesting that something or other was not his fault. The other man's voice was equally sure that it was. It did not require much intelligence to discover that the newcomer wanted that particular room. With a thrill, Jack recognized the voice of Anstruther. In an instant he had made up his mind what to do. Like a flash he came down from the top of the wardrobe, switched on the light over the bed, and proceeded softly to unlock the door. There was a knock on the panel at the same moment. Jack glanced hastily round, and bundled one or two of his belongings into the wing of the wardrobe. He had barely time to conceal himself there before the handle of the door turned, and Anstruther entered.
"You can see it is exactly as I said," the latter remarked. "I engaged this room an hour ago. It is quite evident that no other guest has taken this apartment. If he were here, surely there would be a portmanteau or a dressing-case or something of that kind. Take this half-sovereign and say no more about it. If there is any fuss, I will take the blame."
The man departed. The door was locked behind him, and a moment later Jack could feel the heavy form of Anstruther climbing to the top of the wardrobe.